Good morning, everyone. We are back for the top 32 of here at Adepticon for the World Championships. To help you out there, I put both of the links for the Longshanks. The way this is going to work is there's two top 16 brackets, one from Heat 1 and one from Heat 2. And they're going to play in their bracket until they get to the top two from that bracket, which will meet in the top two from each bracket will meet tomorrow in the top 4 for the World Championships. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and get going here, but we wanted to start by just kind of doing a quick recap of what happened yesterday. There was a lot going on there for sure.
Yeah, just like yesterday morning, I'm going to kind of go over some of the top picks, some win percentages, that kind of thing, just so we can go over some statistics, thinking about what we might expect to see in some of the games coming forward today. So yesterday, we saw a lot of Mandalorians, and then today...
Thursday we saw a lot of Mandalorians.
It's all blending together. Here, let's put it this way. Day 1, we saw a lot of unexpected picks from at least my predictions on what we would see as far as what the meta is shaped to be. And yesterday, I saw a lot more of what I was expecting. So the top 5 most brought primaries in the game yesterday as far as Heat 2 were Kanan at 20 players, the Mandalorian at 18, Iden at 15, Moff, Gideon, and Ki-Adi-Mundi both with 13 players bringing them to the table. I was kind of excited to see Ki-Adi-Mundi in the top 5 for both Day 1 and Day 2. It just shows that in the brief time that he's been here, he's really making an impact on the field, and people are really seeing and utilizing how good he can be. The most played units, we're going to see some familiar names on that list that we did see on Day 1, with the top 1 spot being shared on both Day 1 and 2, with the Mandalorian being at 40 games played yesterday. Kanan showing off on this list with about 38 games, Iden at 34, Moff Gideon at 28, and Ki-Adi-Mundi at 27. So we're seeing a lot of kind of my predictions and what we expected as far as things being brought and played. Now, for some supporting and secondary units, the most popular ones that we got when people entered their SPT code into the tournament, we have 19 games for the Rebel Commandos. 19 teams with Rebel Commandos, 15 with the Dark Troopers, and then the next 5 spots were all tied with Gideon Hask, ARF Troopers, Ezra, Chopper, and the Imperial Special Forces, all at 12 players apiece.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot more all Spectres this time around. So it was, I think, what more people were expecting in the meta for Heat 2 than in Heat 1. But we're still seeing a lot of that, like you're saying, Ki-Adi-Mundi and his box, Shock T. They've really been on display here. And then finding out last night at the reveal that they're going to be reworking Anakin, they're going to be reworking a lot of the clones that are going to be coming out in the new update in May is just going to be adding to that. I mean, so I think the hype for Ki-Adi-Mundi and the Republic going forward is just going to keep on growing. I mean, I think that we're going to see a good shift for all of those players out there that have been wanting the clones to be good for so long.
Republic
and just not
players rejoice. We did hear the words 501st.
Yes.
So that's exactly what I'm excited to hear. I am a big Republic enjoyer. I am excited to make my lists that much better for the coming tournaments. Now, the final thing that I wanted to go over as far as SPT codes that were inputted, the mission choices yesterday, I'm glad I'm finally seeing this shift, pun intended. Only 8 players with logged SPT codes brought shifting priorities. 11 on Sabotage Showdown and 12 on Never Tell Me the Odds. Me personally, I'm not a fan of playing Never Tell, but I can see that a lot of people are coming on to it, and I'm excited that we have a new mission pack in First Contact hitting the tables soon, but I'm expecting to see a lot of Never Tell in the coming games today.
Right. Yeah, I think that's Never Tell is probably going to be one of the more popular ones. I think that was kind of where the meta shift was going for a lot of players and everything along those lines. So I definitely look to see that on stream a lot more going forward as we go through the day here. So I believe we're going to be having 4 rounds actually, because we're going from each one's going from 16 down to 2 for each bracket.
Okay.
So yeah, we're going to be having 4 rounds of play, and then at the end of the day, you want to stick around because I will be having Will Schick on as we finish up round 4. He's going to be coming
in. I had a couple more talking points. Excuse me, a couple more talking points that I wanted to bring up here as far as stats. I had some notable win percentages. I kind of wanted to go over the top 10 win percentages as far as primaries. A couple of them, it's just a little bit expected as far as how few games they had played. But Thrawn and Plo Koon both only had about 4 games, but they had the highest win percentage out of all the primaries yesterday. Thrawn, 4 games, 100% win rate. And Plo Koon, 4 games, a 75% win rate, only losing 1 game. I think people are not realizing the power that he has behind him, as he didn't show up in the top 5 most picked characters, but he is definitely showing his win percentage on how powerful he can be. Now, in the 3 and 4 slots, they are tied and shared by both Vader's Jedi Hunter and Emperor's Servant. At 14 games played, a 64 win percentage. 9 games won out of all the ones that they had played. Next on the docket, we have Ki-Adi-Mundi, 27 games played and a 63% win rate, which is incredibly high.
Yes.
I play a lot of video games at home, and what they usually determine as a very balanced character is a very 50% win rate. If we're seeing these numbers out of Ki-Adi-Mundi this early, I'm excited to see how it goes, because that is a very strong and high win rate character.
Yeah, I mean, part of it I think is some people were not expecting him to be what he is. He's a lot more powerful, and I will even say, like, when Aubrey and I first started reviewing him on our podcast, we were pretty down on Ki-Adi-Mundi. Then I actually got a couple games into him, and I'm like, oh wait, I missed something here. Mm-hmm. And I think that's kind of been the initial reaction with a lot of people. It's like, oh wait, we missed something here, and now we're starting to see it here at Adepticon, where it's like, he's got legs. There's something that really is going to happen with him. His abilities. Being able to just reduce the way he balances and improves your force economy is just amazing, and that's in this game that's very powerful.
Something that I've noticed about a lot of really powerful Republic units, since I play a lot of Republic, is I think a lot of their power, especially their identity, doesn't come from what's on their activation. Luminara, for example, you get a trigger when you wound something, when I get wounded, and you get to check the top card of your deck. The reason you bring Luminara is not what she does on her activation, and I feel like that's the same thing with Ki-Adi-Mundi, in a way. On his card flip, he can move up to 3 models if you bring the Padawans, or if you bring just a couple other options. Like, being able to move a Jedi and then himself allows you to move 3 models on card flip, which is crazy.
Yes.
So I think the power in Republic lies in the identities. So seeing that he's got that high of a win rate, as well as Plo Koon, it's kind of expected. It's just, with the Republic, it takes a lot of finesse and trying out some stuff to figure out where the power lies. Especially, like, a very popular combination we saw yesterday was Hunter, Bad Batch, and Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yes.
So seeing that combo, again, the power in Hunter lies in his identity, where clone troopers get to turn failures into hits and Bad Batch can turn it into expertise, giving you those extra results you weren't expecting to see in the role.
Yeah, I mean, and that kind of falls onto the same thing that, like, why Gideon Hask is so powerful. Just getting that free hit. You're basically getting, most of the time, a free strike. And even better, when you have Bad Batch, you get a free expertise. So I mean, that's why you have that power. I mean, it goes both ways with both of those. It's a different side of the same coin, I guess, to say that.
Now, a couple more win percentages I wanted to go over. For Princess Leia, Charming to the Last, and Iden Versio, they both had a 59% win rate. Princess Leia at 22 games played, Iden at 34 games played. Kanan and Mando both at a 55% win rate yesterday. We talked about their games played. Kanan at 38, Mando at 40, and then the final one on my top 10 here, we had Moff Gideon at 28 games played and a 54% win rate, showing that force tax that he offers is actually a very powerful tool in getting you a secured win.
Without a doubt, yeah. I mean, and that's one of the things. I mean, like not a lot of surprises in the top 10. Maybe like seeing both Vaders up here and having such a good win rate.
I was very surprised by Jedi Hunter being that high.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, a lot of people like kind of forgot about him, I think, with just the way the meta had gone. But like him under Ki-Adi-Mundi, especially because they're both Republics, really does help. But we did also hear at the reveal last night that during the update that Jedi Hunter's probably going to get touched and he's not going to be going up.
Do you have any prediction on what that might be? My first prediction is that he might lose that Galactic Republic tag.
I would expect that. I would expect him to lose the Galactic Republic tag. I would expect potentially maybe make those Vader dice a little bit less, so like it's not as enticing because
maybe 2.
Yeah, maybe down to 2. He rolls a lot of dice, and that's something that we probably don't want him to be doing as much. So it's like I think it's tone that down just a little. I don't think they're going to like hurt him because that's one of the things that they always do. They don't, whenever they're doing any type of changes, they don't want to completely disrupt how they're getting played and make you not want to play a unit anymore. At least that's my experience in MCP. So they're going to tone it down. He's just not going to be broken like he was before. And so like, especially now with Ki-Adi-Mundi and everything like that.
At least with our local meta, I know when the game first came out, people were only playing Vader, Jedi Hunter, and Obi-Wan Kenobi. So it's nice to see that he still has legs this far down the road. So I'm excited to see how well he's doing. I had 2 more win percentages that I wanted to bring up to the table and show and tell people about that didn't make the top 10, but were pretty notable, considering that day 1, one of the most brought and top 5 most brought characters was the Armorer. I wanted to bring up that she had 19 games played yesterday with a 53% win rate. And then something else that was brought up to the reveal is that Anakin Skywalker, the general, our Galactic Republic hero, chosen one, etc., he's going to be getting a little bit of a shift and a change, but it sounds like a buff. They revealed that his double down and attack twice is not going to be required to hit the same target. Yeah. So hearing that buff is pretty exciting because, as I mentioned prior, you're looking for a 50% win rate to see a character be balanced. And yesterday, he was brought for 14 games and had a 50% win rate, which I find pretty interesting considering he's going to get a buff. We might see him bringing out those Ki-Adi-Mundi numbers.
Yeah, I think he's going to be. Yeah, we're going to lose Jedi Hunter probably in Ki-Adi-Mundi when there's this update, but I think it's going to be an easy replacement to have General Anakin Skywalker in here. They did say a couple of things that of note with the buff for Anakin is that they're going to fix his. I'm going to end this. To where it can target a new character, but he also is going to have a range attack.
Yeah, so that's a pretty powerful tool. I'm excited to see that.
Giving Anakin a range attack is going to be pretty impressive because of the fact that was one of the things really holding him back from being an elite unit, and that's what you want out of someone like Anakin. I was actually talking with Will Pagani this morning about the fact that they're going back and reevaluating this early the core box and making those updates. And that's one of the things I really like about Atomic Mass Games is that they're willing to go, okay, we missed the mark on this one. Let's go back. Let's relook at it. Let's see what we can do to fix this. Because they don't want people to go. People spend a lot of money, over $100 on that core box, and now as more things have come out, they're like, they're not really that playable anymore. And instead of you not getting your money's worth out of that box, they're going back and fixing some of those, making the changes that I think a lot of people are probably going to be happy about, and then making that so that you can still go back and play those models again.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, one final talking point that I wanted to bring up today is just some notable players. We had 3 players yesterday that went 4-0. We had Will Maurer, the Dork Esquire, and Matt Bronson. I just wanted to kind of talk about their lists and bring up some ideas and options that people might be curious to hear about. Now, number 2 and 3 of Will Maurer and Dork Esquire were at 17 wounds, and Matt Bronson got 18 wounds yesterday. So let's talk about these lists. Now, our top 2 did both bring Never Tell Me the Odds, but Will Maurer at the number 3 spot brought Sabotage. His lists, he brought Ki-Adi-Mundi, Shakti, and the ARF Troopers. Vader 1, Jedi Hunter, with Obi-Wan out of hiding and the Padawans.
Yep.
Luminara, Crosshair, and the Commandos. And then Hunter, Wrecker, and Tekken Echo.
Yeah, just all Galactic Republic.
I'm a big fan of that. Big fan of that. I can see that with the updates coming out, if they go not too heavy of a shift, then I can see Vader 1 just changing into Anakin, and then that list staying pretty much the same.
The other thing to keep in mind is they did also mention Mace Windu is going to become a 7.
That's very exciting.
So that's going to change. That can change how the Republic lists are built anyway, too.
Absolutely.
So I think that's going to be there's going to be a lot of shifts happening here.
I do see a little bit of similarities in the top 2 lists here, at least with one list in particular, that being Iden, Gideon Hask, and the Imperial Special Forces, Moff, Death Trooper Escort, and the 5th Brother. The only shift that I see in these 2 units is that with the Moff list for Matt Bronson, he did bring the Dark Troopers instead of 5th Brother. Now, for Dork Esquire, the reason that we don't see the Dark Troopers in that list with Moff Gideon is because he went full Empire. His other 2 lists are Thrawn, Boba Fett, and the ISB agents. And then we had Vader 2 with the Stormtrooper Sergeant and the Dark Troopers. And finally, Matt Bronson. We did actually see him on stream yesterday. You might recognize this list. We had Kanan, Ezra, and Chopper with Solo, Callus, and the Rebel Commandos. Lots of good lists out of the people yesterday. Unsure on what our timeline is as far as games getting started, but that is kind of all my talking points for the stuff going on yesterday. So, how did you like the reveals last night?
The reveals were fantastic. Sorry, I had a real quick.
Yeah, you're good.
Alyssa from basically also known on most of the Discords as Sweet Tea and Coffee. Her husband was Ben Larka. They're big MCP people, but she started painting a lot of Shatterpoint models just because they're so much fun to paint. So she had to call me over to show me what she painted, and they were amazing. So big shout out to Alyssa there.
Cool.
As far as the reveals, I mean, there's a lot to unpack there. Mm-hmm. A lot of really cool things to see. There was but for me, I think what most people are going to be excited about, and what I think is the most the happiest for me was all of the updates that we're going to be getting. They're talking about the Inquisitors, because the Inquisitors, we wanted them to be I think a little bit better than they were. They fell a little bit short of what we wanted. So I think getting an update to the Inquisitors is probably what stuck out to me, because we've only been able to use 5th Brother and Grand Inquisitor. Now 4th Sister and is it 3rd Sister?
4th and 3rd Sister getting a little tweak. We did hear Will confirm that he was saying yes, they are going to be touched. We don't know anything about what they're going to do, but luckily we don't have to wait very long. They did say that the updates are coming in May.
Yeah.
Unsure. I think they said it was going to be print and play, but I'm unsure on the confirmation if we get physical cards or anything like that.
We probably will get physical cards. Again, I'm going back to kind of the MCP way of doing things. What they usually did was they did print and play, and then they would release a card pack later down the road, so you could sit there and basically buy them in the normal card stock.
Okay.
So that's typically how they did it in the MCP world. I'm assuming same company, same thing. They're going to be doing it the same way. So that's kind of what I would expect to see in the future, at least. But yeah, as soon as we're looking at maybe a month and a half away, and then they're going to sit there and have the release of those. Mm-hmm. I would expect that we'll probably get a transmission or two, kind of giving us a little spoiler of what those are going to be. Maybe get to see. I would assume Anakin. Anakin probably. Mm-hmm. In the picture that they had what was it? Anakin, 3rd Sister,
Jedi
Ahsoka,
No More, Ahsoka, and Mace Windu.
So
some big talking points that I feel like a lot of the community has been talking about need a little bit of a shift. The only one that I was kind of surprised by was, Ahsoka Jedi No More. I still see a lot of play with her, and I still see her doing pretty well, but it's nice to see that she's going to receive a little bit of love. I do think she needs it.
Yes.
And a lot of those core box models are finally reaching the point of, I could bring this, but exactly what I want to bring, I want to bring them, but there's something that does what they do a little bit better. So it's nice to see that they're going to receive a little love. One thing that I was a little bit surprised by is we didn't get as many new reveal spoilers as we usually do. I'm okay with that though, because I'm really excited to see how many cards get changed up and how that's going to change the way that we look at list building. With some characters, like for me at the moment, I like to play Cad Bane a lot. I would love to see what they do and if we get to have any adjustments to Aura Singh.
Yes.
Because I as a community, I think it's kind of agreed upon that she doesn't feel the value of a 5 the same way that we do with like Kalani, Han and Chewie, or even
Shakti now.
Shakti and K2SO, who I haven't been able to put on the table yet, but on paper seems like a very powerful unit.
Exactly. So I think that's kind of where we're at, is like just kind of like a speculation at this point in time of like what's going to be coming out, what's going to get improved. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm going to be talking to Will, I said after the event. Maybe some of these questions will come up. There's going to be information that he can say and information he can't say. So I mean, and that's kind of like they do keep the information close to their chest, because they want to be able to sit there and reveal it to everyone in the way that they give the information out that they want to. So like, I would expect to, get what we can. I mean, the nice thing about Schick is he's going to tell you as much as he's able to in the moment. So he isn't going to hold back, and there's always reasons for what they do.
Yeah. One last thing that the reveals yesterday is, I know that we had seen some rumors and maybe an announcement about what was coming out, but now we got like confirmation at the reveal that yes, we are here at the biggest stage for tabletop wargaming and for Shatterpoint as a whole, but the big thing about this game is the community and the local level, and they did talk about revealing and releasing some more tournament kits and league kits for your local stores, which I think is really cool, because a lot of the time you're only able to get these foil cards and these really cool measuring tools, etc., at these big stages, but they're bringing kits for the local tournament levels, where they revealed that they're planning to do, 3 tournament kits a year. Yep. And in the first one, we saw that you're going to be getting foil cards for the Mandalorian, for Kit Fisto, with the top 4 players of your tournament and or league is going to be getting a top 4 stamped order card with Kit Fisto, and the number 1 player will get one of their plasticard acrylic unit cards for Kit Fisto as well.
Yep. And there's also the other 2 foil ones that were going to be coming out was Lando and Veers.
That's really exciting. I think especially with someone like Lando, having a foil card for the Sabak shift is going to be even more flashy for the flashiest man in the galaxy.
Right, exactly. So yeah, they got, basically what they were saying is there's going to be 3 of those store league kits, and then they're also going to have a store tournament kit as well, and those have foil cards of the character cards. It looks like for Kiadi-Mundi, Krennic, and then the 2 Rogue One primaries.
Something that we did see on this picture is that the only real card teaser that we got out of the Rogue One box, they did show off that all the painted models are here at the convention, but they didn't reveal any of the cards. But on that tournament kit picture, if you look around in the leaks and the discords and stuff like that, you can see that Jyn Erso, we can see the backside of her card. She's going to be an 8-point leader with 3 force provided.
Right.
As well as that tournament kit, it looks like we do have a new Shatterpoint card with alternate arts on the borders, like we had Obi-Wan and Hondo in the original. Now I'm seeing Kiadi-Mundi, Jyn, the Death Trooper Specialist. It's nice to see like a new art, and then in the middle you still see Ahsoka versus Maul. But really exciting stuff out of the reveals. I'm excited to hear more about what questions you get to ask Will Schick later today, and hopefully he can expand upon some of those.
Yeah, definitely. I think we can look forward to like a lot of that from him. He's like that. He's always going to give us everything he can. Well, let's kind of shift the focus here to what we can expect for round 1. Since the pairings are up, I figured there's quite a few talking heads of like myself in the world of Shatterpoint. And 2 of them are facing off in round 1. That's going to be Damio Matt and Sith Emperor Kevin.
I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, so the 2 of them are going to be facing off. I'm going to be we're going to have their game on stream. Going to be pretty exciting to see how the 2 of them play. There is no list lock. They had, at this point in time, they had to sit there and play. They had to not escape their destiny. They had to, as in the Swiss. So now they can play the same primaries for the rest of the way. They are not. There's no restrictions at all. So looking at Sith Emperor Kevin Caldwell. he's bringing Ki-Adi-Mundi, Shakti, and the Padawan. So that box right there, pairing him with Vader, like we were talking about earlier, Rex, and the ARF troopers. And then he has
Rex in that list, I feel like, for me personally, is kind of a shocking choice, considering that Ki-Adi-Mundi buffs Jedi, which means that a lot of his abilities can only synergize with the 3 that are in his squad.
Correct. Yeah, that's one of the interesting things there. I would have expected to see maybe the Padawans. That probably would have, just to get a little bit more synergy. I mean, putting Vader maybe with Ahsoka, the Padawan, that might have been. But hey, each.
To each their own. Hey, they made it. They made it to the top.
Exactly.
So it's obviously got to be working in some capacity.
Obviously does. Yeah. I mean, the other thing that you could look at is if you one of the other options I think that you might have been able to put in there would have been Barriss, because then you get her discounted force push. So that
absolutely make it a full displacement list.
Exactly. Just really kind of going on that. So there's a lot of different ways I think that you can still not improvise, but grow on this list. But that's where he is right now. And then his other side of it is the armor with Bo-Katan and the covert Mandos.
Okay.
Pairing that with Mother Talzin, Savage Press, and the Mandalorian Super Commandos.
This is an interesting list. I hadn't seen. I was just talking to him a little bit before we started stream here, and I heard the primaries. I was like, "That's interesting." So it's probably going to be Talzin Paz, or Armorer Paz coverts and full Mandos under Talzin. But no, seeing Savage on there, it's kind of nice to see, like, a, for lack of a better term, full-on kill attrition unit.
Yes.
In that list there. So I'm excited to see what he does.
It is exciting. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to what he decides to do there with all of that. And I'm expecting that he's probably going to be playing the Ki-Adi Vader list the rest of the way, as far as he can end up.
We saw the percentages. I can see it.
I can expect to see that. He does have Sabotage Showdown, so that is going to be one of those interesting lists that go here. Now, looking at Matt Serino, his list, he brought Princess Leia, Dengar, Rebel Commandos, Mandalorian with Luke, and Han and Chewie.
Okay.
So basically, I mean, I'm assuming you're going to be pairing all of those together.
Looking like a Leia Mando list.
Exactly, like a kind of a little bit of a revenge list. And then he has Vader 2 with Stormtrooper Sergeant and the Dark Troopers pairing with Iden, Gideon Hask, and the ISF. So
that looks a pretty bog standard Empire list at this point. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly. And he's on Never Tell Me the Odds, so it really is going to be dictated upon.
We've got the widest mission possible versus the shortest mission possible. This priority roll that comes up can be very important to the play style of the game. So hopefully they pick accordingly.
I think so, yeah. I mean, the two of these gentlemen have been friends for a long time. They both kind of play a lot together. So it'll be interesting to see the fact that they got paired up right off of the bat is pretty amazing to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we're getting rather close to the start time of these games, and I kind of want to be able to get set up and talk to these people a little bit and get situated with I'll be your guys' eyes in the sky for this first game. I just kind of wanted to sit down, talk stats like I did yesterday, so I'm going to hop off the mic here, let Todd do his thing, and get set up for game one.
Sounds good. All right, so go look at some of the questions over here that you guys have in chat. Be cool if they package the updates with key operation cards. Would be kind of cool to sit there and do that. I know that they did mention that in the reveal that they are working on the key operation stuff. They were doing beta testing out here for the Galactic Legends as well. Those Ultimate Encounter versus on the MCP side. So it'll be kind of interesting if we can start getting some actual cards of that once they start going that route. I think they're kind of really working the kinks out of a lot of those systems, so that'll be interesting to see if they end up doing that. The tournament card kits, they're looking great. I don't know if those red dice were there for part of the tournament kit or if they were there just to be in the photo. Part of me would almost expect that maybe you get more dice, or maybe you're getting the red dice. It'll be interesting. I'm not sure. I mean, like a different color dice is always cool. I think the red dice would look pretty sick. But that's what was the original dice that they had for in MCP. So I mean, it makes sense to have some red dice and have a different color in there. Let's see. Do you know where we can see who's playing? Oh, I'm assuming that's who is playing who this round. Yeah, I will put the Longshanks back in here. I put them in the chat earlier, but they're probably falling out. So, and there's two separate Longshanks in here for you. So one of them is going to be, One of them is for Heat 1, and the other one is for Heat 2. So basically, all of the people in Heat 1 will be playing one another until they get to the top 4 tomorrow. And let me see.
Hey, everyone. I was wondering why I couldn't hear myself.
Yeah, I had you muted, my friend.
Fair enough. But yeah, good morning, everyone.
All right, so I got Izzy with me for the first round.
Yeah, did that nerd leave? Jesus.
I know, right?
Oh, fucking nerd. I mean, sorry. Nerd. I'm just kidding.
It's too early this morning for him, I guess. But yeah, no, so basically what we're looking at, Aubrey had to step out for a second and take care of that. So yeah, we're there's the links for the Longshanks. We will be looking at what we're going to play. But I think there's some interesting matchups. I mean, at this point in time, looking at all of the matchups that we have, I mean, everybody in here is a great player.
Yeah.
There's going to be Matt Booker's playing Brendan Johnson. He's the defending champion. Redwood is playing Doric Esquire. That's going to be a tough match. Sarah Krull's playing Sir Rusty. Will Maurer is going to be playing Avery Ryan. That's your bottom half of day 2's bracket. And then looking at the top half of the bracket, you have Matt Bronson, who was your overall winner, playing Spitfire. Chris Powell playing Craig Norick. Iceman Dean is going to be playing Nick Rader, and then Christopher Sampson is going to be playing Daniel Johnson. So that's the top 16 for yesterday's heat. I mean, like I said, looking at all of these players, they're all amazing players. It's hard to predict who's going to be going. I mean, Matt Bronson was on a tear yesterday. I don't think you can ever count out Matt Booker. I mean, he is a defending champ. It is. It's a tough road either way, but I mean, I think those are probably like the two people that everyone's looking at as favorites to make it to day 2, coming from their brackets, looking at how those brackets are pairing out.
Yeah, I have my personal favorites among the brackets, obviously. But yeah, I'm hoping everybody has good games. Really,
yeah, I mean,
really good players all around.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, like for us, there's 3 of our locals are in this particular bracket, so we're probably a little biased as far as how that's going to go. But we'll see. We'll see how it all plays out. And then looking at the other side of it, the other bracket of the top 16 from day 1, you have Cody Hawkins, who was the top seed. He's going to be playing Major Smexy. The Dr. Chrono Rex is going to be playing Kyle Tablebound Russell. Nick Blitz Monkey Downing is going to be playing Justin Tao. James Howard is going to be playing Darth Danes. So that'll be the top half of that bracket. Again, I think on the top half of that bracket, Cody, because he was just so on fire yesterday.
He was on fire.
Yeah, or on Thursday. He's going to be your favorite to come out of there. So yeah, I think that's going to be what we're looking for there. On the bottom half, you have Scott B. is going to be playing O Reaper 84. Damio Matt Kevin Caldwell is going to be our second. You have Godliness Duncan playing against Sean Piccone from Open Canada. And then Qui-Gon Din, who has been also on a tear, is playing Bastromech, who's Holden. So Qui-Gon Din has been on a tear all weekend so far. We went 4-0 in Heat 1 of the World Championships. Then he played in the team event yesterday and went 4-0 there as well. So he is 8-0 for the weekend. He feels he's the favorite. I mean, he's a fantastic player as well. So, but this bracket here is pretty rough. I mean, there's a lot of Scott B is amazing. You got Damio Matt. You got Kevin Caldwell. You have Duncan. You have Qui-Gon Din, and Holden's no slouch either. He's our local, our only local that's on this side of it. So it's a rough road. I mean, all of these players here are just like players that we've all seen before. Like Sean Piccone, fantastic player.
He is. I had lunch with him. He's a really nice person.
Right.
And they did a 12-hour road trip to get here.
Right.
And they just listened to a bunch of podcasts. But yeah, he's a really good player, and I'm rooting for him. But he's in a bracket where it's murderers row.
Yeah.
It is tough. I want to root for a specific person, but anything can happen.
Yeah, the bottom half of that bracket is just all sorts of it. Yeah, it's straight elimination at this point in time.
Yeah.
You lose, you're out. And so we're basically looking at going forward with it from there. Yeah, I'm live right now. Yeah, so with the judge here, just like checking out. I think we're getting pretty close to start time here. Everyone's kind of just milling around, but wanting to make sure everyone is good to go.
We know who we're playing for round 1, right?
Yeah, we have Kevin Caldwell and we have and Matt Serino. So one of the things I wanted to point out when we get to this table, which is really cool, so Adepticon has a lot of official AMG terrain, and they've started incorporating some of the walls and stuff that are in Legion. But the table that we have, the terrain that we're going to have on the table today is basically what Adepticon calls their travel terrain. And what they do is for other tournaments around the country, they will send out this terrain for you to utilize, and then basically it gets shipped around the country, going from place to place. So they ship it around the country for other tournaments to use. So they wanted to highlight this here. It is not. I want to specify, do not reach out to Atomic Mass Games for this because they're not going to know what you're talking about in most cases. You want to be reaching out to Adepticon if you have. There's some points. I can see if I can find a point of contact for them if you're interested on that. But yeah, it's some great painting terrain. I mean, you have Golden Demon winners that are on the paint team for Adepticon, so you know that they're going to sit there and have some fantastic looking terrain, and it looks beautiful. So I think I put one of our. I'm going to be putting pictures in the Discord of like this particular terrain. So if you wanted to take a look at it, definitely jump in there and take a look because it's some amazing stuff.
Yeah, the colors just match the map. It's very unique, especially coming from a Star Wars universe that has so much color.
Right.
Although this is the sand map, I believe, or at least the orange.
Yeah.
Rock. But yeah, no, the colors mesh. It looks amazing. And it's also just a different map. Some of these players that are in the bracket have already been on stream. They've already played against the first set of terrain and the second. So having this new fresh terrain allows them for a different game.
Yeah, we definitely want to change out the terrain as frequently as possible. So we change it out every day just to make sure. And we want to make sure also we're not putting the same players on the table. I know last year at Adepticon it just worked out that Matt Booker was on the same table every time. So we actually had to go around and reshift all of the terrain. So we're hoping, I think we're going to be able to avoid that for the most part, at least today. With a top 32, it's pretty easy for us to sit there and make sure that we're getting the same, especially with two sides of the bracket. Yeah. What we're probably going to be looking at, though, tomorrow is having a break in between the top 4 and the championship game, because we want to shift out the terrain, because somebody's going to be playing on the same table no matter what. So we'll probably be seeing a break there. So
with Kevin and Matt distracted right now, they're being friends as of right now. But what are your predictions? What do you think they're going to bring?
Looking at their two lists, and I think we're talking about this a little earlier, I am expecting that Kevin's probably going to be bringing his Kiadi Mundi Vader list. That seems to be the favorite of all of it right here. I think that's probably what he's going to be playing. I don't see a reason not to play this in all reality. That's especially into what Matt is bringing. So I would expect that Kevin's going to be playing the Kiadi box with Vader, Rex, and let me double check what it was. Oh, I don't want to lie to you. Because the Mando, the Armorer, and Mother Talzin just doesn't make sense. So yeah, it's Kiadi box with Vader, Rex, and ARF troopers. So I would expect that that's probably going to be what he's playing. I don't see a reason to move off over into the Armor one. I mean, it hits a little bit harder, but Matt's bringing basically a PLC Mandalorian revenge list. You really probably don't want Armor into that, but more than likely what he's going to be playing as well is going to be the Vader Iden list. I would expect that. So that's, I would expect this, and that, I think out of the two, the Kiadi Mundi's probably the better of the two. It's hard to say here. I don't think Mother Talzin's is going to be where you want to go into. The Mother Talzin side of it is where you want to be into an Iden Vader list at all. So I think the lesser of two evils is going to be the Republic here.
I'm banking on the Empire list coming out.
Yeah, I mean I don't see a reason to bring revenge. There's nothing in Kevin's list that says I should be bringing the revenge.
Well, if he gets his mission pack, never tell me odds. It just makes more sense.
Yeah, but you keep in mind, you don't pick the mission until you reveal. Or you pick the mission and you reveal, and then the mission gets picked. Mm. So it's interesting that's one of those things that I think people like some people are calling for a change there. I don't know if it matters as much. I know like if you come from other games, sometimes you know the mission before you put down everything. So it's interesting to see how this is going to play.
Yeah. I had written notes on the wrong map. I was like, what are you talking about? I don't see no Indians. I was looking at the wrong bracket.
Oh, yeah, that's one of the things. Keep in mind, there is 2 brackets. There's one from Heat 1 and there's one from Heat 2.
There's also so many mats.
There's a lot
of mats.
Yeah, you have Matt Booker, you have Matt Sereno, you have Matt Bronson. There's multiple Matt Bs. So, yeah, it's
I was like, what are you talking about? I thought I was tired. What's going on here?
No, I'm good. But, yeah, if you join the Discord, I'll put a picture up in there of what the stream table is going to be looking like. It looks great, in my opinion.
I think it looks amazing. Also, Discord's really fun. Momentum Struggle has a meme channel. Super fun. Be nice to people. Be nice to others. Be nice to yourself.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think that's one of the biggest things that we like to promote in the community is like being nice to one another, being a good opponent, being just a good person in general. I think sometimes we lose focus, especially in games. Sometimes people will lose focus. And get caught up in the gameplay and things along those lines. And we want to make sure that people are not doing that and being happy to be playing a fun game with other people.
Yeah. Like, yesterday when I believe our 3rd game on stream, both opponents we're surprised we went 3-0.
Yeah, the last game.
We're happy that we won 3 games. Let's just roll dice. And then that's what they played the game and they had fun with it. But with the top 16, luckily we're filled with players that are just
amazingly wonderful players.
Amazingly wonderful players.
Yeah.
They just they know that it's in a competitive environment. Yes, it is serious, but still, it's another human being that you are across to. So win or lose, they're being respectful and they're being courteous to their opponent.
Yeah, I mean, once you walk away from the table, like, do you want to be remembered for how you're going to be remembered for your actions, and how do you want to be remembered when you walk away from that table? That's the biggest thing. Like I always look at is, how do I want to be remembered? How do you want to be remembered? And I truly want to be remembered like as a kind person. And like maybe some people don't care about that, but I think but part of that is like, if you're that kind of a person, maybe we can find another game for you.
Yeah, go play Warhammer.
Maybe we can find another game for you, or maybe we can sit down and have a conversation about how to be a good person, and we will sit there and help you come along to being a better opponent and a better player.
Or we'll force you.
So yeah, it looks like we're getting close here. We got another 15 minutes before we.
I'm getting the jitters. It's hard. The atmosphere already changed. I see it in people's faces.
Yeah, it's starting to get ready. So yeah, I mean, this is the road to it. I mean, basically, you're looking at needing to go 6-0 over the next 2 days. If you can do that, you're going to be the official first world champion. I think last year's Adepticon champion probably can sit there and honestly say that they got that title, but technically they are the Adepticon champion of last year. But yeah, the first official world champ is going to be crowned.
Defending his title.
Yeah. A first official world champ world championship will be taking place just tomorrow, a couple short days from now. Or a couple short days. 24 hours from now?
Yeah, I was going to say a day. Yeah.
A day. 1 day from now. I mean, maybe like 36 hours-ish or so, we'll be basically crowning the champion.
Yeah. Such a short span to think, but it just happens like that. It's so quick.
This week has gone by faster than I think most people have realized. It's like we got here on Tuesday, set up Wednesday. We did our test stream Wednesday night. And then basically just turned into like just a whirlwind of games over the last 2 days. It's like, I can't believe tomorrow is the end of this, and then we'll be packing up and flying back home to talk about things. So going to be an interesting time of it all.
We finally get to play some games.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of expected not to play games like after last year. We're just so busy. Good morning, Daniel. How are you doing today?
Morning, Daniel.
Yeah, I'm excited that we're going to be jumping in here and playing some games. I don't know what else to sit there and look at. I mean, it's let me take a look and see what the spread looks like for registration at this point. Yeah, so basically what we're looking at as far as players bringing the top of here, so the top brought primary, as according to SPT codes, and there's only 11 out of the 16. 5 players brought Ki-Adi-Mundi, 5 brought Iden, 5 brought the Mandalorian. So per the SPT codes, granted there's 5 lists not on here, the top 3 primaries all brought 5 times was Ki-Adi, Iden. So Ki-Adi's just showing up, man.
Yeah, he is.
He is just showing up. There is one Mace Windu, one Lando, one CT-9904.
Mother Talzin.
One Mother Talzin, one Obi, and one Luminara and Dooley. So a pretty good spread for the top 16.
It goes to show that what people consider bad characters, it just depends on the pilot, who is playing said team and how they see they benefit their strategy.
Correct. Looking at some of the lists that maybe aren't, let's see. I'm looking to see if there's somebody that jumps out like that on a list that maybe isn't, we weren't expecting, but I don't really see Kanan, Hera, Moff, Iden. Yeah, nothing too crazy on the list that outside of the norm of what we would expect. Vader, Grand Inquisitor showing up on one list with Moff and Iden, so basically it's like a Vader Inquisitor list that someone had come up with. That's O Reaper. Again, might not play that, might have just had it in his list. Looking here, we have 2 Canadian players with Kyle Russell and Sean Piccone, both coming down from Canada, making the top 4 and that's from Heat 1. I know in Heat 2 we had a couple of international players. I think there was somebody from Germany, we had somebody from Norway, and some other Canadian players. So a true world championship it looks like here. And looking at the other bracket, we have one other Canadian player in Craig Norrick, but Matt Bronson is our Norway player. So basically, we did truly get an international.
We did. I heard the accents as I was walking around. I heard them.
Yeah, so a truly international affair when it comes to the gameplay here.
Yeah, and then, as you said, Sean, from Canada, we had lunch with him on, I think, the first day after break, and he was talking about the drive. They're close to Toronto, but they're further from Toronto than it actually is. Very interesting pair, him and his best friend that came to play today.
Yeah, very interesting. And it's amazing. I saw him this morning. He's actually wearing his Toronto Blue Jays jersey.
Yes,
repping the old school Toronto Blue Jays, which is anything.
Good stuff.
Any predictions or hopes for the rebalance in May? Yeah, we talked about that a little bit. They did talk about a lot of rebalancing to Anakin, it looks like he's going to make him a little bit stronger. Yeah. They said they're going to be doing a nerf to Vader. I think Vader's going to finally lose that Galactic Republic tag. I think Vader dice is going to get weaker. I think that's
what they said.
Yeah, I don't think they said anything about, but I don't know if they directly said that, but I can see Vader dice that getting tweaked a little bit. It was just too powerful of an ability, especially when you put him under Ki-Adi-Mundi.
Yeah, well, it's that, and during if you guys didn't see PCN's stream, but it was, they showed 4 characters, and they talked about Anakin, Mace Windu, and Ahsoka they talked about just a little bit.
And then and 4th and 3rd sister are going to be getting addressed. Yeah. It was 3rd sister that was on there.
The Inquisitors are getting a buff. It looks like Ahsoka's getting a buff. So it's just some models that you've seen in the core box that have been outshined by recent releases because they thought it was an okay approach to it. But as the game grew and the meta was built and local communities found them lackluster, they decided to, rebalance them. And I think it's fair. I've always been an Ahsoka fan. Mm-hmm. Thing I played out the box was Ahsoka Maul Mandos, and I'm glad that she's getting some love. So nice to see there. One that I'm really hoping for. Oh, the 501st. They are.
The 501st and the 212th were also mentioned, so I'm assuming I'm thinking clones are going to get better, is really what it's going to come down to. But yeah, I think the identity of your hatred makes you more powerful is probably going to change in some way. 2 damage, 3 dice. Just especially when you look at Ki-Adi-Mundi and the way that he can heal, is probably going to change.
How would you change it?
How would I change it?
Yeah.
I think you would still probably keep it at 2 damage and maybe just add 2 dice, or maybe 1 damage for 1 dice. what might be something there. He's pretty powerful to take down too. Is the other piece of it.
That's true.
I don't know if you would maybe like tweak his tree a little to where, because like the thing with his dice, when you're basically taking the 2 damage, that allows you to full tree on his dark rage side, and basically that's saying that I can do basically 9 damage. And if you get the expertise, you're doing 10. He's basically one-shotting every single time.
But what bothers me is that, well, he is a very good character. Bringing in with Ki-Adi-Mundi, that allows other Jedis like the Padawans to use the dice. I do know that Jedi are prone to anger, and they do feel it, but I think maybe it's more of they'll add a keyword into the ability.
I can see that too.
It will be restricted to Sith users probably.
Potentially, yeah, I can see that happening.
I could definitely see that, especially if the Inquisitors are getting a buff, and that'll be awesome. That'd be amazing to see Darth Vader being played with fellow Inquisitors that can benefit from the Vader dice, because it makes more sense that they are fueling their anger.
Yeah, I mean, because it is Jedi Hunter, and this was very Inquisitor focused, like especially with that point in time and where he's based off of from the Kenobi show. You could even, instead of having Sith, you might even just make it something like the Inquisitors, make him a more Inquisitor focused unit himself. But I think that's probably about the only thing. Like the Vader's Fury, I don't see will change much. You could end up taking that to maybe a dash instead of a full advance. Might be a way to go. And again, I am not a
we're just
I am not a developer or a designer in any way. So
we're just mouthing off right now.
Yeah,
that's
we're just killing time waiting for this to start here. But no, I think that's going to be. I would like. My biggest thing is I wanted to see Third Sister really kind of get upgraded.
Oh yeah.
Call of the Hunt. The biggest problem with Call of the Hunt for her, like her activated ability, was it only hit supporting as Inquisitors. Only hitting supporting Inquisitors was rough because Force Sister was just not that good, and she was outshined by Fifth Brother. So like getting a blow up on maybe the 2 of them will make it to where you can really go with an all Inquisitor list. Maybe one other primary or one other secondary. But I think that's going to be the biggest thing. She does need a little bit of love, and I think she's going to end up getting it.
Yeah, hopefully so.
All right. Could be only Force users can tap to. It might be something like that. Like I said, Force users or something along those lines. But even Force users would still allow for him to be used pretty strongly in the Ki-Adi-Mundi, like with Ki-Adi-Mundi or with any of the other Jedi. And I don't know. Like I said, like we were saying, I think maybe moving to like a specific keyword like Inquisitors or Sith might be the better way to go with that. But again, they have playtesters that have been putting the work in on this, so I'm going to trust the process. I usually. Sometimes it might take a little bit longer than we'd like, but they always get there. They always get across the finish line, and they do it in a good way.
They'll rebalance them. People will be happy. Then they'll be upset. And then the process will start over again.
Exactly.
Someone is always going to be unhappy.
Yeah, I mean, like that's the thing. The one thing about Atomic Mass Games is they're always going to they're going to try their best to try and improve and make things better for everyone. But at the same time, most people are not 100% going to be excited about whatever happens. So. We'll see how it goes. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, even during the presentations, when they were talking about nerves, someone yelled out, "And what about Iden?" And then they're like,
yeah,
maybe not."
Right, exactly. I mean, so you can get everyone can get what they ask for what they want, but you never know what's actually going to happen. So, and they did say it's basically kind of like the first year and a half worth of releases that they took a look at. So it's not just the core box. I think there's probably going to be some other stuff that they look at. Iden was kind of like on the definitely after that first year. I don't know if they're going to see something there, but those were the ones. Maybe like the Hondo box would probably take a look at. Maybe the Weekly Pirates. It's something that the Ewoks. I think people were hoping that they were going to be a little bit better. Maybe they take a look at them. That would be interesting to see if they.
I know a few players that joined Shatterpoint just to play Ewoks.
Exactly. I mean, and so maybe bringing the Ewoks up a little bit, like we had mentioned earlier, or a Sing might be an interesting one to take a look at. But again, we don't want to make you don't want to make everything good, because if you bring everything up to the same level, and there's just parity, it's just not going to be a fun. It takes away from the fun of the game too. So you're always going to have a best thing. You're always going to have a worst thing. But you just want something to be overpowered, and you don't want stuff to be underpowered. And I think that's kind of the balance of what they're looking for.
Yeah, well, I could definitely see it, but I'm glad that they're doing it yearly. At least that's what they stated. They stated for MCP they're doing it yearly, and hopefully for SharePoint they're doing it as well.
Yeah, I can see them probably looking into doing a at least every other year like they have been doing previously. But if they're going to be sitting there every year taking a look at cards and like making a look at it, maybe not a full update like we have been seeing in the past for on the other game systems that they have. But if they look at maybe just doing like a partial every year, just like, okay, let's reevaluate. Okay, let's reevaluate. Where are we now after this game state? If they're doing that every year for us, that's going to be fantastic. I think that's going to be a great thing for the game to basically keep on keeping it alive, keeping it healthy. Because that's the biggest thing that I've noticed is that they are the executives and the developers over at Atomic Mass Games are really focused on keeping the game as healthy as possible.
Yes. But yeah, super excited. I'm excited for Mini Extravaganza. I wonder what they're going to show there.
I know that's one of the things I was expecting. Like with the change to moving the updates to May, it feels like then the updates are not going to happen at Mini Extravaganza. So I think, there was a lot of people saying and saying to me, asking about, well, didn't it feel like it was a little light on the reveals of what we have coming? It did, and people were wondering did that have an impact? Was that impacted by the fact that they have this earlier update? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But maybe that gives them the road to sit there and show us a lot more of the reveals at Mini Extravaganza this year instead.
Yeah. Well, there's almost like a pattern when it comes to the Adepticon roadmap, where each game system gets either a short presentation, a medium presentation, and a long one. Usually they say the long one's for last, and this year it was Legion.
Yes.
And Legion did get a lot of stuff, a lot of goodies, a lot of cool stuff.
It could be a Bay Mini Extravaganza. Typically it isn't, though. I mean, they've historically had the Mini Extravaganza every June, I believe. Is it June?
I think so.
It's always like summer. So historically it hasn't been there. They may end up moving it. I feel like if they were going to, that probably would have been an announcement. But yeah, they potentially could be moving it. One of the cool things here is the Chirrut and Bay's card was spoiled. It's been floating around the internet and everything along those lines. What they're doing, every person that played in Worlds this year got a plastic card version of it with the World Championship stamp on it. So
That's
if you played
cool.
in Worlds, you're getting a very specific card. It's really cool. I'll try and get a picture of the championship card and put it up on our Discord and probably up on Facebook for everyone to see. It looks like it's going to be really cool.
It's a really cool stamp.
Yeah. Let me see. I'll try and do that right now. I'll be right back. I'll let you. Can you handle it on your own?
I can handle it. Hey, how's it going, everyone?
Be good.
I shall be good. Anyways. Yeah, well, the sacrifice that we had to make to be on stream, it's kind of sad. Because we do see good games played by good players. Naturally, Todd, Aubrey, and even Jake and I, we want to play. We've looked at people playing these games, and it feels like we're being encouraged to go play. And so we're looking forward to go home, playing some games, and coming back. But it's really fun, and I've been itching to play some Shatterpoint, guys. I'm not going to lie to you. I've been itching to play a lot of games. I think it was, but just because of the lockdown. I think that's what altered the timelines for it. Looks like the judge meeting is happening now. So in a couple minutes, we'll see how this goes. Yeah, I don't know. Super excited for what we're about to see. I don't know who to pick to win, guys. I really don't. I don't know who to root for. I have mixed feelings. It was like when this is like when two of my favorite things collide. I just don't know what to pick.
Adepticon is an experience. I mean, so this was your first Adepticon also.
Yeah, this was.
How do you look at this Adepticon experience? What do you think about the whole thing?
I'm just kidding.
What? I'm like, okay, I know someone's not coming back with me next year.
No, it's super fun. If anything,
A lot going on at Adepticon, though.
yeah, I was gonna say this is Adepticon in a new location, so it's almost like I'm experiencing Adepticon with everybody else for the first
There's
time.
a lot of the same. Also, a lot of the same. Oh, 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, so, but it's been fun. There's just a lot of games everywhere. It's super loud. I have friends who don't have the social battery to last this long, and it's just it really does take a toll on you. There's just so many games going around you, so many people trying to talk to you, and you really have to take care of yourself. You have to be full, you have to be hungry, or you have to be like eating, drinking water, making sure that you're taking care of yourself. If not, you will deteriorate, and people will start to notice.
Yep. Yeah. Sorry, that was the second in command, Judge Joe. He basically was just pulling me off to the side just to make sure we were good to go for the table here. So yeah, we wanted to just make sure that we were going to be able to bring you guys the game that you were looking for, and I'm excited about this.
Yeah, so am I.
You're all going to get those, as well as we're going to, now that the connection.
Yeah, he's announcing behind us that World Championship promo card that every player that played is getting, even the ones that didn't make the top 32. If
That's
they
pretty
played,
cool.
if they played in Heat 1 or Heat 2, even if they went 0-4, you know, you're getting something. I mean, on top of it, I don't know if I was trying to take some more pictures, but the amount of swag that they give away here, like basically they just raffle off probably about 50 boxes every day.
They do. I saw that. It was insane.
Yeah,
was
so
like,
they have
oh,
about 50 boxes up there, and at the end of the day, basically they just start they do a random generator off of Longshanks and just start pulling names until they run out of stuff to give away. So it's like if you're gonna walk away, like in most cases, even if you don't buy the really good swag bags, and you're playing here, you're probably gonna be walking away with at least 1 or 2 boxes. In most cases, so at least in the experiences, you know, there's just stuff to be had.
Yeah, almost made me feel like, oh, is he gonna call my name? Is he gonna call my name? Do I get to go up and get one? Damn.
Yeah, no, we don't.
No.
We're just here to sit there and provide all the fun for everybody. And no, we won't get the cards, but that's all right. I mean, we're excited just to be here and provide the coverage for everybody. I enjoy just the interacting with all of the players. So for me, that's the exciting part and everything along those lines.
It is fun. I miss playing.
All right, yeah, but that sounds like it's the end of the players' meeting. We have the players starting to come out here right now. So looks like our two opponents are. Well, Kevin's running off somewhere. I don't know where he's running off to, but Matt has entered the ring.
Oh boy.
Like the Philly boys doing his best Rocky impression here, right? Are we doing the? Hey, Matt. Yo, Adrian. Yeah, I think he's getting ready to go. You know what? And I'm rooting for Matt because he's wearing the Momentous Struggle shirt.
He is trying to bribe us.
I know.
He's wearing his Momentous Struggle shirt.
He's wearing the Momentous Struggle shirt. I'm loving it right now. It's a fantastic. He's doing all the things that needs to be done to make me a happy man. And if you are in the Adepticon area, we're doing a joint meetup tonight, Rogue Support and Momentous Struggle. We're going to be hanging out. Find us in one of our Discords, and we'll let you know all the details. Hook me up for the deets, as the kids say, right? I don't know. I'm not good enough.
Yeah, no, Todd. If you guys do go to the meetups, he is as smooth as they say he is. It is all true.
Oh, yep. Unfortunately, I am married, Izzy.
Well, whatever happens at Adepticon stays at Adepticon.
the old line from Die Hard 1, just the facts. Just the facts.
So many stories. So many of them true.
But yeah, no, like Matt's looking like he's getting all set up, kind of just getting settled in here.
Matt's playing, yep.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't revealed yet. He's I think he's just kind of scoping out the terrain, kind of seeing how it's going to line up. There's a unique setup here. Let me go back over to the transit, like show you the tabletop here. So the interesting thing with this table, I'll fix the names.
Chris and Will, hey, those guys played yesterday.
They sure did. So the interesting thing is if you look at the top center of the mat here, basically there's kind of a square. That's all just that Legion terrain that I was referencing earlier. that is going to be just stop shoves, but isn't something that is going to hinder movement because it's less than size 2. So that's one of those things where we're really going to kind of see how that impacts the points there. It's something new to like make a point a little bit more sticky, not being able to shove someone off a point. Maybe if like you can get someone on the other side of the point, how that's going to happen. So we'll see. Here comes the dice roll for Prio.
Oh boy.
And this is going to be pretty important because they are 2 different missions. So we're looking at 1 crit, 2 strikes, 2 expertise. A pretty solid roll by.
That was pretty good.
And it's an absolute tie. Of course it is. Of course it's a tie.
Of course it's a tie.
Of course it's a tie right off the bat. Another crit, 2 hits.
Oh boy.
And then 2 crits by Kevin to win the Prio roll. Wow.
Yeah, Matt was celebrating.
I know,
He
so
rolled the same
crazy.
thing.
When it's all said and done, like they're already dancing and talking trash. This is hilarious. This is going to be a fun game.
Yeah, first thing Matt says that, are we mic'd up?
Yeah, I know. So I'm glad we figured out how to move a little far away so that they're not worried about like the bad. The tournament is actually probably starting right about now. Like I said, we got the people. We got our first 2 players showing up here. They're setting up, I'm assuming, for Sabotage. Yeah, it's going to be Sabotage Showdown. So, which is probably going to definitely help out Kevin here. Like I said, I think we're pretty set on what the lists are going to be, though.
I think so. I don't know. I wrote down everything just in case. Oh boy. Looks like mission is already selected.
Yeah, looks like they're setting up for Sabotage Showdown, so that's what I'm going to assume that they're going to have. I'm looking to see if they're going to change the side of the table side that they're looking to be on. I don't know if they're going to or not.
Yeah, to be honest, both sides aren't that bad.
No,
They're
all things like. It's more along the lines of looking at like elevation, where you want to be on elevation and things along those lines.
Yeah, well, with Kevin's list has so much range, and so does Matt's.
Yeah, I mean Matt, like I said, I assume that he is going to be playing Iden, the Empire list, and that plays fine on Sabotage.
It does.
So I don't
mean,
see a
especially
reason not to.
with Vader dice.
Right.
It does, but I mean, yeah, and then Kevin can not counter, but he does have his armor and Mother T list. It's a pretty good list.
Yeah, I'm playing around with the cameras right now to see if I can get some of the setups fixed. See if I can fix it. Again, I'm at the mercy of the internet that they have here at the convention center with everybody on there. So, try my best to work with what I got. But yeah, it's probably going to be a little choppy just because of like what it is, and kind of like how we're located and everything along those lines.
Yeah, we're inside a huge metal building. Is the best way to describe it.
But that's one of the things. I mean, again, I'm a fairly newer at the streaming and stuff like that.
Oh my god! Just listening to Matt and Kevin do the pregame talk is
Yeah.
and
really gets going. Like, and that's kind of where they are right now. Is kind of talking about different egress points. One of the things like about this particular terrain is all of the actual
Scatter.
well, the scatter, but like all of their ladders are actually glued directly onto the mat, the pieces of terrain. So they're not going to be dealing with any of that, like having to worry about them falling over. Basically, where they are is where they are when it comes to this terrain. And like I had mentioned before, this is some stuff. This terrain itself is actually the stuff that Adepticon will ship across the country for other people to play.
All right, so looking like Kevin's doing Vader 1, Kiadi Mundi,
Okay.
and Matt is playing his Vader 2 Iden list.
Yep. I mean, basically, kind of what we were saying, what we expected out of both of them. I didn't expect anything really different than that. So just to kind of recap on this one.
Yeah, so Kevin's bringing Kiadi Mundi. It's the Kiadi Mundi box with Shakti and the Padawans, and he's brought Vader with Rex and the Arfs. So very interesting.
Yeah, again, he's made it all the way here. I'm not.
Yeah.
You can't really second guess the options that like what he made, what he decided to go with. I think you could have gone any way there. Rex is a fantastic secondary.
Yes.
Being able to move people forward, move people around on his activation. I don't see anything wrong with that at all. So I mean, there was a lot of different ways to go with this.
And then Matt bringing Vader 2, Stormtrooper Sergeant, the Death Troopers, and then just Iden, Hosk, and the ISF.
Yeah.
Probably the best Empire list you could ask for.
Just about. I mean, there's always variations. I mean, you can Iden Vader, Iden, Moff, Gideon. There's all sorts of different ways you can go with that here. So I mean, you could do an Iden Thrawn even if you wanted to. So there's all sorts of different ways to go here. But like I said, we are on Sabotage Showdown as far as the mission, and it looks like they're just doing their final little setup here. And then we will definitely get up and running and everything along those lines and get these guys started.
Yeah. So they are still have to follow the Premier rules, right?
Well, as far as Premier is, the only thing that they needed to do was not escape their destiny, or escape their not fail to escape their destiny in the Swiss. Going forward, they can play the same list all the way through to the championship. You don't have to worry about this going forward anymore. So, in all reality, you could just see a Kiadi Mundi Vader 1 all the way to the very end.
I wouldn't judge. It's a good list.
Yeah.
Especially now. Do it now before he gets nerfed. Do it now.
I mean, and I don't see see them touching him anytime soon. Like, even if they do decide that that's going to be the case, I don't see that happening. All right. Looks like they are shuffling up everything.
They're looking back at us just super nervous.
Yep. Just good times, my friend. Good times. I'm excited for this. It's going to be a fun one.
It should be fun. Oh, boy. Deployment.
And here we go with deployment.
Turn 0, the most important turn. Everything hinges on this one moment in turn 0.
Yeah, that's a nice thing, though. I mean, like, it can be a little unforgiving, but not so much. It's a little interesting. Kevin decided the side he's on with that piece of terrain that's kind of right in front of the top point. But I think deployment-wise, it's not really going to hurt him that much or anything like that. But because all things being equal, this is a pretty balanced table as far as terrain is concerned. All right, Brandon. So the catch-up here, basically we have Sith Emperor Kevin. Let me put his name.
Sith Emperor Kevin.
That's what he's known by. That's what he's known by.
Why he's playing Vader?
He is going to be on the left-hand side of your screen, playing against Damio Matt Serino. On the right side of your screen here. And what we're looking at is Kevin's going to be playing the Kiadi box with Vader 1, Rex Arfs, and then Matt is playing Vader 2 with Sergeant and Death Troopers along with the Iden box.
Yeah, nice to see 2 different Vaders.
Yeah, I mean, Vader in full representation here. So we'll basically kind of see what's going on. We're starting with deployment already here, so
boy.
Getting started pretty fast and furious.
Oh, that is true. Looks like he's deploying his Vader 2 squad on the top left.
Yeah, or Vader 1. This would be Vader 1 for Kevin. So Vader 1.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I have them opposite.
Yep.
Yeah, this
So
is Vader 1.
Vader
Rex and the
1
Arfs.
with Rex and the Arfs. And kind of just getting his Arfs in a spot where he can definitely get the Arfs in a spot so they can be able to hand that expose out on both sides of the table. It's typically what you want to do. So looks like he's kind of even lining that up right now, one on each side of Vader's forward flanks. So should be there. And Matt's going to match with his Vader, Vader 2 directly across as well with Stormtrooper Sergeant and the Death Trooper. So
yeah,
this is where I think as far as the supports go, the supports are going to definitely favor the Death Troopers on this side. Sergeant, I think Rex outpaces the Sergeant, and all things being equal, Vader's Vader. You know,
no matter what version he is, he is Vader.
Vader's Vader. All right, so that means that we were going to have Kiadi Mundi down at the bottom, basically kind of
Going against Iden.
Pretty standard, yeah, going to be a Ghost Iden, which actually is honestly pretty decent with the deflect that he has.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to be pretty good.
Yeah. Well, Kevin does get first activation, so it should be interesting to see what he pulls. You can't really decide, but it will be interesting to see what he pulls.
Right, but yeah, the one of the things I think that's going to be very beneficial is the amount of deflects that you're going to see coming out of Kiadi. He is going to be, it is going to probably help him a little bit. So he has deflect, having the force repulse is pretty nice as well. Virtuoso that Shot T has with the immunity to disarm, the immunity to expose. I think she's pretty decent to have opposite of Iden and her squad pack.
Yeah, well, it's just what gets me nervous is the health pools.
Of the what?
The health pools.
Right.
The health pools that Kevin is bringing, he brings in 2 7s, the Arfs and the Padawans.
Yep. Padawans do have deflect. I mean, so they can put some inadvertent damage if a fail comes out. And they don't even do a handshake. They give a hug, man.
Oh, they...
Right?
Oh, okay.
No. Yeah,
okay.
Apparently Matt walked around the table and smacked him, but no, not true at all. I don't want to put that out there. No, walking around.
In reality, these guys bear hugged,
yeah,
and kissed each other on the cheek, and then to see Manly, they told them that they scrapped.
No, the younglings are not long for this world, but but I think I've probably said this more times than I can count at this point. They really help turn on what Kiadi's trying to do with his kit. You want a wounded ally around, and having those two around that are wounded kind of does what it's supposed to do.
The poor younglings.
Yep, without a doubt.
Turning on their lightsaber backwards, just fucking zoom. Sorry.
All right. So basically, it looks like the first card that they pulled is Arfs. And
not bad.
See, and he's going to move him forward. Getting that forward for the expose is pretty good.
It just sets up like the rest of the game.
Right.
Just as long as they don't wound. I say that, but Kevin is bringing 8 force to this game.
Exactly. He's got a lot of force. And like I said, there's the thing is yes, you're not going to have them. Getting them wounded makes it a little harder to go and do everything as far as the putting that the coordinated fire expose out there. It's difficult, but at the same time, having them wounded allows you to do the things with the Jedis that they're trying to do as far as the discounts. So you're okay with that, I think, in some cases. But they go ahead and just basically take cover. Just a move and take cover, so they're going to have a hunker token on them.
Mm-hmm. So move, a hunker, and a defensive maneuver.
Really trying to put them in an interesting position here, trying to figure out where he wants to get them.
Yeah, well, he has all that's the walls behind him.
All right, and Kevin's going to start out with having the 3 points. Of course, he was the first player, so not scoring. And right on cue, here comes Vader 1.
Ooh, boy.
Pretty early for him, but I think it's got a pretty juicy target, too.
Yes, he does have a juicy target to hit. This is the game of punish the midline.
Yes. But, I mean, it's an interesting thing because you have to play the midline. You know, you can't just ignore it. Definitely moving. So he's looking at basically how far forward can he get with all of the things that he's trying to do. And that's kind of doing a little bit of measuring, looking at his card. So at the start of his activation, his activated ability basically is not getting anything here. But what he's kind of looking at now is his anger, hate, aggression. Does he want it? So he looks like he's going to spend a force, anger, hate, aggression to move forward. Basically hit that egress point and move up.
Yes, this is, really hoping he doesn't roll a failure on this roll. He's, yep.
So anger, hate, aggression, basically what happens here is he adds 3 dice on his next attack roll. If the attack contains a fail, at least one failure, he gains expose.
Yeah. More importantly, he gets the dash. So it's just a form of movement.
Exactly.
With an aggression. Just add it to it.
So basically anger, hate, aggression to move forward. Now he does a move action. Looks like he's going to be just out of... Yep. We'll be throwing a lightsaber at the clones here.
Oh boy, our first attack roll.
All right, looking for the results here. So Kevin blocks 2, has 2 expertise. So basically just the 2 crits when it's all said and done going through. Not too bad for Kevin. That's like when going into the ARFs, it's pretty...
All right, fair enough. So 3 damage and a shove that gets ignored for brothers and sisters.
So 3 shoves pin, but they are steadfast.
Please do so. If you're here for the mission pack pre-release and you haven't seen me, please do so.
Oh, there was one damage from expertise there. So basically a total of 4 damage onto the ARFs. They are pinned. Yeah, getting Vader shuffled back in though. Like that's pretty healthy there for Kevin to just keep him alive. And
those ARFs standing with 3 health left is a big win for Kevin.
Yeah,
especially since the point didn't get flipped.
Yeah, definitely good. Like only scoring, keeping Matt only scoring 2 on this activation really is probably the best thing that could have happened for Kevin here. So now Kevin pulls Kiadi Mundi, which now looking at this
is not that bad.
No, because he's using the tactic ability basically to move forward. Looks like Shakti. Yeah, and there was a fail in there, so of course Vader 2 is exposed on Matt's side. So yeah, he uses the ability, gonna move forward the Shakti, it looks like.
Yeah, I believe it is Shakti.
And then moving forward Kiadi Mundi because she was a Jedi. Now he's gonna go ahead and take cover and just probably take a move action here just to get up onto that point.
Yeah, this is big. This is a big opening turn for Kevin because he neglected the 3rd point coming from the Vader attack, and now he'll be scoring 4, which is big, so big.
So yeah, moving him just on top of that point, right onto that objective, taking that point, scoring 4 here. So it's going to go 2 towards Kevin's momentum. So there's going to be some flips. Matt's really going to have to look here at what he's going to do to flip some points. Pulls Iden here.
Ooh.
And in all reality, this is probably the best he can do. Like Vader getting shuffled back in, now going into Iden, is going to allow for him to make some serious moves towards getting some of these points.
Yeah, he has to send someone to recover one of these 2 side points.
Yeah, I mean, and you can. I think you could end up if you send one direction, one the other of like your. Yeah, we'll see what he can do. I mean, there's going to be a lot of things that are going to be able to do. Iden might be able to get some of those hunker tokens to disappear.
Yeah, if they decide to engage.
Yeah. So what Matt's looking at right now is where can he get some of these characters to basically. He's moving up to get within range 2 of the point. Yep, just the Iden tactic. Moving up his ISF to be within range 2 of the point in the hopes that he's able to sit there and take out Ki-Adi-Mundi.
Yeah. Okay, so one seemed to be going through the middle, midpoint, activating or interacting with the ingress point, putting him on the...
Going up on top of that gantry there, yeah. So, and what the nice thing about this, for at least for Matt, is now he's spreading out where that Gideon dice is going to be going. Like it's getting that Gideon dice bubble all over the place.
Head to the judges' table.
So now that was the tactic. He's basically moved all of the scouts forward at this point in time. They're all basically just kind of running forward, basically being able to hand out those Iden dice on basically every attack now. Or I'm sorry, the Gideon dice on every attack that he's going to see going forward.
This should be a very woundy game. Although it didn't start off pretty windy. Vader did not do Vader things.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, Vader. Vader didn't do quite exactly as much as he's going to, but like I think the next attack in the Yars is probably going to put him down. They only have 3 health remaining at this point in time. All right, so now we're looking at a move forward. Actually, probably that was just a. Yeah, just covert operations forward, looking to see what he can do. That gives her sharpshooter, or her focus for her sharpshooter. So she is going to be able to put a lot of dice into it. We're looking at probably
Mundi
putting 10 dice into Ki-Adi-Mundi here pretty soon. And basically just 2 opponents working together to sit there and make sure that like they're both understanding what they are. This is like basically just a tutorial on sportsmanship between the two of these players.
Yes, because it's bad when you don't want to feel like it's a gotcha, like
right.
Aha, but it's more like, hey, I want to be able to get within range of this character. I'm going to spend force to use this tactic. And this is my goal. If it's not, then, oh, well, I'm sorry for you. I'm like, oh, no. Oh.
Yep, and then use the Seeker droid, the ID-10 droid. Yep, to just basically to go ahead and remove that hunker token. So now he's basically losing the dice for the hunker and the cover.
Yeah,
so
all the good defensive dice, but yeah, that's about 2 dice that he just removed.
He lost 2 dice, and on ranged attacks, depending on what side he's on, it's either only 4 or 5 dice that he's rolling.
So going to the roll. Oh boy.
Yeah, so he was on the side. Basically 5 rolls, 2 fails in here. Looking like 3 crits, 4 strikes, only 2 blocks.
So 4 down.
4 down the tree. Let's see which way he decides to go with this. Yeah, so force enhanced reflexes, and so he's basically going to be putting that damage back on him. Kevin is so excited over here; he's almost dancing, just too excited. So yeah, Ki-Adi-Mundi is very, very durable.
6 expose, pin, shove.
6 damage, expose, pin, 1 shove. Shove is not going to get him off the point. Needed 2 here, so the point will stay with Kevin on this side.
That's true. Oh, he did get the shove. Oh boy.
So the pin expose, we'll see what he's going to do.
Recovering the pin.
Yeah, recovering the pin. That's kind of
the
what I expected was going to happen there, because now it gives him the ability to move him when he needs to move him to get back maybe up that egress point.
Force enhanced reflexes does 3 damage to Iden.
Yep. And he uses forced enhanced reflexes, I should say. Puts 3 damage right onto Iden at this point in time. So right now, basically every character that has activated other than Vader. And the second action is going to be to climb up there. So basically he was able to get up on the point and take that point back, which is fantastic. Was able to do that. I think the goal was maybe to sit there and be able to move Kiadi far enough off to where the ISF on the bottom was to take the point, and he could try to interact with another one. Didn't quite work out, but he does flip through to 1 point at least to sit there and score the 3.
Oh, man.
Flipping the Padawans wasn't I think what he wanted at that point in time. I don't think they're the ones that are going to go up and kind of take that point back. So he goes with the Padawans, puts them into reserve.
And he pulls Shakti.
Shakti probably can get done what needs to get done here.
Yes, I think so. We've seen her outperform almost in every match this Adepticon.
Yeah, she's been a very top performer as far as like the secondaries are concerned. But yeah, she did move a little farther forward here with Kiadi's activated ability, so she should be able to easily get to that point.
Oh boy.
So basically kind of just mulling over where he wants to go with this, what he wants to do. I mean, going back and scoring, taking that point back might be beneficial. What he's looking at now is basically Kiadi's or Shakti's activated ability, how he wants to take a look at that, what he wants to do with that particular ability.
It looks like he's sending Vader, I believe. Yeah, he's sending Vader with Shakti's ability.
Yes, because he can move another Galactic Republic character, another mercenary. Vader having that Galactic Republic tag allows him to move him farther up the board.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yep. And that's one of those things, like in what we're talking about at the reveals, that they were taking a look at Vader. That's one of the things that maybe that's going to be going away, which makes playing Vader in this list not as good.
Yep.
And then because she does that move,
Yeah.
one character in her unit, she gets to do a jump. So she's basically almost on the midline before she even has one single action.
Yeah. Very dangerous for Aiden right now.
Yeah, Aiden, with the 3 damage already on her from that super deflect, like I like to call it, she could be looking at taking a little bit of damage with all of this when all this is said and done.
Yeah, in my mind, it's like Moondy's with a lightsaber baseball bat. He just really puts a swing onto it, and it just launches right back.
Exactly. So, I mean, depending on the route that he wants to go, there's a lot of different things that Kevin can do depending on how far down the tree he goes. So basically, they're just talking about how close you're going to get to the egress point and things along those lines, kind of just showing how measurement's going to work.
Well, also, in theory, if Shakti does get the shove off on her second tree, is there legal placement for... What is that?
Yeah, there's some sort of a loud beep going on in the background.
I'm sorry, folks, if you heard that.
But yeah, that's kind of just... Again, we're in a convention center. There's a lot going on here, so probably some sort of equipment or something doing that. But yeah, but the other thing to keep in mind is Shakti, if she does, even if she doesn't get a shove, she can use her force repulse for 2 force.
Yes. Well, I think what Matt and Kevin were discussing was the legal placement.
Right.
Because Moondy's already down there, and depending on the angle where Shakti comes up from...
2 damage Vader dice into the ISF.
Ooh.
Yep. So she's going to the ISF here.
Okay.
Okay, I think I kind of see the line that he's trying to take, but we'll let this play out. So I think what he's trying to do is get that wound on the ISF. On his tree, he has a jump, and then if he he can get up there, jump, and do maybe do this force repulse when he gets up on top. So it's a little bit easier to sit there and go down the tree with this.
But Shakti does suffer 2 damage for it.
Shakti does suffer 2 damage in order to sit there and add the Vader dice. Looks like 4 successes and a disarm is going to be going through here.
4 down the tree, apply disarm through expertise.
Yep, yeah. So 4 down the tree, disarm from her expertise going onto the ISF right off the bat, who still have not activated. And this is one of the things about the ISFs. They become because they're so far forward when you deploy them, they are pretty easy to sit there and put an attack into.
In total, 8 damage and strain through her tree.
Oh, boy.
8 damage and strain through her tree.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah, so 8
okay.
damage total with a strain because there was also a disarm on the tree, so that second disarm basically just turns it into damage. So 7 to 8 damage, strain and disarm on the
Yeah,
ISF.
that's our first wound of the game.
Yeah, pretty great attack there for Shock T. I mean, basically just performing like we've been seeing all weekend with her. She's just really hitting it hard.
Makes me want to pick up the box. Gotta start playing Galactic Republic now. Oh my goodness.
I mean, she's just good. I don't see a reason not to pick up this box. If you are a Republic fan, you definitely want to sit there and give them a run. I see it's in my opinion that this is what kind of turned it for Republic. This is kind of, I think, the change, the swing in the meta we were looking for. But yeah, definitely a wound on the ISF. Yep. The interesting part here is, like, so this wounds the ISF while they're still in the wounding the ISF while they're still in the order deck. So yeah.
So Kiadi got rid of his exposed, and now he's dashing. It seems like he might want to interact with the Ingress point and then climb up.
And that this list has just a lot of movement.
It does.
A lot of movement, and they're kind of just discussing where what can move and where certain things can go. Yeah, this looking like a strong start for Kevin here, as far as everything goes. So already wounding the ISFs this early in, really just third activation in, getting a wound on the ISF, putting them in a position where they might not make it through. If they're going to 3 struggles, we might not see them actually leave the board.
He might not see the reroll bubble.
Right. All right, yeah, they're just looking at basically, again, placement stuff here. Where can somebody go to climb a ladder?
Choosing not to dash, he's just healing the exposed.
Okay, so basically choosing not to dash, just healing the exposed based off of, looks like he's not able to get 100% where he wants to go.
Fair. You know, you can't have it all. You really can't have it all.
No.
But
so what doesn't look like we'll flip this point because Iden is still healthy. Well, we're still going some stuff here. Yeah, doing the force repulse is really what it comes down to here. So force repulsing Iden is going to force repulse Iden right off of that top point.
yeah, what a weird angle.
She's actually going to go straight up into the air because she's directly underneath him, and then fall down to the ground. And because she's not a force user, would do 3 damage. No, that's not correct, sir.
Her head
That's
just
not,
goes
that is not
kerclunk
accurate
on
at
the
all.
side of the gantry, and her body just hits the ground.
Yeah, not an accurate statement by myself.
But one that I would love to see. Yes, the famous Matt head.
He keeps it clean, folks.
He
keeps
does.
it clean.
It's very shiny.
Yep, gotta love it.
Ooh, Vader
And
again.
Vader is back on the menu. So right here, what we're looking at is basically recovering the force from Vader.
Yes. And I believe Kevin did flip that point, so he did score 4.
Yeah, with the force repulse basically allowing him to flip that point, basically pushing everybody off. It pushed Iden off of that top point, getting it to where, excuse me, getting where Kiadi Mundi and Iden are, or I'm sorry, Shakti are both engaged in that point. Kevin's telling us that his heart's just beating so fast.
Yeah. Oh my
Pretty
goodness.
sweaty game going on over here for the two of them.
So it looks like Vader spent a force for anger, hate, and aggression. That's
Yep.
what it's looking like.
Would make sense. I mean, you just basically get right up on that point. And here's where we're going to see the R-Slitting go down.
Well, hey, you took out my supports, I take out your
Yeah.
supports.
The difference here is that the ARFs are not going to, are already out of the order deck. And like I said, I see the ARFs, or basically, once the ISF activate again, that would be the target that I would probably be going right after.
It's a really juicy target.
Yeah.
Because it's still struggle 1.
Yep.
And if they do pop out before then, they're not going to make it to struggle 2.
To be fair, though, I think Matt probably would probably reserve them.
Yeah, and honestly.
Yeah. Now what they're doing here is just checking range for that Gideon dice to see if it is going to hit. A little bit of teamwork to kind of make the dream work as far as determining the range.
A great opponent so far. I mean, it's something that you wouldn't want to rob your opponent of. And although it is going against you, it's more common sense. Just help the guy out.
Exactly. Yep. So here we go for the anger, hate, aggression, spending that force, leaving Matt on 3 at this point in time.
Yep.
So Matt down to 3, and here comes the attack.
Oh boy.
Lots of dice get rolled. One block, 2 expertise on Kevin's side.
So we did see the failure.
Yep.
And the Gideon dice has already been added.
Gonna put that exposed right back on Vader. Looking like a lot of successes. It looks like 3 crits and 6 hits, blocking 2 of them. So 6 down the tree.
No
6 down.
way.
It's gonna be a full tree by Vader. Basically, he just needs to do 3 damage to the ARFs, and then that was going to wound him. So I think it's fair to say.
You think Vader can do that?
I think it's fair to say on a full tree, Vader can do 3 damage.
I think Vader can do a lot more than 3 damage.
Probably a little bit more.
No,
Yeah.
Disarm and a handful of shoves.
Disarm, some shoves. It's basically going to put that enough damage on there to wound him. So ARFs are going to go take a little bit of a nap. They'll wake up probably a lot later because we still have quite a bit of the deck to go through on both sides. So Kevin still in his order deck still has his Shatterpoint, still has the Padawans in reserve, Vader 1, Rex. Okay, and recovers the exposed with his last action. So no exposed Vader.
And
So-
just like that, Matt flips 4 points with Iden's tactic.
Yep, with Iden's tactic, gets somebody back, flips the 4 points, and now it's a ball game again, folks.
Yeah, it is.
All right, so I still don't think the right move is the Padawans at this point in time. Probably going to be pulling from the top of the deck and just seeing what he's going to get. So pulling from the top of the deck again, he's got a Shatterpoint, he's got Rex, he's got Vader 1. All things that can fill. Yep, pulls off the top of his deck, and here comes the Shatterpoint card.
Oh boy. Yeah, depending how this goes down.
This is a sabotage. The Shatterpoint is refreshing a force.
Yep. So because we are in sabotage, he's going to be refreshing a force here. Which he has to go with the Shatterpoint because he does have the Padawans in reserve. So refresh that force. Back up to 5.
That's good to know.
Yeah, a lot of force here. I mean, he isn't hurting for force, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, I'm a Mando player, so I'm happy with the 5. But 8 would be awesome.
All right, now Kevin's just kind of deciding what he wants to do, who he's going to be going with, kind of thinking through the different lines. Like Kiadi might be worth going for. It might be worth Shock T. Because Iden is kind of a nice target up here if you wanted to take her down. Maybe looking at Gideon. I think he's kind of looking at what he can do with Gideon.
Yeah.
I mean, and taking Gideon also still in the order deck.
Yes.
Being able to sit there and potentially take his extra dice off of the table in the later struggles.
That's strong.
It could be huge. I mean, so you're basically looking at can I put him down? Can I one-shot Gideon Hask so that when he comes back up in the order deck again, when he actually shows up, maybe put that second wound on him and put him out so that he only gets 2 activations this game.
Yeah, that'd be rough for Matt. But
Yeah.
although he's doing a fine job at recovering from Kevin's early onslaught, but it looks like he's picking Vader, or at least I think he picked Shock T. He is dashing Vader
Dashing
up,
Vader with Shock T. So
and Shock T is jumping.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, Shock T has shown that she can put 8 damage into somebody.
Yeah.
Pretty easily, and again, the Iden box is known for its shooting. I mean, and not so putting him into melee, he's only going to have 6 attack dice. Yeah, 5 across the board for his attack or for his defensive dice. So yeah, let's see. I mean, you're not able to expose anybody. I think they're out of expose range of those ARF troopers, which would have been even better. But he's still far way back in his deployment area, so I don't see much happening other than the dash from Iden.
So it looks like a dash coming from.
Yeah, and they're right now kind of just trying to figure out ranges of what they can do there and everything along those lines. Really just trying to look at what can be done. They're kind of discussing through again. All right, so basically kind of just deciding on what the next course of action based off of what was available, because Gideon being just a little farther back than I think he was expecting. All right, so just kind of going, because this is a pretty pivotal moment for Kevin. It really wants to make sure he gets the most out of this activation here with the Shatterpoint card. The Shatterpoint is, like your one of your most important activations you possibly can have.
Climb action, 2 damage, Vader dice.
All right. Okay, so basically he went with Kiadi here, it looks like. So he does a climb action, took 2 damage on Kiadi to sit there and get the Vader dice. So I believe that puts him up to 8 damage.
Yeah, that's quite a lot.
But really looking to take out Iden here, I think, is what the ultimate goal is. It looks like he's just kind of debating
What stance he wants to be in.
what stance he wants to be in before he makes this attack.
Yeah, because Iden's not that far off. She just has 6 more health.
Correct, yeah. Iden's sitting on already has 3 damage on her, sitting on 9. No conditions at this point in time, but for Kiadi Mundi to get 6 damage with Vader dice, it is very feasible, very plausible that he can end up doing that. Especially with Iden being weaker to melee attacks. All right, so Kevin, is quite a bit of a debate which side he wants to be on here. There is the Shi'an side is much more heavy with the heals on the top side of that, versus whether he wants to sit there and potentially look at the Makashi side with all of the shoves. So it is going to be easier probably to get that wound. 11 dice attack when it's all said and done. So he is on the Shi'an side. I don't think Matt really likes what's going on here with his dice. He's just yelling shoo, shoo, shoo all over again. But when it's all said and done, looks like just 2 successes.
3 damage, recover, shove. Kiadi's back down to 7.
Okay.
3 damage, recover, shove.
Has 3 damage left.
So 6 on Iden. Kiadi is going to basically use is going to be able to heal 1 damage off of himself. So he's just sitting at 7 at this point in time. So not quite doing what I think he was wanting to do as far as maybe the damage, but he is going to shove her off of that point, flipping it back.
Yeah, he scores 3 at least.
Yep. Kevin scores 3. Not being on the same elevation, Kevin kind of just follows up on that shove, putting himself in a position to kind of maybe block that egress point a little bit. Scores 3, brings it back to his side.
I will say the crowd for the rest of the games is significantly less louder than it was a couple of days ago. People are way more focused.
Yeah, I mean, and the group that we have here is much smaller. We're down to the top 32, and that's what's closest to us. They also have a premiere going on as well, a premiere event for those that did not make it into day 2.
See, if he would have targeted Haas, I mean, who knows what the dice would have gone, but look who appears now.
Yep, Gideon Hask here is now coming up. Yep, Gideon Haas comes up and immediately makes a covert operations to go ahead and move and get that focus. Looking to see what he can do to maybe flip this point. There's been this bottom point over here has been just the main point of emphasis going forward. Hope everyone's having a good Saturday and their day is off to a good start.
All right. So, targeting Mundi. He's spinning force for his enhanced reflexes.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one here.
It should be. Only one expertise on the Mundi roll. And it looks like conversion of a crit. You already had the Gideon die. So it looks like blocking 2, 4 down the tree.
4 down the tree, 1 damage auto from expertise.
Nice.
All right.
So a damage already in.
Damage already in the pool.
I mean, with Mundi, you only need 3 more. So with 4 down his tree, I believe Mundi is going down.
All right. Let me take a look at kind of what's going on with this one.
Yeah, so Mundi was left on 3 health. A damage from the expertise already puts him on 2. And Matt has 4 down his tree to play with however he wants.
Yeah, so no matter what, it's going to be a wound on Kiadimundi at this point in time. It's just a matter of what kind of conditions he's going to look at probably putting on him. Double shove and a dash. So no conditions, just shoving him twice, dashing to where he can probably get back onto that point. Unless he's body blocked. It looks like it's going to be kind of difficult. Might body, depending on how the shoves come down, he might have been body blocked from that egress point. But I believe he'd still have 2 bodies on it to the 1 down at the bottom. Nope, but he's able to hit that egress point, it looks like.
Well, he did get the dash from his expertise. Yep. Not from his expertise, from his tree, so. Oh boy, scoring 4 again. Yeah, this was a good, strong opening for Kevin.
Trigger strain shock T.
Ooh, trigger strain shock T.
Yeah, I didn't.
1 damage off of Iden. She's at 5 now.
And Iden now at 5 damage with some heals going on.
Nice. Yeah, all in all, good turn for Matt.
Yeah, I think this was the turn that he kind of needed.
Last action, take cover.
And then just taking cover. Now 4 points in Matt's favor. Just all sorts of back and forth going on here.
No, I have family calling me. Can't answer right now.
Nope, sorry, fam. Someone's busy.
Too much intensity is going on here. Matt, what seemed like a good turn for Kevin is now gone opposite. Matt scoring 4 again. It's just an intense war of tug of war.
Very, very much a big back and forth going on here. So definitely exciting to see kind of how this is going to end up. All right, now Kevin decides to take the Padawans out of reserve. No time like the present, I guess, for something like that. There's nobody left really on that side of the board. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe could have left them there waiting to see if the ISF would activate again. But here we are. Makes a move action.
A move action and
kind of just looking at maybe putting
Iden to sleep.
Some attacks into Iden. Like that's where he's kind of looking at can he get over by Iden? Maybe can he get over? The only other target over there I think is the ISF, which are down. Gideon's up on top of that tower, so he's not in an ideal place to go.
Yeah, how many more rounds do we have today?
This is only round 1. We have 4 more to go, or 3 more to go. So we're going to play until we get down to a top 4.
It should be fun.
Yeah, going to be quite the day. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, so it looks like he is moving up with Padawans.
Yeah, he's going to use the
Stash.
force rush to get them a little farther forward, basically kind of get them to where they can do their attack because they only have a melee attack. Granted, it's 6 dice.
It's 6 dice, and with Vader dice, turns into a 9-die attack.
Correct. Yeah, you can't be looking at Vader dice. I mean, they only have 6 steps on their tree. Or, I'm sorry, 5 steps on their tree at the very most. Looking at the very best they can do is going to be the 5 damage.
Yeah, 5 damage. I mean, 2 attacks.
Right.
Looking at 10.
Yeah, so the nice thing is, again, that, they get the focus on there, too. So actually, there's a lot going on here. Actually, will turn into a 10-dice attack with the focus, and if they take the Vader dice as well.
Oh, boy.
2 attacks, potentially 5 damage each if they full tree. Could be 10 damage, can definitely put just about anyone down. Really, I think... Yeah, let's take a look at this attack.
Yeah, this is a lot of dice. I see Kevin counting them in his hand right now.
All right, and stretch out with your feelings to heal Shock T as well.
Uh-oh. Matt doesn't look proud of his roll.
Yeah, not looking... I mean, a lot of expertise, not exactly what you're wanting to see. Just 1 block. 3 expertise over there for Kevin. No crits. Basically looks like 3's going to go through. Not too bad.
No.
3 down the tree.
Uh-oh, Kevin did not like his result.
Yeah, I think he's going to be 1 short of being able to get the wound is what happened, and that was the concern I think that we were having. Like, he split up his Padawans and really was hoping that they were going to get this wound here.
Yes, because, I mean, there is some juicy targets here, but...
So I think just the positioning overall, he took a risk. He took a risk for sure on which way he was going to go. And now this attack, not getting those 4 down the tree, is kind of going to hurt him a little bit.
And just shy by 1.
Yep. Just off by 1. I mean, this game is a game of just slight misses and slight hits. So I think that's one of the bigger things that we got to keep in mind is that it's you're taking a risk. You took a little bit of a risk, and sometimes it's going to pay off. Sometimes it won't. All right. So the Padawans basically did do Vader dice. They healed 1 off of themselves. So they are at 1 damage now. They healed also 1 damage off of Shock T and the strain. And only 2 damage to Iden, putting her at 7. So she is alive on 2.
Yeah. Well, she got a heal off her expertise and a reposition, so she's just in a better place now.
Yeah, this was
that's tough. Probably the worst outcome that Kevin could have hoped for.
Yeah, Kevin really needed this wound here. Isn't going to sit there and get what he needs. Looking like with not flipping that point, not getting those wounds, what's basically going to happen is Kevin is only going to go to 0, it looks like. They're both going to get expertise off of that, meaning that with a wound, Matt can just turn this. Yep. Matt's going to be able, like I said, both get that. Matt with a wound can end up winning this round. Or winning this struggle, I should say.
Well, who does he pull to do the job? Yeah.
Waking up the ISF here.
That's interesting. Do you think you would want to reserve those?
with the way the game state is, I don't think so. The Padawans are close enough, they're a pretty easy target with 1 damage on them. You could double attack into them to get the wound, which automatically puts you into the position of winning the struggle. And then he's just focusing down on struggle 2. So I don't think it's the wrong move at this point in time.
Yeah, it's just what Matt needs is just the wound and to score 4. So I think right now he's positioning himself for struggle 2, and he is probably going to bully the Padawans.
Yeah, that makes the most sense, I think, here is to sit there and go into the Padawans, see what you can do as far as, like, hopefully getting a wound onto them. If you can get a wound onto them, that's automatic a win for this one.
And here goes the shots into the Padawans.
Yeah, because Arfs are down, Coyote's down. Shakti's going to be a little more tanky. I don't think she's going to be the target that you want to go into.
No, with the expertise. Ooh, Kevin ends up pulling out 3 crits and 2 hits. Oy, Kevin ended up just 1 expertise. Oh, yep. So
4 down the tree.
4 down the tree.
I think that's going to probably just about do it. Five damage, pin, strain. That puts 6 onto the Padawans. So it is going to probably be looking at a second attack into the Padawans. So going into the Rhodian, 2 fails here, 2 expertise. Gideon dice. That crit is all that really I think he's going to need to make this happen.
Oh, no. But why are they so easy to kill? Poor Padawans. Yep, Matt already come to the...
Deflecting for 1 damage, not going to do a whole lot there. And get rid of their strain. But that is going to be enough to put them down.
Poor guys. Well, he only needed to do 6. He did way more than Bayon, but let's go to the Padawans. Yeah, struggle 1 in 4 wounds altogether in this game. It is rough.
Yeah, it's been a pretty brutal one so far.
Oh, bonjour for France.
Bonjour indeed. Thank you for joining us.
It looks like we have some Kevin fans in the chat.
Games are going great, Nino. I think this has been a fantastic run so far. We've had 8 amazing games the first 2 days. This one's turning into a real great one as well. Kevin got out fast here in the struggle. Kind of slowed and then kind of hit a little bit of a wall. Matt really brought it back. Now they're looking at struggle 2 here, looking to see. Kevin really needs to pull this one out in order to kind of bring himself back in the game. No matter what the center objective is going to be on. So that's why that one is highlighted now with the expertise. So that's going to be that priority point. And really kind of just deciding where to go, because it looks like they have like a bunch of different ones lit up right now.
Yeah, I think they're turning some off now.
Yeah, they're trying to, I think, okay.
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be the triangle Fairverine.
I don't think it's a triangle. I think it's...
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, kind of a small, I guess the small triangle, so to speak. Just basically kind of the center point and then the 2 side points on the top of the screen. Looking here to see Kevin needs to get a good run. I don't think there's anyone. Oh, yeah, there's still some people on the back point on Matt's side. There is still, looks like Vader is on the other point. So it's the expertise is going to be, they'll call.
The one that Matt is already claiming.
Matt is already on it.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so Matt's already got 2 of the 3 points locked down. An uphill battle for sure. Here's Rex, though. I don't think Rex can get a move on Soldier to potentially get Vader up there, but I don't think Vader's going to be able to get all the way up to that point, unfortunately. So kind of debating on what he wants to do with Rex. Still in his deck is Vader 1 and his Shatterpoint, I believe. No, he already had a Shatterpoint. So going to use that ability on, looks like on himself. It looks like Rex is going to move himself.
Looks like he is going to go try to challenge that center point.
Yeah. Okay. It gets the disarm off of Vader is really big here.
That's pretty big.
Vader being able to swing with all of his dice on a potential clap back to somebody is going to be pretty good. I like, and one of the things with Vader, like Vader 1 being able to go maybe into Vader 2, he has the potential to actually wound Vader 2. I think that's pretty important. With Vader 2, if you can get a wound on him, it makes his activated ability worse. Yeah. Looking at probably attacking coordinated exposed to really try and get everything he needs to into these
ISFs.
Into the ISFs, right? Trying to put them down. I don't know if he can one-shot them, but that's what he's looking. Coordinated fire exposed definitely going to help with that.
Well, the ISFs do already have a ping damage from the Padawans, so he's only looking to do 7. I think Rex can do 7, but it's pretty far down his tree.
Expose will help. Of course, no Vader dice on this one. It is going to be well, maybe he did. He did move up right next to him. He might be willing to take the Vader dice. I think he's...
I mean, Rex is coming off full health. I mean...
3 fails, 1 block.
Oof.
This might be it for. This might be a good turning point for Kevin.
So
3 expertise by Kevin.
Okay. 2 crits.
Turns into 2 crits. That might be it.
That's his full tree. I think that's what Kevin needed.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think Kevin's going to be able to do something fantastic here for himself. Expose, shove, 7 damage is going to be enough to put ISF down for the second time.
Oh boy. And that is a second wound.
Yep. So the next time the ISFs come out of get activated, they're going to be leaving the table. We still got Matt still got a little bit of time to go here because he did shuffle Vader back in. We haven't seen Vader yet. We haven't seen Sergeant, Death Trooper escorts. So he still has, and I don't think we've seen his Shatterpoint card at this point in time either.
No. Looks like Kevin literally just has 1 card left.
Yeah. So all that Kevin has is Vader 1.
Okay, so the Chaotic Trigger is going to Shock T. It's a dash forward.
Yep.
Where will he position her?
Yeah, Kevin only has Vader in his deck left, which ideally could get all the way across the board just to flip that point, depending.
He has 2 Force left specifically for Vader.
Correct.
So I think he can.
Vader should be able to hold down that back point depending on what Matt pulls. But again, Matt has Vader 2, Sergeant, Death Trooper escorts, and I believe he still has his Shatterpoint as well. Here comes Shatterpoint, though.
Yeah, Shatterpoint. Aubrey's not here. I've been hearing that sound all week, and I think I'm kind of glad.
And yeah, the Shatterpoint is a dash on this one now. So now that we're in the struggle 2, it's no longer recovering the Force. We are down to getting the dash. He is looking at what he can do with Vader.
Oh, no. Not Vader into Rex. They're friends.
Not anymore.
Allies. Brothers, even, if some might say.
And Matt already having the primary point, the priority point at the back, does open up options for him. It does give him the ability to sit there and look at, does he want to go after the other Vader? Does he want to try and take out Rex?
So he rolled for the priority point. It's a point that he already has. So at this point, he wants to be able to break that momentum that Kevin just gained and retake that center point. And it looks like he was measuring his dash, followed by Vader's own dash they can spend a force on, but Kevin has one more card left, 2 force left, so he will be using up some of his force in order to do so. But taking back that middle point will help him score 3, keep this game alive, scoring back to land on 0. Each player gets a momentum, but it for sure will take a lot. There's going to be a lot of wounds this game, and Rex might be added if Darth Vader tries to take that center point. Okay, so yeah, so of course, just like in the Vader card, once upon activating, he refreshes the force. I believe he heals 2 as well.
He's going.
He heals 2, refreshes 1.
And he's going to be basically moving off, doing the dash.
Yeah.
And now anger hates aggression. Basically, he's just getting all over the place this time.
Oh man. So puts him within 1. So all that still has his 2 actions left.
Should be able to get the wound here. I mean, here's the thing: if he doesn't get the wound, look, there's just Matt is
Oh,
just
my
lining
goodness,
up
Matt.
a ton of dice, lining up a ton of dice. Kevin looks a little defeated before the dice are even rolled, based off of the amount of dice that we're seeing out of Matt here.
Yeah, Kevin gave me the saddest puppy eyes.
There was almost not enough room in the dice box for this. Close to about the best roll you can hope for.
And a Gideon die.
And the Gideon dice.
And
what are we looking at? 4 successes, it looks like?
I think we're looking at a full tree. Yeah, I think so. Matt's already counting the wound off Rex because he's not going to leave him alive.
Strained, disarmed, wounded
on Rex.
Yeah, I think Kevin's like not feeling it right now. Definitely not feeling it.
It's definitely a tight battle. After starting out so well, it's just
Iden disarms Vader on top of it. So now, just amazing. And then heals the expose off of himself. I mean, this is the best you can expect for as far as an activation is concerned.
This has been fairly good for Matt.
I think fairly good is an understatement.
Well, Kevin started strong right off the gate. Matt strong and steady, and it's just been brutal hit after brutal hit.
You got to feel for Kevin. It's just been disappointing. He was out for such a strong start at the beginning of this game, and then just slowly watching it get away from him.
Yeah, so Iden gets to be able to dash somewhere up. Yeah, no. It's like I said at the beginning of the game, the health pools that Kevin brought are just so significantly low for the aggro list that Matt's bringing.
Right.
Arf's already went down, Padawans went down, Rex went down, and Mundi went down. The ones who are left standing is Shaak Ti and Vader.
Right. Yeah, Kevin's taking his time on this one. He got the failure. It is the point that he's already owns it. So that is 2 points. Now we're really looking at how does he want to approach the rest of this activation with Vader.
Honestly, a wound would be preferable. I will say
it would be. I mean, he really needs to. I don't see him being able to sit there and get to where he can take that center objective. He's got the one Dark Trooper on there, as well as Vader. So you're just not able to flip the point. He's got to get all the way across the board in order to get to the point on the top right on Matt's side where the priority is the block. That's about the only way that I can see him kind of like.
Yeah, the scary part about it is that Stormtrooper Sergeant is the next pull. We have not seen him yet.
Well, he still has Death Troopers in there too. He hasn't pulled his Death Troopers. Vader did not have to get.
Okay, so he is recovering the disarm. And then Vader's Fury, just, I believe he is trying to make that stretch.
Yeah, he's lining up to see about a range attack on the on the Dark Troopers as well. So that's kind of where he's looking at is can he get to within a range of that?
Well, I think he can, but he wants to stay within 2 of that back point just to
Right.
make it a little bit more difficult for someone to come take it.
The last thing he needs is for a 4-point, like a 4-point swing.
A 4-point swing coming from Matt would be devastating. The ARFs do look just out and cannot hand out the exposed.
Yeah, it's a game of inches at this point in time, millimeters even.
I feel for Kevin. This is the game of millimeters, and that exposed can be really big. Vader can't secure the wound, and if the Death Troopers have not gone yet, it'd be easier to remove off the board.
Jake, have them call a judge if they need something like that, man. They will get back.
Oh boy. Nope. And here comes the defense roll. That would have been great if he was exposed. That's
Yeah,
all expertise, and looks like only 2 hits going through. So 2 down Darth Vader's tree, not enough to wound the Darth Troopers, but I believe some damage could go through. Yeah, so 6 down to 5 due to the Darth Troopers' protection. It's still a lot of damage. He could be softening them up, but that's if this struggle continues.
Yeah, not moving this nearly as far as he would have wanted to. I mean, only 2 got it. And now the Dark. So basically, that's a shuffle back in at this point in time on Kevin's side.
Yep, so forced refresh, brand new order deck. That looks like Matt's already plotting to take that back point away from Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, it's either Sergeant or it's Death Troopers. I don't like the Dark Troopers. I don't think he's got them yet.
So Matt's moving up with the Dark Troopers.
Yeah, it's off screen. You can't see, but he did pull the Dark Troopers.
Yeah, it's hard to see.
Well, he has it off the screen.
Oh,
That's
I
why
see,
you can't see
yeah.
it. So he did pull the Dark Troopers.
Yeah, so he's moving up with them. It seems like he wants to be within range of, I think, Vader.
Yeah, it looks like the priority point stayed back where Vader is.
So it's going to be a range attack into, I believe, Vader. Oh,
Into
shots to the
Shakti.
Shakti. She's, yeah, I forget. She is hiding underneath
The gantry there.
the gantry.
Basically looking like it's going to go 4 down the tree, which is pretty rough for Kevin again. 5-pin strain and shove. Basically, that's going to go up to, I believe, a total of 6 damage on Shakti at this point.
Oh, here comes the second attack.
Yeah, second attack. 4 expertise for Shakti. Basically, again, 4 down the tree. Yeah, I think that's going to wound her. She was already sitting on 6 damage with already a pin and a strain.
Oh boy. Oh boy, I can't look. And down goes Shakti.
Yeah, down goes Shock T. I mean, Matt's just putting on a clinic at this point in time.
Oh my goodness, almost everyone in Kevin's squad is wounded.
Yeah, we're looking at Arthur wounded, Gyati Mundi's wounded, Shock T now wounded, Padawan's now wounded, Rex now wounded.
Arf's wounded.
Yeah, the only person not wounded on his side is Vader. So the refreshing of the order deck was very important at this point in time. But Matt basically has just about everything he can. Moves one on this point. And then spending some force for some jump boots. Keeping 2 on that center objective.
So, I mean, he passed on the disarm again onto Vader.
Yep.
And now he's just positioned his Death Troopers to have strain out whenever attacking.
Correct. And the center objective is the live one here. On 0, but Kevin needs to do a little bit of work on this one. He is going to, ideally would want to have that center objective, didn't get it.
And he pulled the Shatter Point.
Pulls the Shatter Point. I mean, the best activation would be Vader. Well, no. I think where he kind of wants to go at this point in time is probably go with Shock T.
Okay, so he gains a dash.
Yep.
From the Shatter Point.
From the Shatter Point. Like I said, my first thought here is Shock T, because she can get up onto that point, do a repulse. Is this going to cost 3 force? He hasn't quite refreshed his force yet.
No.
But he is going to have full force at this point in time.
Yeah. He'll see it eventually when he wants to spend it. He'll be like, oh, wait a second. I should have more than this.
But he does have the full 8 force. Like I said, I'm not going to put in. They can't hear us from over here. My first thought would be to go Shock T, because you can't get her up there. You can do some force repulse.
With Shock T, you can at least get the center point secured.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You can repulse everybody. You should, depending on how you position, should be able to get everybody off of that top point, except for maybe Rex, which is a pretty good thing to do. And I think that's going to be kind of the way to go. And I think that's kind of what Matt's telling Kevin right now is kind of like helping him out at this point in time on how he can make this struggle work.
Well, I believe Kevin mentioned it. Kevin's handing out plans, or at least because with Shatterpoint, he's getting access to a lot of characters. Yep. And so Kevin at least wants to follow through with his plans and ask Matt for his perspective, since he is on the opposing side, but also just has a different look at the map and terrain. But so Shock T is getting Shatterpoint, and she gets a free dash. Okay, so she gets rid of strain. Okay, so the Shatterpoint. So her waking up gets rid of her strain. So no more strain for her. And luckily with the Shatterpoint dash, she gets rid of her pin. So she is now fully awake with no SAS conditions on her. Looks like she is dashing up one of the Padawans. Yes. So she gets to dash up a Padawan or Galactic Republic unit, and she gets the jump. So the jump, and depending on the positioning, so she dashed Kiati. She herself is going to jump, and depending on the positioning on the gantry, she can probably clear the center point.
Should be able to.
Should be able to.
%100% should be able to. Like, we'll see how this goes. Like I said, a lot of force is going to be getting spent, I think, here over the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, just looking for that perfect positioning. So for Vader to slide off in that Death Trooper, but if not, I think Shock T has a good chance of just damaging or at least wounding the Death Troopers. They already have 5 on them. Theoretically, 3 or 4 with their protection in order to get them down. Shock T is very capable of doing that. So.
Yeah, she's got the ability to do it for sure. That's just a matter of trying to figure out if that's the route he wants to go.
Okay, so it looks like a judge call, I believe, on positioning.
So basically just doing a little bit of
Yeah, no, dark. Yeah, so the Dark Troopers cannot be repulsed.
yeah. He just doesn't, and basically what it is Matt just basically wants to make sure that darks can't be repulsed. Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of what they're just discussing. They want to make sure that everyone is on the same page, that everyone understands what the rules are. I don't think there's really a dispute on this as much as there is they want to have a discussion that they're getting it right and there's no gotcha moments. I think that's, again, one of the things that Matt is really good about is having that communication, open and honest communication with his opponent.
Although it's going against Matt, no, Matt is correct. He's the one that asked for the judge call, and more importantly, Matt personally knows that there's probably, I think I heard him saying that there's already 2 entries about the same question and they contradict each other. So getting this to the head judge is really going to decide it. But if not, they're already playing it as if, so they can definitely rewind. There's nothing that they can't take back. And between the sportsmanlike conduct between these 2 players is really, they're friends. They are playing competitive, but at the end of the day, they're not going to be upset if something doesn't go their way.
So yeah, just taking a moment, like I said, they're kind of going through. And the rules form takes a little bit of navigation. So I think that's kind of what they're doing right now is just kind of trying to make sure that they're navigating it properly.
Okay, so it looks like Shakti took her jump. She's in position now. So she's focusing, getting her extra die, and she's suffering 2 damage to get Vader dice.
Yeah, I think this, like I said, this is a very pivotal turn. We want to make sure we're getting the right answers. And there's not any confusion by any means with any of this. So quite a bit of dice getting rolled on both sides.
Oh no.
A lot of expertise, a lot of fails in that attack roll. I'm seeing at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
A lot of fails.
6, 7, 8. Oh my gosh, nothing out of Shakti. Just so many fails.
No.
That is so brutal. Heartbreaking for Kevin.
No, I don't want to look.
Just absolutely heartbreaking.
Oh no.
The exact opposite of really what you're wanting to see here. Yeah, just a brutal roll for Kevin. Yeah, 1 shove, 1
2
damage.
damage to 1. And a shove. Yeah, no, those Dark Troopers can be taken when they like, but all that dice and all those fails, it shows you that this game, although has so many abilities and tactics to use, still at the mercy of dice.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's a dice game.
Yeah.
Sometimes, like we say, dice are going to dice.
Got it. So luckily there was an ally within, or a wounded ally within 3 of Shakti. So her, what would be 3 force cost, force repulse, down to 2, and she is throwing Vader off the gantry.
Yeah, not the outcome that basically Kevin was looking for in this match, but end result I think is going to get there.
Yeah, so the Death Trooper gets the shove off, so he's no longer there, and now they're just throwing, I say throw, they're chucking the ISF that was on top of there as well.
Yeah, just kind of pushing everybody off, getting everybody out. And I believe, and the ISF that's there is wounded anyway. So that's not going to impact that. So Kevin should be able to be flipping this point back unless I'm
Kevin
missing
flips the
something.
point. He didn't get the wound, but he did get the point. So he's scoring 3. It's on his side of the board. Kevin is still in this, I believe.
Yeah.
I believe.
He's still in it. Just like it wasn't the outcome he was looking for. Because 3, if he had ended up getting the expertise here or the wound there, he would have ended up getting that extra momentum. point goes back to the one that Matt currently has. So Matt's scoring 2 at least. Now he's looking at, here's Sargent, though. It's not the greatest activation for him. So all of that being what it is, I think it actually is pretty good for Kevin.
Oh. So Dark Troopers are advancing off of their tactic?
Yeah,
or?
using some damage, putting some damage
Oh,
on
from
him.
Stormtrooper, yeah.
Stormtrooper Sergeant's going to put it a little bit, punch him in the face and get him moving, basically.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's going to keep them alive on 1 at this point in time. Ideally, what he's looking like, kind of what he wanted to do here.
Yeah, well, he sent 1 to go further and contest the back point where Kevin's Darth Vader's at. Okay, so coordinate strain going into...
Coordinated strain, figuring out the dice. He's Matt pulling out the card to show everybody. Here's how much dice I'm rolling. Coordinated strain from the Dark Troopers.
So they're like just 2 down the tree of Stormtrooper Sergeant. So 2 damage.
Recover shove.
No.
Recover shove?
Yeah, I think it's the
Recover shove.
Recover shove?
Recover shove.
Recover shove. And down goes Shakti.
Pushing Shakti off of that point. Nobody alive except for the Dark Troopers on that point. That flipping it back to Matt, scoring 3, going back to 0 again.
My goodness.
Okay, so here's really what it comes down to. Let's see what point we end up getting, who we flip. It's the broken, it's the fail.
So
it's
Kevin.
2 points for Kevin.
Kevin's scoring 2.
So what happens here now is Kevin just needs to take 1 point and get a wound, and he can win the struggle. Padawans are not the answer here.
Well, hold on.
Okay, well, he wakes him up, puts 2 on the point. That's fine. Yeah. Oh, no, you're right. I hear you. I see where you're going already.
Hold on. We can't say it loudly, but there is a game path with the Padawans.
Yes. They can just go up. Well, Padawans can go fight the Dark Troopers.
They just have 1 health.
Yeah.
Dark Troopers left on 1. He can't get the wound, and he can't get the point.
Kevin's over here like these darn kids. Yeah. These darn kids. What am I going to do with them? I don't think he's thinking through it right now. He was so focused.
He's going through the motions.
Is he going to keep him?
Is he?
Is he going to rely on the children to sit there and do what he needs to get him to struggle 3?
Oh, boy.
I mean, ideally, though, this is, when you think about it, the best case scenario is if this works, because now you don't have the dead activation of the Padawans in struggle 3. So let's see. Yeah,
Padawans are waking up.
Yeah, I mean, in retrospect, looking at it, I think this is a pretty good way to go. It's at first you're just like, oh, this is brutal.
Yeah,
not the little ones.
Not the little boys.
We will be looking to roll the next round at 11:15.
Yeah, at first you were thinking not the little ones.
Okay, so dash focus, any within range of Shakti. Okay, I see what he's doing here. Very smart. I believe the children are the future.
That's yeah. You might get me singing if you keep that up. I don't know.
Oh, man, what a good. Wow. I thought about the sentence I was going to say. It did not sound right. But yeah, what a good use for the children to take that midpoint away. So he's under the gantry. Where is he sending them? It looks like okay. We saw this the first time with Kevin. He's sending them in different directions.
One. I mean, to be fair, 1 wound one damage wounds them, wins him the struggle. He is openly relying on this wound going through, but he's also getting them over to the different points. He's going to try and simultaneously set up for struggle number 3.
Fair enough. Okay, so he sent one to go. Well, all right. Fair enough. So he's moving action, and then he climbed with the second. Okay, so
I love how we're referring to them the hammerhead and the road.
Oh no! Oh, look at those dice.
Yeah.
Now that's a dice roll right there.
There we go.
There you go.
That's what we're looking for. I mean, he basically just punched him in the face with Vader to sit there and make sure he gets another 5 down the tree. I think they only needed
the
1.
Darth Troopers. Oh boy. Yeah, so it looks like he got the damage into the shove. Ooh, double shove and reposition off that battle one. That was a nice hit. So not only do the Dark Troopers get the wound, but he's also pulling off the double shove.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, he's pretty much got exactly what he needed out of this activation, and it's fantastic to see Kevin kind of getting back into it.
Sorry, recovering the Vader damage.
Okay, so recovering.
Was just going to test the second attack into the Dark Troopers.
Yep,
Got it.
just a second attack into the Dark Troopers. All right, Kiadi trigger dashing Kiadi. And I think Kevin's going to end up pulling this one out.
I think so too.
Which is, I'm glad to see it. I mean, it's been a brutal first 2 struggles for Kevin. I mean, being able to kind of claw back into this one is fantastic to see.
And the younglings being the one to do it. It's amazing.
Yeah, using the lightsaber. Exactly, Quincy. Younglings. The young punk kids, man, coming in just saying, "Here, look what I can do."
Yeah. Post this one for the gram. Wait, well, hold on.
Did he win the struggle? Okay.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, oh my goodness, my heart.
Yeah, threw me off. I'm like, wait a second. He won the struggle. Why is there all that momentum on there?
All right, so yeah, so it looks like winning.
All the momentum on there. I'm like, what happened? How did he not win? Yeah, Dark Troopers did get wounded on this one. They only had 1 damage left, so they definitely got wounded.
Yeah. Our Eyes of the Skies was also very invested into the game.
Yeah,
this game has been very entertaining.
All right, so Gideon Hask going. Basically going right back into Shock T.
A bigger triangle.
Right, just the top center and then the 2 bottom points.
Nice defensive roll from Shock T.
Right, yeah, I mean, three.
Yeah.
Basically, only 2 down the tree with Gideon Hask is always good. 4 damage into Shock T.
That wounds?
No, she just woke up.
Oh, she just. No, well.
I believe that's just a total of 4. I don't think she had anything else on her. We'll take a quick look just to make sure we're looking at that correctly.
Oh, boy. See, I called it. Shock T wounded again. She did suffer 2 damage from the Vader dice, the first attack that she whiffed. And somewhere along the line, she took another 2 damage from something else. So that is a wound. Yeah, see.
I must have missed that one, but yeah.
Yeah, well, the first big attack that she did, she suffered damage for the Vader dice, and she got nothing for it. Okay, so looks like Rex got pulled. Is he gonna wake up? What can Kevin pull from this? Looks like Matt only scored 2 that round or that activation. The priority point is on the back point. So no one has that point. The closest person there is Kevin's Vader.
And a dead ARF.
And a dead ARF. I believe if he goes with Rex, he can spend Force to dash up Vader.
He takes the strain off from waking up.
Okay, so Rex wakes up and takes off his strain. He uses that. There you go. Kevin's using Rex's dash ability to dash Vader onto the point. Yep.
Getting Vader onto that point. So, yeah, it looks like Kevin's creeping and crawling back into this is fantastic.
Yeah, I love this. I love this climb that Kevin's doing. Putting Vader within 2 of that back point, claiming it. Now, what is he going to do with Rex? He's in the center. He can go to either or. There's an ISF on the left point, and it looks like another this is another ISF on the right point.
2 force defensive maneuver.
So 2 force defensive maneuver.
Gains a bunker. Clears disarm.
Okay.
Just a lot of movement here is really what's going to come down, but he's going to try and get onto this back point. And looks like he's going to get there.
They agree there's line of sight. He's going to go for a melee attack.
Yep. So gets into onto the point, agrees line their sight, basically going to do a melee attack here. 2 fails, 2 expertise, 1 block on Matt's side.
So
pulling out the fail.
I believe he suffered damage from the Vader dice.
Yeah, which makes sense. Full tree.
Full tree. Let's go. Oh, this is what a comeback story for Kevin. I mean, who knows how this is going to end? But as of right now,
2 recovers, 2 shoves, reposition.
okay. So 4 damage, 2 shoves, and a reposition for Kev.
Reposition just lands in a bad spot.
Yeah, just
Okay.
repositioning basically to where he's right up against that rock formation to try and make sure that he is not getting shoved off of that point in a pretty decent way.
Padawans recover strain with Kiadi dash.
Padawan's recovering the strain on that Kiadi dash. Again, looking fantastic here.
Okay, so now 2 bodies on the back point. That's nice. Yeah, scoring 3 and getting momentum.
Getting a momentum for the
mission critical.
Mission critical. He had a mission. Didn't he also get a wound there too? So
Who did he wound?
no, just a full tree. Sorry, he did not get one. So I mean, but mission critical, scoring some points. This is a tight one, man. This is really tight.
The next time they activate, they're off the table.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
So basically, he pulled the ISF, immediately reserved them, which makes sense because they're going to be leaving the table. So you might as well wait for an activation that's going to have some lasting effects at this point in time. So it has the Dark Troopers.
Shatterpoint Premier players. Table postings are
So the
in
Dark Troopers
Longshanks.
wake up.
Shatterpoint Premier players. Table pairings are in Longshanks.
Use white. Well, wait for that thing to try. Oh, cool, bro.
I have white with musical, right?
Dry brushing would do wonders on the lightsaber. Dry brushing. Do you have a good anything to do? Yeah.
And the Dark Troopers over here trying to bully some Padawans.
No, they've done so much this game. Stop it. Come on, Padawan. Show them what you're good for.
Robots beating up on kids, man. I don't like what I'm seeing here. 3 damage and a pin to the Padawans. So actually not too bad for the Padawans there. I mean, 3 damage and a pin. So for surviving the first attack. Let's see where he goes with this next one.
Okay, so he rolled too many dice. He's rolling again.
Padawans go down.
Oh no.
Again, I mean, that's kind of an expectation of them. So
Crap.
exactly what we want to see. For the Padawans, like I wouldn't say what we want to see, but what we expect. We expect them to kind of get beat up a little bit here.
I don't want to see Padawans get beat up.
It's what we.
It brought me to tears that one blonde Padawan who walks up.
Master Skywalker. Basically putting a strain on Rex right here.
Yeah.
With the wound trigger from
Yeah,
Iden.
that one little tiny Padawan where he's like, Master Skywalker, what are we going to do? Yeah, that one made me so sad. And I think the tearjerker part about it was that the lightsaber ignites and he flinches. That's
Right.
what makes me so sad. I remember seeing it for the first time and I was like, such an Anakin enjoyer. And as soon as I saw that scene, I was like, I hate this.
But yeah, here we go, man. It's just a back and forth struggle.
I would have won the game if it wasn't for those meddling kids.
All right, Matt makes it back on his side, getting that momentum. We are in crunch time here.
This is crunch time here.
So back point that Rex is on is the priority already.
Okay, so that's good. He's at least scoring 2.
He's scoring 2. That would get you back to center. It's not going to be enough. He needs to at least score 1 more point. Has the Arse waking back up, but there is a lot of... I think there's only, the Padawans back there? There's at least a Dark Trooper on the back point.
Yeah, Padawans are weakened.
No, they're down.
Wounded, so they're down. And he pulled ARFs. So
Yeah.
if ARFs wake up, they get bodies on the back point, so he's scoring 3 and perhaps getting a wound. So 3 and a wound, and then 1 for mission critical.
Perhaps. I mean, so like there is a way to kind of put himself in a good position going into struggle number 3 here.
Yeah, he's definitely going to make Matt fight for it. But if Matt's able to score 4 at any point, I think this is lights out for Kevin.
Yeah.
Oh, so Dark Troopers get activated. Oh, boy.
No, the Dark Trooper was activated on their last activation, so they are 100% fresh. There's nothing on them at all. So going into them is going to be an uphill battle for the Arse. I mean, the Arse are looking at... Yeah, I just don't see what they're gonna be able to do here.
Okay, so ARF Troopers are reserved, and he pulls Mundi.
And pulls Kiadi Mundi.
Ooh, no, that's a good one. Well, I say that, but I don't know.
I mean, it's an excellent decision, I think, here to go ahead and put them into reserve, simply because you want their most impactful activations, and I don't think that ARFs are going to be as impactful as you're wanting in this state of the game. Like, this is one of those, like, some people try not to reserve at all. This is one of those times where I think you kind of have to. I don't think the ARFs are going to be as impactful as you want, even when you're scoring those 2.
Okay.
Dashing Shock T,
So get rid of the pin. Okay. Now, here's interesting, because Kevin can play this and move Mundi to the left and have him stay there. He already has a guaranteed character activation on the top. So if Kevin decides to go out to the left route with Mundi and stay there and score 3 this turn.
Yeah, and which is what he's doing. He's focus punching, basically trying to just do what he can to get that. And he's going to add Vader dice in here. So he's basically just adding all of it. Seeing what he can do. Matt, basically 2 fails, 2 expertise. That's going to turn into 2 more blocks. Basically 3 blocks here. Okay, Kevin pulling out his fails, pulling his fails off to the side. Converting that crit basically into the hits. So 5 down his tree.
That's pretty good. I think that's a wound.
Should be pretty close to it with Kiadi. He should be pretty... At the most, I think you can probably push him off of the point. Okay. So 6 damage. 4 recovers. It's going to be wounding him. 2 basically, and a lot of the recovers here. So basically being able to do a lot of healing on top of getting that wound, so it gets that momentum. Going to be getting a second momentum when we get to, because of mission critical. Scoring 3 points, really putting the pressure back on Matt. And basically just kind of pushing him all the way back.
Iden or Haas that he hit?
I think that's just an IS. Yeah? And then the wound trigger from Kiadi Mundi is going to basically do some more loving things with some heals.
Is that a nice?
All right, now look, I can see some people starting to mill around a little bit. So let's see if we can kind of check on what's going out on the floor.
Oh, I don't want to look. I don't want to see the results. I'm scared.
Gideon Revenge Trigger is now going to happen.
See, it was
because it was Gideon. You're right.
Yeah.
All right. So looking at our brackets from Heat 1, Cody Hawkins did end up pulling the win out, as well as Kyle Tabletop Russell. They will be playing James Howard, and this is in the Heat 1. James Howard won. He has not gotten his opponent. Okay. Four crits and an auto damage by the Dark. No, not Dark Trooper.
No, that's from Gideon. So 6 damage double shove.
Oh, on the Gideon Hask Revenge. Just all sorts of damage coming back at Kiadi Mundi right here.
Man.
But the 4 recovers that he got, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
The 4 recover at least help him health, but the two shoves I think definitely takes
him right off of the point. Yeah, 2 shoves are always going to do it. Basically double shoving back onto the point. Brutal. Not hurting, not doing a lot of damage, but the brutal shove back off on that is just horrible for Kevin. All right, so looking back again, James Howard won his round, but the rest of not much. Duncan Galinas beat Sean Piccone.
No.
Still waiting to see who his opponent is between Gaigonda and that's the game.
That's the game. What an intense game.
And the hugging it out to finish it off, guys. I mean, what an intense,
rough.
Crazy game. Basically, stopping Kevin from scoring that point is really what did it.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. That was a clutch moment for Kev. Winning struggle 2 was such a clutch moment for Kev, and
he was in the fight.
He was definitely in the fight.
He definitely stuck around there. I think there was, like that clap back right there by Gideon Hask just was the nail in it, though. That really stopped it because Kevin really needed to score 3 points and really in order to make Matt have to work for it. Not flipping that point just was brutal because at that point in time,
he only scores 2.
He only scores 2 with momentum. It's as long as he gets the priority point, he's good. But even that, without that, a wound or going and flipping the other point, it's all over. So, yep, that was the ball game, folks. Fantastic game by both players, though. Amazing game by both players.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, rough time of it, though. So here we
go.
Rough. Come back to the desk here. Congratulations to Matt moving on. Tough loss for Kevin. Both amazing competitors, amazing game. Kevin just, like I said, he fell. I felt like he was in the driver's seat 100% when we started this at the beginning of the game and just kind of like slowly let it slip away from him.
Yeah, 11 wounds this whole game.
Yeah, this was
crazy.
Very bloody game. Very bloody game.
It was so much. And it's, Kevin started so well off struggle 1. But, yeah, immediately Matt just took it back. And I felt like Matt didn't leave the driver's seat until a little bit towards the end of struggle 2 where Kevin made that really good Padawan play. But just that Gideon Revenge Trigger came
it came up clutch.
That was amazing. Really good. These players are just really good players and overall and deep friends because they hugged right afterwards. That was such an intense game. No.
So looking at this, Matt Bronson in Heat 2 won. His opponent is not known. Daniel Johnson beat Christopher Sampson in the first round, so one of our locals going down there.
No.
He'll be Daniel Russell moving, or Daniel Johnson moving on. Sir Rusty beat Avery Ryan. That game is done, and then in the bottom of the bracket, Dork Esquire beat Red Wolf. And the defending champion has gone down.
No.
Matt Booker lost in his first round against Brendan Johnson. That is interesting. There was a lot of, but I think everyone was kind of gunning for Booker at this point in time. You know, the crosshairs were definitely on him as being the defending champ. So we'll see what happens here next round. I mean, we'll see what we get. We'll keep an eye out, figure out which next opponent or next game we're going to get for round number 2, the round of 8 per bracket, or 16, however you want to look at it. So yeah, we're going to take a little bit of a break here and get back to you as soon as I get a matchup. So I will see you, all of my wonderful friends, all of you, in a little bit of time. Kevin, yeah, he does the Hello There. He's been a guest on Hello There quite a few times. Super great game. Yeah, crazy game for sure.
It was a crazy game.
So we'll be back in just a few minutes. Don't go away. Keep us in mind. We'll be right back. We're back pretty soon, guys.
See you guys later. Bye.
Hey everybody, we're back. Basically just going to talk to you here for a little while as we get ready for round 2. And actually, I think I was wrong on the front end. We're doing 3 rounds today, which will get us down to our top 4. So we have 16 players remaining right now. After this one, we'll have 8 players remaining, 4 on each side. And then we'll get down to the final 4, which is pretty fitting, seeing how we are in March Madness time frame. So cutting down to the final 4. Just to kind of recap like where we are, let's go ahead and take a look at Heat 1 and the bracket over there. Cody Hawkins is going to be playing Kyle Russell on the top of bracket number 1 from Heat 1. Nick Downing is going to be playing James Howard. Scott B will be playing Damio Matt Serino after the win there. Godliness Duncan is going to be playing Qui-Gon Din, also known as Jonathan Borden. That one, Jonathan, again, has not lost a game all weekend long in Shatterpoint. He went 4-0 in the Swiss for this, went 4-0 in the team event, and now won again. He is kind of on a tear, as some would say, at 9-0 right now for the weekend. So he's looking to try and keep that streak going as we move through the end of into the weekend, into Sunday, and into the end. So see what happens there. But he's got a tough road going through Duncan, and then either Scott or Damio Matt is winning there is going to be a huge matchup as well. So the bottom of this bracket is just looking like a murderer's row of opponents. And again, like Blitz Monkey is fantastic. Him playing against James Howard, and then Cody Hawkins and Kyle Russell. So just like fantastic, amazing players all the way up and down that Heat 1 bracket. Going and looking at Heat 2 and the bracket over there, we have Matt Bronson, who was the number 1 overall seed. He's going to be playing against Chris Powell, who we did see on stream yesterday. So he'll be on there. Nick Rader will be playing against Daniel Johnson. That is going to be our stream game. Fun note there, his brother is Jake, who is one of the people on the stream team here. So we're going to have Jake step into the booth instead of Aubrey, just so he can sit there and harass his brother live on stream. Will Maurer is going to be on the bottom part of the bracket going against Sir Rusty. A lot of stuff happened here that I think was kind of unexpected from a lot of the players in the community. Sir Rusty ended up beating Sarah Cruel, Josh Lee. So that was a little bit of a surprise, I think, for most of the people that listen to the content creators and everything along those lines. So a little bit of a shock there as far as that goes. And then Brendan Johnson beat the defending champion in Matt Booker. So he's moving on to face the number 2 seed in Dork Esquire, who ended up defeating Red Wolf 6879. That's also known as Dan. So basically, what we're looking at here, kind of a bit of a shakeup. Some of the favorites going in lost here. Iceman Dean losing to Nick Rader. Chris Sampson, the purest of Christophers, he lost in the first round to Daniel Johnson. Sarah Cruel, Joshua Lee losing. Matt Booker, the defending champ, losing. So there was a few upsets that people were not expecting, I think, there. But overall, I mean, just goes to show some solid play by the players out there. It can turn into all sorts of amazing things for you. And here he is, the Jake.
I have a Riven.
You have a Riven. So yeah, looking great. Well, thank you very much, Quincy. It's been a pleasure having you on. As always, you are such an amazing, wonderful person. We do appreciate what you get being in here, hanging out with us, and everything along those lines. So yeah, we're looking at, let's see. So I guess we can take a look at what.
Whoa!
Losing the microphone. That's what we can take a look at. Sending the mic all over the place.
I know you were part of the circus. I didn't know you were juggling.
I am juggling all day long, and it is a circus with me every day.
Did we already go over our new players' squads?
We have not. That's what I was pulling up this minute. So let's go ahead and start with your brother.
They know.
Yes, I did go ahead and put that out there. That is going to be Nick. Nick is...
Let the family know that we're going in case they're not
Yeah,
watching
I should
yet.
probably do that. So Nick's running Lord Maul with Crosshair and Fifth Brother. I love that list right there. I don't really have to go any farther.
I'll give the insight.
All right. I mean, no, I'm loving that. Moff Gideon with Death Trooper escorts, DTE, and Dark Troopers. So the Gideon box. Princess Leia charming to the last with Agent Kallus and Rebel Commandos. Kanan Jarrus, Ezra, Chopper. So really just a revenge list right there. Pretty much almost all a lot of Spectres. 4 out of the 6 are Spectres there. So
I have actually been watching him play this squad almost since Spectres have released. Little insight is my brother and we talk about this game so often that I question if I talk to him more than his own wife does. That said, whenever there's announcements of a new box, we always love to sit down, look at the box, look at the movies, the shows, etc., try and discover, guess, and notate what these characters might do. And when we got that May the 4th announcement that the Charming to the Last box was coming out, I've never seen him say, I'm going to buy something so fast in my life. This is a character that he has been playing since the box came out. He was the first person I ever saw play Kanan PLC. It's one of his, it's really one of his strength lists. Mm-hmm. And he's been playing it ever since the Thrawn box came out. He's been playing it with Kallus, and I don't think I've ever seen anyone in my personal games run the game better. And that's not a bias. I've played against multiple people doing Kanan PLC, but I don't see anyone drive it the way that he does.
Yeah. I mean, I've played against him a couple times. He's definitely kicked my teeth in a few. So definitely a fantastic player. Looking forward to watching him on stream. See which way he's going to go with that. I'm assuming it's going to be the PLC list. But you never know.
Hard to know.
I mean, looking at his opponent, though, his opponent's playing basically the I pretend to be Ewoks list, which is Leia Organa, Freedom Fighter.
Yep.
Agent Kallus with Ewok Hunters, and then low-grade Chewie Zeb. So, like I said, you really only have two. They pretend to be Ewoks because of Rebels. So that's
the beef walks.
The beef walks.
My brother has actually run this list before. I have seen it do it.
Yeah.
He really enjoys the Rebel gameplay, so he knows Rebels inside and out. So I'm excited to see someone else's take on it.
Really, definitely for sure. So then the other list that he's running is basically just an all Spectres list. He has Kanan with Ezra and Rebel Commandos, Hera, Sabine, Chopper.
We do see in this list every single Ghost Crew member is on there.
Every single Ghost Crew is on there. That is 100% accurate. So it'll be interesting to see. And he's running shifting where Nick is running odds. So basically, we're going to see a new mission because last mission they ended up playing Sabotage Showdown.
Yeah.
So no matter what, we're going to see a new mission going here. So really, it is going to be dictated by the priority roll for sure.
Well, looking at both of yesterday's and day one's heat matches, Shifting Priorities has been the least picked map out of all of the maps in the game. So it'd be interesting to see if that one actually pops up on the stream table here, considering how low a chances it actually had showing up in the top picks. Especially since it was the first mission that we had for the game, it makes it the most, I think, well-practiced mission for most people. But we'll see. Only time and dice will decide which mission we see.
That is very true. But we're looking at about 10 minutes until the players get here. I know a lot of the players looking off to our left here is where the rest of the players are going to be. So basically we're down to 16 tables.
16? Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, we're down to 8 tables.
Down to 8?
So
yes, you're right. Down to 8 tables, including ours.
Including ours. So not a whole lot. It's starting to dwindle down. Some of the players are looking at what they're going to do. If they're going to try and get into a pre-release or get into there's the Adversaries and Allies tomorrow, which was better known as the Frenemies before. Mm-hmm. So that one is going to be going on tomorrow. The premiere event has already started, so if they lost round 1, they might just do a pickup game or 2 or something like that, maybe prepare for the evening.
Was it a single elimination premiere event?
No. Premiere's going on. What I'm saying is if they lost the round 1 here.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So the people the 16 players that lost round 1 here, we're kind of looking to see what they got. I mean, some of them might jump into. I think there was a a pre-release for the new mission pack that is available.
First Contact.
First Contact, yes.
Pretty interesting note about that new mission pack for those that haven't inquired about it. For those that are new to the game, you might notice that once the first struggle has concluded, moving on to struggles 2 and 3, they'll roll a die to figure out which objective is the priority target that turn. First Contact is our 4th mission pack that's been included with the game, and it is the first mission pack that does not include a priority objective. So instead of them bouncing around the map trying to figure out which objective is important every turn, every objective is important. And instead of only having 3 objectives on in struggles 2 and 3, there's 4 on in 2 and 3. The weird thing that they did with this mission pack is that since the game came out, there has only been 9 mission tokens, but if you play that new one, there are 13 on the table at once. And each time that someone pulls a Shatterpoint card, they have the opportunity to shift up the map in its entirety. So you need to be really working on your toes to figure out what the next thing is going to be.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting mission pack. A lot of people are excited about it because, you know what? It's already sold out here at Adepticon.
Already?
It is sold out. There are no more copies of it. So
it's exciting to hear.
If you wanted to get one here at Adepticon, sorry, you're probably a little late to the show on that one. But
if I'm not mistaken, I think it does come out next week.
Yeah, so I mean, you're going to be getting it pretty soon. So I don't think you need to worry about it too much.
Be careful in your local play groups. Someone might have 1 week extra practice on you.
Right, exactly.
Have you thought about what your first team you're bringing into First Contact will be?
I have not. I've been so focused on getting ready for this that I have not.
Todd, what the heck are we supposed to talk about then?
I know, right? What are your thoughts about that? How about that? Why don't
I have a full premiere list already.
Do you? What?
Go
figure.
In case anyone's interested, in our local Arizona area, I'm going to be running 2 different tournaments at the store, my local store that I go to. One of them being just a showdown event where you bring 2 squads, specifically trying out the new First Contact mission, getting everyone used to the mission, and hopefully expanding people's knowledge on the game a little bit and how they can approach it. I have stated to everyone here that I've talked to about it that I do have a full premiere list ready. The only person that knows all of the secret sauce behind that list is my brother. Nobody else gets to know. I will say my primaries, they don't get to figure out what the rest of it is, though. The primaries that I've decided to bring for the Showdown tournament are going to be Plo Koon and Kit Fisto.
Okay.
Little bit of mobility out of Plo Koon's tactic ability, getting people on the board, moving. Kit Fisto has that option of supporting fire ability, which allows, after an attack is done, to get an extra dash. So if someone decides to switch up the map on me, I have the ability to keep myself moving and keep myself in the game with that new mission.
Makes sense. It's an Omnis. A wild Omnis has appeared. Todd on my TV makes me happy. Well, Omnis in my chat makes me happy.
We do love seeing Omnis here. Welcome in.
Love you some Omnis. You're here for some shifting? Well, we'll see what happens. Shifting priorities probably...
there is a 50% chance.
Yeah. So we will definitely see what is up here in a little while. Interesting to see the Ewoks list coming in now, basically a top 16 Ewoks list.
Yeah, and a lot of people have in the past looked at the Ewoks and said that they're not that strong, but I have to argue, I have seen them do some major success.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going pure true Ewoks, I don't know if they are going to be a top 16 at Worlds type of a list. But
Todd, Freedom Fighter Leia makes everyone a true Ewok.
She does not. They're not little furries. They're not little teddy bears.
I mean,
Zeb is the farthest thing from an Ewok.
He's got fur.
Sort of. Just the wrong color.
Yeah. Who knows? He got his hair dyed.
Right. I mean, they tried to make him out to be an Ewok or a Wookiee, and that didn't work either.
Don't listen to Todd, everyone. They're just wearing teddy bear ears.
They're wearing ghillie suits. That's what it is.
Ghillie suits. All right. But so let's go ahead. Let's see if I can look into what Nick played round 1. So Nick, in his first game, did play his. That was Daniel. Daniel ended up playing the Kanan. What in the world is that?
Kanan Mando?
Kanan Mando.
Yeah.
That is not accurate.
Is it not?
It is not accurate. Or no, that was Iceman. Where? Okay, here. Okay, your brother.
Yes.
Your brother, that's what he played. So your brother played Moff Gideon and Princess Leia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. That is interesting. I did not expect that one.
Yeah. He and I have talked a lot about what this list is trying to achieve. We'll get more into it once the game gets started, just in case anyone wants to get extra insight.
You don't want to say anything until
exactly.
after the.
He and I talk about this game a lot and talk about our strategies a lot, and I would prefer that we get to that once other people don't have the chance to figure it out. Once the game is going, then the game is going.
Exactly. No, we'll totally understand that. We'll be looking forward to the insight there as we see it. I mean, like I said, he's a top 16 player at Worlds at this point in time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and then on the other side, we do see that Daniel Johnson did play his Spectres list into a PLC Canaan list. So that was probably a grinder of a game as well.
Yeah.
So the one thing to always keep in mind when we're looking at this particular round, or we're looking at cuts, they don't have to sit there and escape their destiny. They've already met their destiny as far as playing every list every squad that they have on their list. So they can just run the same squads all the way down. If he feels comfortable running Spectres all the way down, he will do that. Yep, Aubrey on the TV. Omnis says he loves you, and he misses you.
Are we saying that Wolverine is a true Ewok? I mean, if you end up finding a way to make Wolverine work in Shatterpoint, as long as he's under Leia, Wolverine's an Ewok. I would say he has a very rebellious attitude.
I would say that that's probably not possible. I don't think you could even get a what if that will make that happen, but you know.
Welcome in, Savannah. We see you.
Yep, Nick's looking good here. I mean, who knows? I mean, he wins this one, and we might see him in the top 4 tomorrow. There's a little bit of a road. I can see him pacing over there, listening to his music.
He's got that. My brother's a big football fiend. He's got the NFL pregame going. He's got his AirPods in. He's got a piece of gum. He's just kind of pacing around, getting in the zone.
I mean, we had a long lunch break here.
Yeah.
Like all the players started getting a little antsy. Before it's not even 1 o'clock. Pretty much every player has their has already gotten their table set and they're ready to go, pre-deployed, just waiting for the judges to go. So like, I don't know if we needed this long of a lunch break because they are chomping at the bit to get back.
Yeah, pretty antsy. Also pretty excited. I think we all are.
Right. Yeah, exactly. We all know IG-88 in a Lando Leia list is the truest Ewok.
It works.
No.
A Wolverine Callus conversion, I can totally see that. They both have the mutton chops of glory.
Fair enough. But yeah, so we'll see. Like I said, like everyone is kind of just lined up, ready to go at this point in time. Looking over here, so we're just kind of waiting for Daniel to show up. I mean, he's the one who's late. Let me see if there's I'm going to see if there's any type of a delay. I'll let you wrap.
I wouldn't say he's late. He's just not 5 minutes early.
I'm sorry, military guy being who I am. If you're not early, you're late.
Yeah. 5 minutes early is on time, as we like to say.
Still a minute away, right?
Give me a second. Seems that we are figuring out where everyone is trying to set up to be as we await the game's beginning. Thank you guys again for all sticking in and deciding to watch these games with us. We are having a blast here at Adepticon. We've finally reached the final 16 of the World Heats. After this game, only 8 will remain. Those 8 will play their games, and then tomorrow we go down to the top 4. Welcome in, Aubrey. Aubrey, we need a little bit of insight on you.
Todd left the mic alone?
I know.
While it's live? Is he okay?
I don't know.
Okay, anyway, what do we need? Hello, everyone.
Aubrey, I need your insight.
Into
Go.
chinchillas
Go.
into Star Wars, into Jedi chinchillas in Star Wars. What are we?
Is that an actual thing?
The ADHD baby in my skull just came up with that on the spot. No.
Well, let's get it written.
Into Ahsoka. Oh, I could talk about Ahsoka. Okay. All right. So I know everybody's looking at Ahsoka in Rebel Alliance, but I've been thinking about different ways to give the Mandos a little more punch. And I know we love some Lord Maul there. Hey, Quincy. But let's see. I mean,
So
if
the
you could pick
question-
Mace. Oh, they're asking a completely different
the-
question.
the-
Whatever. I'm still.
I
You
was
know
gonna
what?
let you do
Forget
your
it.
thing.
I'm gonna still do my thing. I'm thinking about putting the new Fulcrum Ahsoka into Mandos.
Mandos? Okay.
Yeah.
Runner with armorer.
Yeah.
Nice. I
Ahsoka
like it.
Armor. But now to actually talk, which one do we want to see the update for now?
Mace, Annie, Ahsoka, or Reva. Now, if this is my personal choice, I grew up watching Clone Wars. I want to see Ahsoka.
Yeah, but we already have a cool Ahsoka, so
I want to see Ahsoka.
I kind of want to see Reva do some work. I'm
I do
sorry,
too.
everybody. I want some Inquisitorious action going on here. So, but Todd,
Looks like our players
Todd
have
found-
arrived at the table, and
Todd found
Todd
me.
has
Uh-oh.
seen Aubrey in the seat.
Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna get up now. Don't worry, I'm on the next one. Okay.
Alrighty, guys. Game looks like it's about to be underway. The players are currently looking at and discussing which primaries are which. They're about to pick and then roll to see who does what.
Right. Okay. So there. Yeah. I don't know where quite he was, but he is now back at least and ready to get started.
Alrighty.
Ahsoka is the right answer to what question?
So the question was, out of Mace, Anakin, Ahsoka, or Reva, which do you want to see the update for now? So, Omnis, the reason I say Ahsoka, since we have a little bit of time, I am a big fan of Clone Wars. I want to see Ahsoka, but the main reason is I still see people play Jedi No More Ahsoka and still have good success with her. So the fact that she is getting a bit of a touch-up, I'm really interested to see what they did to change her up and change the way that she plays or update her to get more of that Siege of Mandalore flavor. I'm really interested because I still pick her up here and there, give her a good couple of dice, but I'm ready to see what she does for the game with her new update.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see all the updates. I think based off of what they were kind of saying about Anakin, I'm really interested to see him, especially with like the Jedis that are out. It's going to be interesting to see kind of what he's able to do with Kiadi Mundi after the update. What's going to happen there?
So the question, just in case you missed it, was the four pictured on the May updates were Anakin, Ahsoka, Mace Windu, and Reva. Which of those four would you want to see the updated card for now?
Yeah, I mean, especially because we have seen a lot of Kiadi Mundi so far today. All weekend long, he's been kind of a big hitter for everybody. So it'll be interesting to see if he is. I mean, still alive. Let's see. We got 1, 2, 3 Kiadi Mundis on this side of the bracket that are still alive.
See a Kiadi Mundi Plo. I am familiar with your game. I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
That is a great choice.
So yeah, I mean, and
that's a biased choice.
So top 16. Looking at that, I mean, and let's look. If we look at the other side of the bracket, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we still have 7 Kiadi Mundis out of the top 16.
I mean, he did just release. What was it now? 2 months ago?
About that, yeah.
About 2 months ago, and he has stormed the community. As I was going over the stats that we had in the beginning, yesterday and today, a total not yesterday and today, Heat 1 and Heat 2, a total of 28 players brought Kiadi Mundi.
Yeah.
28 different players across both heats brought Kiadi Mundi. That just shows how heavily impactful this character has been. It's really exciting to see how well he's been performing as well. Unfortunately, with the last game, just some dice was not working out for Kevin.
Yeah.
But we did see how powerful he can be. I mean, what was it? Gideon Hask had 2 damage on him, and he was able to, without expose, finish off Gideon Hask on an attack. It's just unfortunate that clapback ended up getting 4 crits off 5 dice. Sometimes it's just unnatural.
Yes, and that is kind of the problem there, is like basically what we're seeing on all of that. But at the end of the day, it's a good. We had fun playing. I mean, yeah, Kevin Caldwell. I think he was the victim of just hot dice early. Dice cooled off a little bit at the end, and then kind of like it shifted back into Matt's favor. So it was. I mean, it felt bad for Matt because at that point in time he really didn't want to see. He didn't want to beat a friend. Didn't want to beat his friend, but also didn't want to lose. I mean, it was a rough spot for him no matter what.
So that's a great question, Daniel. The question is that because he is that good, or is that because they truly gave Gar a usable unit? Now, I understand that mindset from the community as a whole. I can totally understand how someone comes to that, but I myself, as not only a player, but just as a person, I love to look for layers and depth. I share a birthday with Kendrick Lamar, so he's a music artist that I love to just delve into the depths of what's going on. And the reason I bring that up is I feel like a lot of Republic lists and characters offer a lot of options that are not on the surface level. For example, if I play Vader 1, I spend 2 damage, I get extra dice, surface level. But Kiadimundi, Plo Koon, Kit Fisto, Luminara, they all add a level of depth to the play that people are not expecting or ready for at all times.
All right. So looking here right now, we have the roll.
He's got it. It's going to be shifting. You got Moff, Leia versus Leia Kanan.
So Kanan who?
Kanan Leia.
Alrighty, so basically, kind of looking at the board here, and looking at the list, kind of what we saw your brother play from the start is what he's going to be playing again. He's going to be playing the Moff Leia list.
Yes.
So, kind of as expected. I mean, that's what if that's what you were playing in the finals, that's probably what you're going to continue to play. So again, it's the Moff box. So it's Moff with DTE and Dark Troopers. And then he's also playing the
Charming to the Last Leia.
Yep. So Leia,
Agent Callus, and Rebel Commandos.
Absolutely. And now they're just kind of going over the terrain as we kind of go through their list here. So and then Daniel is
brought us Freedom Fighter Leia.
Yep. So kind of some Wookiees. Leia, Callus with Ewoks, the Hunters.
Leia, Callus, Ewok Hunters. Yep.
Yep. And then Kanan is going to be with Kanan, Ezra, and Commandos.
Kanan, Ezra, Commandos. Cool.
So basically, and we are on shifting. It looks like Daniel's going to be taking the left side of the board here. So let me get.
I think they're working on setting out the mission packs. I don't think they've fully decided which side they're going to be on.
Okay.
When it comes to the steps of setting up the game, you get to set up the map, look at what's going to be the most opportune option that you can take for your side of the map. Then you get to decide which one.
Yeah. We're kind of looking.
Todd, you got to hustle up. Omnis and I are having a Republic discussion.
Then have your Republic discussion.
I have to be able to read the chat. Hunter Lumi, SoCal Alpin. I am familiar with your Hunter Lumi game. I think we had this discussion before on how our Hunter Lumi lists differ. I just prefer not to use the ARF troopers in that because my brain won't allow me to play down on points, and that's just a personal thing. I know I'm wrong.
All right. Yeah, so they're basically just getting all the points out here. Shifting priorities, they know that they're going to be moving some stuff, like having to got that center already going. Yeah, players' names. We're going to get that updated.
We're getting there. So, I was talking with my brother at lunch, and I kind of already knew what he was going to pick into this list. The number one thing that he wanted to work on with bringing Moff Gideon was this was a game time decision. Staying on the sides. So it looks like the players are going to stay on the sides they're on, by the way. But a little bit of insight behind Nick's choice is that he was opting to choose Moff Gideon, and this was a game time decision about 25 minutes before he left for the airport. He texted me, and he said, am I going to bring the list that I want to play, or am I going to play the list that's going to bring me success? And I said, you should bring what you want to play. I'm his little brother. He didn't listen to me. He brought what's going to bring him success. So what he knew that Moff was opting into here is that Moff Gideon can force tax people when they're trying to put a card in reserve. So in most cases, if you look at a Rebel list, they're going to be very force-starved. There's not a lot of force refresh on that list, so they have to be very conscious on what they use. And typically, when I play Rebels or when I see most people play Rebels, they keep one of those force points for putting something in reserve. Moff Gideon tells you that putting something in reserve actually costs one additional extra. It changes the entire economy of the game, and so your turn 0 game plan has just changed because you can almost no longer put something in reserve.
Exactly. I mean, in this list, I think there's going to be some times where you're probably going to want to put things in reserves. Ewok hunters, there might be a point in time where the Ewok hunter is just not going to be the ideal play in a time that you're going to need the ideal play.
Absolutely.
So that there is a potential dead activation in here, or at least not the most optimal activation. I think that's kind of what he's looking at there. And like we saw in the last game, granted it was ISF, but the ISF, because they were so far forward, were able to get wounded while they were still in the order deck. So they only got one activation. Matt had to put them into reserve. So now sometimes you're not going to be able to do stuff like that if something gets wounded early.
Absolutely.
So there is some things that are part of the context of the whole situation.
Yeah. Very excited. And like I said a little bit earlier in the broadcast, Leia is my brother's comfort pick. We were checking the stats, I believe, last night, and he was looking at the leaderboards. As far as ratings go on characters, he's currently rated number 2 Princess Leia, charming to the last player in the world. So if he keeps doing as well as he's doing, by the end of this tournament, he might be able to snag number 1.
That would be fantastic for him.
Yeah.
I mean, he seems to be. He seems pretty locked in at this point in time, as well as Daniel over here, kind of getting locked in. He took taking that a little extra time to get him over here. It probably helped get a good lunch in and getting ready. So they're getting all settled in. The clock has started, so they're going to have to get moving here pretty quick.
Yep. But it's exciting.
It is. Yeah. So the clock started. All the other players out in the field here have already started going. I see dice rolling already and everything along those lines. So
this is just kind of the thing that happens when someone shows up right when the clock is starting.
Yep.
It's just, everyone's working on getting comfortable, and Nick didn't want to start setting anything up because we still didn't know which sides were being chosen yet. So as long as the players are reaching agreements and working on it, I think we'll be fine.
Should be fine. Yep.
As the players have just selected mission cards, we know nothing's going to get crazy with shifting them around. They're working on setting up their order decks. This game is very close to beginning as we have them setting up their models to get ready for deployment.
So Hunter Padme with Shak Ti has got legs. Okay.
I can see it. Padme has been one of those characters that, yes, she's been a little bit left to the scruff, but I guess pun intended. She's been left to the scruff, but I still think she's got legs.
Yeah, I think so.
She's got a lot of potential. I'm excited to see if they give her anything to do with some of these new updates.
Potentially. I mean, I think she's got something that she can do there.
Pre-release pod players in pod 1. Shatterpoint pre-release pod 1. You guys should be starting.
Yeah, you guys are good to start. The clock's been running.
Clock is running.
Yeah, so just letting them know, they're good to start. They need to get moving on this one.
At the current moment, it looks like they have all objectives on. How crazy would it be if we had a mission pack where there was 9 objectives on at once?
9 at once?
Yeah.
That would be pretty wild.
It would be pretty crazy. It's a theory. It's never gonna happen, but it would be crazy.
It would be crazy. All right. So looks like he's starting and getting, I believe that's going to be Kanan down. It doesn't look like Kanan down.
Kanan is being put on the table with the Rebel Commandos. Ezra right up there next to the base. And this is a lesson for Aubrey. If you look really close, he's using this thing called a range 3 tool to set out the Rebel Commandos.
Yep.
That doesn't sound right.
To be fair, Aubrey did use the range 3 tool to deploy. He just used the narrow edge, not the longer
Understood.
edge
I was
when he
not there for that. I was still focused on my Hondo Anchor game.
Yeah, her long shanks. I mean, again, long shanks are what it is. I mean, it is. Even looking at this weekend, not everyone put SPT codes in, so sometimes you're not going to sit there and see everything that she's doing. She could be better, she could be bad. For what it's worth, long shanks is not going to have everything.
And Omnis, just to answer your question, my brother Nick has brought Moff Gideon, Death Trooper Escort, and the Dark Troopers, just the Moff Gideon box, with Charming to the Last, Callus, and Rebel Commandos. Daniel has brought Kanan, Ezra, and the Rebel Commandos with Freedom Fighter Leia, Callus, and the Ewok Hunters. Aubrey's not allowed to live it down. You're correct. I think it's part of the momentous struggle forte to be able to bring up the range 3 and have it always mentioned.
Probably. I mean,
Just did the Spider-Man meme.
all right. So looking at this now.
Freedom Fighter Leia is currently being deployed.
Yep. And right across from Kanan, we did put Moff Gideon and the DTE and his Dark Troopers. So looking like pretty good so far. You're very welcome, Omnis.
Yeah, very interesting game indeed, considering it's going to be a semi-mirror match, as Aubrey just said. The Leias did like the Spider-Man meme pointing at each other. Very funny. Though they have similarities in probably the way that they hurt people, but nothing else in their kits all that similar. I'm very excited to see what the differences in these two characters is going to bring once it comes to the table.
Yeah, it should be an interesting match. I mean, it's nice to see something a little different. I mean, especially like I said, top 16 at Worlds.
Yeah,
something a little different than what the standard play is going to be.
Yeah, very exciting to see, especially because, I mean, Nick and I went back and forth on these really interesting and creative lists for a while. I mean, we've been doing Adepticon prep since before Kiadi Mundi came out. He's known that he was going to be coming and playing. He just hasn't known exactly what he was going to bring. Yep.
Yeah, still turn 0 stuff that they're talking about. Starting to get a little antsy on the time here, simply because they're about.
Clock has been going.
Yeah, they've been 15 minutes into the clock at this point in time. They need to really start getting moving, playing with a little bit more. What's the word I'm looking for? Agency, I guess. A little more agency to sit there and get going. So. So we'll see. So yeah, he's got Kanan down, has his rebels down.
Yeah, we're looking at the camera. We can see it's a little bit choppy, but we're not sure what's going on. Looks like the game is about to start. The fist bump has happened, and the first card is being pulled.
All right, and it is Callus off the rip.
I have not played a whole bunch of Callus. How do you feel about him as a first card pull?
I don't know if that. I mean, this list. It's hard to say. I mean, I'm trying to. It probably is a decent one because he is a Spectre.
Yeah.
So I mean, especially with Callus, I mean, putting him. It probably is a pretty decent one.
Well, I know that you're a big fan of this ability. He does have that on the trail as his tactic ability, so he's able to give himself that first little dash, get himself up the board. Do you think he's going to be able to get a first attack off in this turn?
Potentially he could. I believe he does have a range attack, so he should be able to, especially if he gets just a move attack. He's getting pretty close there.
Yeah.
At least going to be able to get on the point.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's the biggest key that you want to do here.
And that's a confirmation. I see the on the trail happening.
And he is opposite of the. He is opposite of the commandos. So I don't see why he wouldn't be able to sit there and get on that point.
Yeah.
Or get attack off.
Now, some people who are new to the game might not know that when pointing towards a character, you bring up one of those measurement tools. You hit it in a 90-degree angle, and when you choose towards something, you point that at the character. Now, on the trail just says that when you activate, you get to move toward an enemy character. So what he did with that movement there is he looked for the angle and went as wide as possible so he can start contesting that outside objective.
Yep.
Looking like a very simple turn, just to move, take cover, take the ingress, get himself set up in a middle point, not going to take any too aggressive stances.
Nope. But he is going to basically secure 2 points here. Won't be scoring these points because this is the first activation of the game.
Yeah.
So now we're going back to Nick and looking to what he pulls.
The Ewoks are evil today. As some people call them, the murder teddies.
Yeah, interview with Schick is scheduled for 6 o'clock. So that's 6 o'clock local here. Our last round should be ending roughly about 5:15-ish. So they're going to do that, have the award ceremony for the end of the day for all the different events that they've had.
Mm-hmm.
And then once that is over with, then they will go ahead and Schick will be coming over at some point in time. So it'll be 6 o'clock local, that's Central Time.
Now, Nick's first card pulled here was a Shatterpoint. Wild card, first draw. Now, when I first started playing the game, I thought first card Shatterpoint was kind of the worst thing that you could pull. Why would I want my wild card as the first activation? Now, the more that I've spent time building lists and understanding what my intention behind building a list is, I actually adore a first card Shatterpoint because depending on what list you have, you can get that very important, vital first activation of the character that you are looking for. Now, for me personally, the list that I've been playing recently, I love a first card Plo Koon activation.
Yeah.
He's able to move 3 models, including himself, get a full movement, sit down, take cover on a point, and basically take a middle objective on almost any mission pack here. So, first card Shatterpoint at this point, I don't think I'd shuffle it back in, depending on what list you have.
Yeah, probably not something you want to do. Where are you looking? What do you think your brother's looking at here? So it looks like, is this probably a Callus activation?
Doesn't look like a Callus, as that is a Rebel
Nope.
Commando.
It is.
So my guess off the top of my head, because I don't remember exactly what PLC does, I think she chooses a unit, does a dash on the whole unit, and then gets to do her activation.
Well, let's take a look and see if we can get some information on our friend PLC.
Aubrey, who's activating? Who's activating?
Yeah, so he did go with Leia, so
Yep.
it's into the garbage
Charming
chute
to the
flyboy.
last.
Yep, into the garbage chute flyboy, basically able to choose another one, another galactic alliance or spy unit. Each character in that unit can make a dash after the move is resolved. The chosen unit will gain a hunker. So basically going to go ahead and move those commandos forward and give them a hunker.
Yeah, I think that's a very good first move. One thing about Charming to the Last Leia is that she's a revenge trigger unit, so getting her up the field, getting set up for getting her up the field, getting her moving is a very important move to get going. If one of your units gets wounded, you want to be able to get that revenge in range.
All right, so she basically activates the crack.
Now, she went ahead and took a focus action. She has this ability called Crack Shot. When you focus, you get to dash and gain Sharpshooter 2. So she's going to be making a very powerful attack against our friend here. It looks like she's going to be targeting Callus.
Yeah, looks like definitely going into Callus here with the attack. Let's see what it looks like. All right, coordinated fire. So 3 fails and an expertise here. 3 blocks. Crit. Looks like a fairly decent roll here. I don't
bad.
see. Was he only 1 fail? 3 crits, 2 expertise, 2 hits.
Now, I've been watching this one's dice rolling career for about 25 years now, and if there's one thing that I know is that he's really good at rolling dice.
Right. So basically, the 4 crits go through. I mean, 4 down the tree on her is pretty solid.
4 down the tree. Love to see it. And before anyone asks the question, I am 25, so yes, I've been watching this dice rolling career since I've been alive.
Or down the tree. Of course, this isn't going to put Callus down, but it is going to put a good dent in him.
Yeah.
1 in the tree.
Expose, dash, 2 shoves, 5 damage.
Yep. So 5 damage, 2 shoves, expose. And I think I said dash in there. Dash, two shoves, and an expose along with the 5 damage. There should have been the 1 already on him, so that should be a total of 6 damage on Callus.
About 6 damage, yeah. The part of the perfect move here is that dashing up those Rebel Commandos will get them in range for that coordinated fire damage. Now, most of the time that I'm playing Rebels, that usually costs a force because they've already been wounded before I get to activate them 9 times out of 10. So seeing them up the field, able to use that ability is very helpful.
Yeah, Leia should have been the Shatterpoint. I wasn't sure which way he was going to go with it, but yeah, she's probably at least in the top 5 for characters in the game.
And the dash on the tree is going to result in her getting up there, switching that point back.
Flipping the point here, and now that's 2 for Nick. Two for Nick.
Yeah, especially on shifting priorities, the only time that you're going to be able to get to start scoring on the point is if you get those early pickups. So being able to swap places with Callus, it looked like it was going to be an early point secure, but going for that aggressive negotiations, as her mother once told her, getting her up on there is going to be the perfect choice. So that way our friend Daniel here can only have 1 point on the next turn.
Right.
So now, using Leia's ability, heal on her, dash on the Rebel Commando up to
Yep.
And finally, spending a force to get her friend dashed up, get him in the middle of the map on that middle point, giving herself a heal.
I'll get bigger stands next year.
Hopefully we can just get like full microphone arms.
All right, and back to Daniel. His pull is the Commandos. Pretty interesting pull here, especially with Leia being so far up. Can probably get at least 1 attack into her. I don't think the other one's too far north on the battlefield to where he can get over, but might be able to sit there and put an attack into her and push her off at that point. See where his thought is. I don't think he's going to reserve, especially when you have Moff Gideon on the other side of the board.
Yeah, getting Moff Gideon down is going to be a very vital game plan for him. As we know, and I discussed earlier, Moff Gideon does give you the force tax. That doesn't turn off when he's wounded, but Moff Gideon is a tiebreaker unit. So getting someone who's got 10 health, relatively good defense expertise, is a threat for sure. So getting those Rebel Commandos up the board and trying to take care of that problem before it becomes a problem might be a good plan here.
All right. So Daniel's kind of just looking around at what he wants to do here.
From the looks of it, he might be going with them.
Yeah, I don't.
I see the force being spent. Looks like they're going to go ahead and use their commando doctrines. Commando doctrines will go ahead and let these units, each character dash. Some of them might take ingress points. Once they dash, if they end that within range 4, they're going to get a free focus action and a hunger token.
Yep.
Getting them set up for the perfect attack, as well as getting them set up to defend themselves later.
Yeah, and this is why they're probably one of the best supports in the game.
I see them brought in almost every Rebel list.
Yeah.
They're a vital unit. I mean, we just talked about it, the stats earlier today. Heat 2, they were the #1 most taken support by 19 players. And they were still in top 5 on the day prior, and the day prior was using almost all Mandalorians.
Right. So they just are always going to get used. That's basically what we're looking at here.
Yeah.
All right.
Very vital choice of a unit.
Absolutely. So it looks like, yeah, definitely coming up here trying to get a shot off on Leia.
Sounds like they're having a little bit of discussion on the cover rules just to make sure we're all in an understanding on what's going on. Getting dice picked up and pulled around. It sounds and looks like both of these shots are going to go into the Rebel Commando.
All right, so the Mondo on the ground, the one kind of up in the center of
Taking
the
shots
top of the
up.
screen, is going up into the other commando. Pretty brutal defensive role for Nick here. 4 fails out there.
It's kind of what you expect out of Rebel Commandos, though.
Yep.
But the thing is, that's about 4 more dice than they're used to.
Yep.
So everything blocked except the crit.
Yeah, so-
Look at that. All those fails, but still able to eke out with something.
Yeah. And so basically, like, yeah, being able to get all those blocks was pretty impressive for him.
Also, I don't think I mentioned it. It's an Empire Callus, Rebel Callus.
It's a good clarification here. Callus does have an ability where he allows you to choose his tags before the game begins. Daniel here did choose Callus to be a rebel, and Nick ended up choosing Callus to be Empire. If you choose the Empire side, you do end up having the spy tag, which is really good for Leia Charming to the last.
Commando on Commando violence.
Alrighty. So basically, yeah, the first attack goes in, and then looks like the second attack as well. Both of those went into the commando.
Reposition on the defensive expertise.
Reposition on the defensive expertise will get taken care of after the decision is made of what they're going to be doing here.
Callus reroll.
Sounds like we're going to get a spent force for the Callus reroll. And for those not aware, Callus sharing tags with people allows him to reroll an amount of dice per keyword shared. So he went ahead and rerolled 2 dice to get hopefully a better result here.
Okay. So the first time around, basically what we're going to look at.
So, Repo's gonna just take off that pin.
And it sounds like the reposition in the expertise tree is going to get rid of the pin that was applied.
So basically just 1 damage at this point in time onto those commandos with the pin.
8 damage because of that pin. Disarm shove.
So, but the second attack coming in is going to do 8 damage to the commandos. That should be end up wounding them.
Yeah, it sounds like it should end up wounding them. The commandos, they did their job. They got up there, secured that first early point, and have become a prime target. Now, the thing about a Princess Leia Charming to the last list is you got to remember that Leia herself is a revenge unit, and if I'm not mistaken, I did hear that the second attack was made by the character on the tower.
From the combat tree.
So, we're going to see what happens here.
Yep. And basically he has a shove, a reposition, and he's going to on his tree and a heal. I don't think he's going to be close enough to Callus in order to heal anything that he has, so won't really get anything there.
Reposition up.
And reposition right onto that point, flipping it into his favor.
Now, Leia revenge trigger.
Yep. Now Leia's going to get her revenge.
It's crazy that Leia's deciding to get revenge after they changed the title of Episode 6 before release. It's Return of the Jedi, not Revenge of the Leia.
Leia engage them, so no more hunker.
Yep. Basically moves forward, it gets into that, gets rid of that hunker on the commandos.
Absolutely. Yeah, the revenge trigger out of Leia giving us a dash, moving into engagement so that way the commandos don't have any more hunkers. They're also a lot worse in melee, only rolling 4 dice.
All right. It looks like Nick over here is just rolling crits all day long. 3 crits going through.
Bottom route, 3 damage, shove, expose.
Which will put 3 damage, shove them, and then expose them. Which basically should... I don't know. I don't know if we can shove through, like if he's going to be able to shove onto that point.
He realized he has another action, so he's reevaluating this. Because he still has it.
There's still another action. So basically what he's looking at here is to determine how he wants to go about this. Maybe changing how he goes about putting if he's going to do the expose and the damage and everything along those lines, because the commandos were able to just sit there and be in position that they were with their commander doctrine and get the attack.
Now he's going the top route. So it's going to be 4 damage, reposition, heal, only 1 shield.
So basically, yeah, changing it up to 4 damage, a reposition on Leia, and a heal on Leia.
Absolutely. She's probably just going to put herself in a prime position to keep a point. That way it can't be stolen. We'll see how that ends up working for the rest of it.
Yeah, so the one thing to keep in mind here is Daniel still has a move action. If he wants to try and move onto the point, the point on the top and the bottom, he might be able to sit there and just steal those 2 points away. Keeping 1 point is probably fine, but it is forcing the commandos to go kind of split themselves one way or the other.
Omnis, when that movie gets written, let me know. I will watch that with you. Star Wars Leia's Revenge.
Yep.
So by engaging rebel commandos that way, they now can't go on to the other.
That is true, yeah, because he's gotten into
good point.
engagement. They can only dash, they can't get their full move.
Absolutely.
So it is going to secure them. Now, if I had done that, I would call that accidentally tactical, but I think your brother is probably smarter than me. I don't want you don't want to say that. I know you don't want to agree with that.
I'm going to
statement.
hesitate, not because I don't want to praise my brother, but because I don't want my boss to be mad at me.
And other, what's happening over here? Other one's going up the ingress point with whatever you're all doing.
All right, so the other one comes up the egress point to basically put 2 people on that point,
Yeah.
and then soaring the 2, but does not move it far enough his way, gets the extra momentum here. All right, now back to Nick. Pulls Agent Callus here.
Now, we did say Callus as an early pull is really good, but I don't know if this is going to be the pull that we want at the moment. As we can see with the activations that have currently happened, the middle and the bottom point have been taken.
I am. No, I'm teasing.
The middle and the bottom point have been claimed at the moment, so we're probably looking for some of those earlier deployed units near the top to get an activation.
Potentially, yeah. But we'll see what your brother decides to go here.
Yeah, I see that we had
Yeah,
the
he put it
card
in
go
reserve.
in reserve, and we have a pull from Moff Gideon. Now, this is what we mentioned prior, a relatively tanky unit being able to move up, keep in there, and keep a tiebreaker is going to be very vital. Now, if you guys can see, we have some of the Star Wars Legion terrain pack, one of the new terrain packs, adding these walls to that kind of upper middle quadrant, if you want to call it that.
Yep.
My mom's going to be real mad that I said quadrant when this is 9 squares. That upper square.
So if you were to tic-tac-toe it, it would be the top square.
The top middle square of a tic-tac-toe. There's a wall there. He's going to stand by the wall so he can't be shoved.
All right, hopefully your mom's not watching because you're going to be in trouble.
She is.
Yeah, so we'll use the tic-tac-toe reference and say that top center square.
To clarify, our mom is a math teacher.
All right, so basically moves up onto that point, staying on the outside of the walls there, though, which is an interesting decision because that means he's going to be easily shoved out of that if he decides to do that. So basically, but moving up there. So he's above the high ground, actually off the point, it looks like. He's not, I don't know if he's going to try and maybe move somebody off.
Gideon into the rear rebel commander.
So Gideon going to the Rebel Commandos who have 4 damage on them already. 3 fails on the defensive
2
side.
natural crits.
2 natural crits. Nick is rolling crits like crazy. I mean, 3. It's either crits or nothing at all. Basically 2 hits, but those are going to get blocked. So 2 down the tree.
Not sure if that's going to be able to do the job and wound them.
No, I don't think so.
If I'm not mistaken, is that Moff right above
Right
the
above the
high
high
ground?
tower. Yeah, right above the
So
high.
something interesting about tiebreaker units is it says if there is ever a tie on an objective and they are still contesting, they break the tie.
Yes.
Now, I can totally understand why he decided to make this decision because
2 damage, strange.
you need to think of
2
the
damage, strange
objective
shot, yeah.
as a range 2 pillar. It is a range 2 pillar. You're always contesting it as long as you're within range 2 of this objective.
Right.
So if Moff Gideon gets within range 2 of this objective, shoves out one of the rebel commandos, you'll notice the level is tied.
Yes.
But
he
Moff
breaks-
Gideon will get to break the tie.
Exactly.
So notably, 6 damage and a strain on Rebel Commandos.
Yep. 6 damage on the strain now on the Rebel Commandos. Gideon will break that tie, even though he is not on the same level. Going again, and then we are looking at
A Long Live the Empire
Long Live the
activation. Spend 1 force, move, fully advance a Empire character.
going to go ahead and put that.
So now long lives the Empire.
Yep. Going to go ahead and pull one of the Dark Troopers onto that point, basically flipping the point and scoring the other point on the bottom there. So it'll be a total of 4 points scored by Nick here.
Incredible move. And that's not just praise because he's my brother. I mean, that was truly a very, very smart use of the play. If I was playing Moff Gideon, I know I don't have the reps to think of that move.
Correct. Neither do I.
Dark Troopers do take 2 from Long Live.
Dark Troopers do end up taking 2 damage from Long Live the Empire, but they have the wherewithal to deal with that. They are a pretty tanky unit, so it's exciting to see that they're able to get up the board. And I think that's also a very good unit to put on that objective, because we know that Kanan is lying in wait, and Kanan has a force push. Force push doesn't affect those Dark Troopers.
Does not. All right, so Ezra is the pull here.
Ezra might be a risky pull here. If he decides to move Ezra up and break that tie, you know that Death Trooper Escort and Dark Troopers are both lying in wait in that deck. They can walk over and eliminate Ezra from existence. They have the power to do so.
Without a doubt. And that so yeah, and he's debating whether he wants to reserve him. I mean, and this is kind of
If I was in his position, I think I would reserve Ezra.
yeah. The one thing to
But-
keep in mind is he already has used 2 force. This is going to cost him
And that
2
would put
more.
him down to 1/3 of his total amount.
Exactly. Still with the Ewoks, with Leia, with Kanan.
This is
all
where that
still
early
out there.
game decision I told you about has totally come into play.
Exactly. So tough decision for Daniel here. Really tough decision, trying to decide which way to go. Is going to need to hopefully make a decision on. Yeah, he's looking at kind of what Ezra's tree looks like, if it's going to be worth it to get an attack off. And it is a hard decision here, because you're really looking at everything. Don't have much of a good target on anything to put an attack into. The Dark Troopers are alive on
Alive on 6.
alive on 6. You
Yeah.
know, they've only got a couple damage on them.
Letting attack in the Dark Troopers.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a tough decision to make, because if Ezra is actually able to get the craziest roll of all time, he can do the damage and wound the Dark Troopers, and that's a really big benefit for the Spectres here.
Yes.
Because Ezra loves when he wounds a support. He's got to add to his helmet collection. It gives him an extra momentum.
adding to his collection is the most important part here.
Spent 2 force
2
for the
force.
reserve.
All right.
That works. That works. Aubrey, that works.
All right. Yeah. So definitely puts that in there. So now,
Flips into the Ewok Hunters.
and I don't know if this is much better.
No,
I think he was looking for something a little bit more than this here.
I don't think this is a biased take when I say this, but I think this first struggle is very closely and handedly in Nick's control. He has 4 out of 5 objectives
Yes.
on the mission that Daniel brought.
Right. And that is not ideal for Daniel. And like I said, so he's got to move here with the hunters. Maybe putting a shot into somebody.
That will at least put 2 units on the objective.
Yeah, putting 2 units there, getting another, like he can probably get the other one onto the back point here. So he can flip 2 objectives here.
Yeah.
So it's not too bad. I'm not going to do a whole lot more with this, though.
Right. Yeah, this is a very hard luck of the draw.
So it looks like, yeah, he's definitely going to be flipping the bottom point. I don't see anybody else within range 2 that would hold that point, because it was just Leia holding it at the bottom.
Yeah, he does have 2 units in the middle there, so it looks like he'll be able to flip 2, most likely.
All right, the stealthy approach, basically, to sit there and get up on the point.
That's a 1 force ability. That puts him down to 1.
Yeah.
This is a very scary place for Rebel to be.
Or is it at 0?
Looks like shots going into Leia. That first one looks like it might be a melee attack. Now, the Ewok hunters are not a huge fan of being a melee attack as they are carrying bow and arrow. That's how I tell the difference between the two. Which one's good at shooting? Well, they have arrows.
Yep, so that's the one that's going to be.
So it looks like this first attack is going to be in melee. Now, another unfortunate thing about Daniel's deck poll here is that Freedom Fighter Leia has not had the opportunity to start moving up the board yet, and she provides a Coordinate Fire Expose for the Rebels.
Oh, because he's engaged with other Ewoks, so there's going to be some other dice, some additional dice getting rolled here with by the Ewoks. So quite a big roll. 2 expertise on this roll is going to convert to 1 crit. So it looks like he's got 2 crits and 5 hits. So pretty impressive. Pretty good roll by Nick overall here to get 5 blocks.
I warned you at the beginning, Todd.
I'm not surprised by this because I have played against Nick a few times, and he has. I always felt like his dice were always hot.
2 damage and a pin, but the pin gets cleared by the dash.
Two damage and a pin, but the pin will get removed from the dash because he went into Leia. So Leia is got 2 on her.
He said melee, but apparently he was attacking with range.
Sounds like it was a ranged attack.
All right, now here's the first stumble in Nick's dice rolling. He has 3 fails, one block, and 1 expertise. So this one might hurt a little.
I still think he's the anti-Todd. 1 bad roll doesn't equal a 9 dice Dooku attack with 8 failures.
Fair enough. So basically 3 blocks, basically just the 2 crits going through 1 damage off
Yep.
of the expertise.
2 crits on both attacks.
3 more damage and a pin.
So 5 damage and a pin is what it's going to be on Leia total. So 5 damage total and a pin on her. Walking away pretty unscathed as far as that's concerned. Scoring 3 here. Moving that back, not crossing 0 again.
Getting
another
that pity momentum.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't, like, might have been a little early. Daniel's really keeping the fight on.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he just needs Nick just needs to get a few more models up the table. Now that was a risky move by the Ewok hunters, because I do believe they are engaged in melee, which means when they did their maneuver earlier, they did not get to keep a hunker. That makes them a very prime target for the in reserve Callus,
Yes.
who is going to get flipped.
Yep. Makes sense to bring Callus out at this point in time.
So he's going to go ahead and use on the trail, get him moving up the table. And just a reminder, this is the Callus that is not wearing teddy bear ears.
Yeah, the one who does not like to cosplay.
This is the one who has just met Zeb and is starting to enjoy the rebellion, but he still believes in the Empire. That's why he's got the spy tag.
So might look at looking to see if he's going to be able to get up onto engagement with.
I think the discussion is actually if one shove is going to do the job.
Oh, okay. Is that what they're looking for?
Mm-hmm.
And with those bigger bases, sometimes it might be pretty easy to do so. So that's kind of what Nick is thinking about. Yeah, so this kind of like going through deciding what if they want to add extra dice, if not, and again, kind of looking at like where the shove is going to go. It looks like.
Yeah, this is a pretty impactful decision considering the options that could happen here. I'm excited to see what choice it gets. Chosen.
With the mother as a teacher watching, you're really kind of flubbing it right
She's
now.
a math teacher, not an English teacher.
It doesn't matter. She's a teacher. All right, using Callus's ability, add some extra dice.
Understood.
And going to go ahead and go in an attack right here into into the Ewok Hunters. So a pretty decent roll for Daniel here. 2 blocks, 3 expertise. But I do see at least 3 crits on Nick's side as well. A couple of expertise, 2 fails.
Are we sure that I've said it? I've said it multiple times, and I'll probably say it every time we roll the dice. Like I truly think Dobie, God of all things, jank and dice is blessing him. It's just I don't think I've seen anyone ever roll this well. Like I think he took both your and my dice rolling luck at.
Yeah, like for as bad as I roll dice, he's the yin to my yang.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
For as bad as I roll, he rolls just as good.
And it's like the two sides of a magnet. You guys can't play the same game, or else we might open a black hole.
Exactly. So yeah, so basically, with the amazing crits that he keeps on rolling, 4 more crits as we go down down this path, with 1 damage from the expertise.
I think he was looking for the wound, and right now at the moment it looks like it's gonna be real difficult to pull off.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna have quite enough to get the wound on him.
So they decided to call over a judge to make sure this shove will be legal.
All right. So now head judge is coming on over. That is Chris Merstad, just coming over to just check a look at whether they are going to clear that or not. So yeah, definitely going to take a look and see what's going to happen with all of that.
Yeah, we just need to figure out what's going on here.
So basically, a judge call. Yeah, this game's like just it's going to be down to inches and millimeters and any other type of small sort of unit of measurement that your mom probably knows that I don't.
Oh.
All right. So basically, what he's doing here is he's marking where the unit
using
is.
a base?
Using a base to kind of see if he can get that down.
Proxy base to see if this is possible.
Right. And I'm thinking it looks, based off of what we're seeing here, it looks like you can probably get him off and like make that confirmation. It's like, I'm not sure though.
Rules that 1 shove gets him down.
So the ruling is that the
Wow.
1 shove will get him off of that point.
Wow. Wow.
Yep.
That is a very, very close call. Very close call. It looks like the judge's decision says 1 shove will knock them down, another shove to get them out of there. It's really nice having the judges here to make those calls, especially when it's just like the players want to agree, but when it comes down to it, it's not their decision to make. They got to ask a third opinion, and we can only give an opinion here and there, but it's best to have that judge call in.
Yeah, micrometers definitely was the
So he is going the bottom route. So it's 4 damage and 2 heals.
all right. So 4 damage, 2 heals, 2 shoves. Okay, so Aubrey's giving us the wrong information. It's going to be a total of 6 damage and expose and 1 shove.
6 damage, expose, 1 shove. It's good to hear. I mean, the Ewoks, I think, are going to be left on 1.
Yeah, 6 is not going to be enough to get there. All right. So now just kind of taking a look, it looks like he did do his scoring that he got back down. The biggest thing that's kind of hurting Nick right now, the biggest thing that's hurting Nick right now is he just has not gotten any momentum, not any wounds.
Right.
He's had the callus is on 6, The commandos are on 6.
The risk that
Ewoks
he
are on
runs,
6.
though, is that if he gets that wound, it will put him on a better foot. But then we're bringing Kanan onto the table.
Right.
And right now, at the moment, if he did provide that wound, Kanan is easily 1 dash away from hitting a ladder, which gets him that extra inch off the ladder, being able to for sure be in range for some sort of attack.
Right.
It is only a range 4, so it could be a very close call. I don't know.
Yeah, this is a tight one right now.
Yeah. Every decision is vital at the moment.
Yep. And again, we're now back to the same scenario where we're looking at whether to take Ezra out of reserve. Keep in mind, though, now at this point in time, you have Kanan, you have Leia, and you have this Shatterpoint all still in the deck.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's decided to go with, and it's Leia.
Freedom Fighter Leia.
So the quote-unquote queen of the Ewoks? Is that what we're going to call her right now?
She's a freedom fighter. What if we needed to give her an alternate title? What would we go with? My first pick would be Leia, friend of Wicket.
There you go. That'll work.
I got the thumbs up from Aubrey.
The friend of the nature, and little teddy bears all alike. So at the start of this activation, though, she does get one allied Rebel Alliance character can take a full advance. So this is the big for her because she is able to move some characters around.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now the big question is, who is she going to move? She might end up looking at moving herself.
Yeah.
I think that's what he's planning on doing here, just kind of really getting her into position. Yeah. So basically, just kind of looking around at where he can move stuff to. He decided to move Callus.
Yeah. Move Callus up the table, and they're going to have a mutton chop off.
Yeah.
But not chopping off the mullets. They're seeing who has the better mutton chops.
And I vote Callus.
Yeah, I think my vote goes to Callus.
I think Callus is going to win.
Yeah.
All right.
We
And
got Aubrey's input. He also thinks that Callus is going to win.
All right. So here comes the activation. So he's going to use the last force
Spending the final force.
for the basically defensive maneuver.
I've noticed that, yes, he's been a little bit spendy with his force, but I don't know what stance he started in with Kanan. If Kanan is not on pack leader, he does get that force refresh, still leaving them with 1 for something.
Yes.
But her providing that expose with coordinated fire
Yep.
is going to be super huge when Kanan comes up on activation, because if Kanan does end up flipping into Ceresu, he does have an ability activation on the tree, so he could end up getting that force push off even with no force.
Very true. So again, just crits going through, 2 crits.
3 damage, expose, pin from coordinated fire.
3 damage, expose, coordinated fire, pin. That was into Callus?
Into Callus.
Okay. Yep. And that was into Callus. So 3 damage, expose, pin. Callus still on the point there.
I, too, have to deal with many natural Iden crits and unnatural Iden crits. I have many opinions about Iden that I will save. I am a Spectre enjoyer, and I do not enjoy playing against her.
Yep. You either love her or hate her. All right. And just moving Leia up kind of underneath that gantry over there.
I mean, across our days at the con, I have worn 2 different Rebel shirts and a Bad Batch shirt.
And you're wearing an Ahsoka hat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Moving it back his way. Doesn't flip a point there, though.
Now,
All right.
finally, that Leia flip. He doesn't have anything in reserve, so that is the flip. Now it's just a decision of if she wants to go or not.
Notably, Leia's pinned.
Shatterpoint Premier players.
I think Leia could have a very impactful turn here. She's usually got a lot of ability to move units. So it sounds like the confirmed decision is that she's going to go, and I feel like she could have a very impactful turn. She can move units. She can heal units. So she could probably, if I were in his shoes, here's what I would do, is I can use her one force ability to heal herself and then dash another unit. She would heal the pin off of herself. She would first action focus, get the crack shot, dash, and then shoot something.
Could end up doing that, yep. Focus to clear the pin.
Focus clears pin. Now, he's still got 3 cards in his deck and 2 force available, so it looks like he's just going to punch the Ewoks.
Makes sense. I mean, I think this is where you're going to get the Ewoks, get that momentum from the Ewoks.
Really, all you need is one shove. Shove those Ewoks off that base, and then we're in business. Because, as we mentioned before, Moff Gideon's just sitting under there ready to break the tie.
Absolutely. And Kanan is too far forward to worry about that. I believe he removed the pin from Callus. Ewoks, yeah, that's about the best role you could hope for from Daniel with his Ewoks.
Yep.
But again,
are we seeing that? Crits.
Just crits, man.
Crits along the table.
Two crits is again is all he's really going to need.
Looks like the expertise is going to be giving out a disarm.
So 3 down the tree. The hot dice rolling continues for Nick here.
So it looks like that shove was just running into what you guys can't see on the overhead cam here is that we still have that Rebel Commando sitting on that tower, and the shove knocked the Ewoks back just enough to still be in range of the objective because of the big base, and it ran into that Commando.
Absolutely. 4 damage, reposition on the top. That should be wounding the Ewoks.
Yeah. Okay. Ewoks are definitely wounded, but it does prevent people from making room up that ladder, which I think is a very important move here.
Yeah, it's no matter what, you're going to have to use a jump to get up there. Here comes Kanan with his revenge trigger.
Yep. Now, those Ewoks are not Spectres, so all Kanan is going to do is heal 2 and jump. So he got a little bit up the board, but it's not going to be able to smack anyone back.
Exactly. So there is going to be the momentum right there. He will have, I think, 1, 2, 3, flipping this point to 4. That should win the struggle for Nick.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, this is, again, where you can see the amount of reps that Nick has put into not only Leia, but you know he understands Moff like the back of his hand. Now, I wouldn't off the top of my head have been able to think about the tiebreaker in that position, even though I play a lot of Ezra. Like that, I have had that interaction happen before, but it's not usually the one that comes to mind. So seeing that Moff Gideon does have the ability to move something out of action like that and then keep himself as a tiebreaker in such a pivotal point was such a smart move.
Yes, smarter move than I would ever make. All right, so looking at deciding which way they're going to go with the points, they're going to go ahead and get this all set up for us so we can get a good look at what we're looking at here. All right, so Nick up 1-0. We are about an hour into the round at this point in time. With that late start, so
still better than Sarah Cruel's game yesterday.
Yes.
Hour and 30 minutes for Struggle 1. I'm still so appalled by that. I've never seen that in my life.
I wouldn't call it appalling. I would just say that it was definitely
it was incredible. It had everything. You should have been there. Wait,
we were there.
You were there. Yep. So they're just flipping over the mission, kind of discussing who wants to go where.
Exactly. So, and looking into this next struggle, basically, overall, I think Daniel's in a pretty good position as far as what's left in his deck. He has his Shatterpoint card still to go. He has Kanan, and he still has Ezra in reserve. So looking at that, he can do some pretty great stuff here. And since there are some Spectres on the table today, I do have another set of Spectre cards to go ahead and give away. Thank you to Mr. Pink. So let's go ahead and do that right now for our random giveaway. I'm going to give you some of those alternate art Spectre cards that I just happen to have a copy of. So let's say for chat right now, if you want to go ahead and put in chat type the word Ezra in chat for a chance to win some of those really cool
Good
alternate
timing.
art
That's who we
cards.
just pulled to the table out of reserve. We are going to see Ezra.
And again, this is for the Spectre cards. Well, look, I'll give you about
Maybe
15
not.
minutes.
He just realized he's out of force.
He realized he's out of force, so he's not going to use Ezra. We in the biz like to call that a takesy-backsy. And I do respect, if I am given a takesy-backsy, I will always give one back.
Fair enough.
Unless that's an entire roll. I'm looking at you, Todd.
That's fair. That is 100% fair. All right, yeah. So go ahead and put that in there, and let's see what we get.
He's just trying to figure out if he needs a Spectre to dash at this point.
Yeah, lots of decisions to be made here.
Definitely lots of decisions. And Mr. Pink in here saying good luck to everyone. Again, a big shout out to Mr. Pink for providing with us all those cards to us. Thank you very much, Mr. Pink. You're amazing. Jabba the Hutt. I love it.
I would like to count that.
Oh, it counts.
We also accept the answer, Lando Calrissian.
Tactic. Dashing Leia, which means Kanan will not get his dash, not a Spectre.
Interesting. So the tactic use out of Kanan is going to go to Leia. He chose a Rebel Alliance character, but he did not choose a Spectre, so he's not going to be able to dash himself.
Yep.
Looks like that first action was a move.
Yeah, he's hoping for shoves off the crit pistol.
So decided actually not to go with Ezra and pull Kanan.
Yeah. Now, a big thing here out of this attack is that he's looking to get those shoves to hopefully move the Dark Trooper off, because, again, the Force push is not going to do anything, so right now you need to pull those shoves to be able to move those things off. That is the only way you can deal with them. They're a bit too tanky for a one-shot.
Plus no force.
Yeah, and no force here is really kind of makes this a little bit less of the ideal activation for him.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we like to call in the business a MOF tax. The MOF tax is once you're out of force, your decisions are pretty cut and dry. You don't get anything flashy. You just have to go with your instincts.
Yep, looking at a couple of fails in there, but definitely some crits, 3 crits, and it looks like 4 hits, blocking 3 of those, and putting 1 down to a regular hit, but still 4 down the tree.
Crit got turned down.
Yep, still 4 down the tree, so pretty solid here. I don't think it's going to put them down.
7 damage, 2 shoves.
7 damage, 2 shoves.
7 damage, 2 shoves that will do the job, considering they did get Long Live the Empire before.
Yep, so that will put them down. But this wall here, going up against the wall, I think he'll still be within range 2, but he does have his move action at this point in time just to move right on to that point.
Yeah, absolutely.
One thing of note here, though, now is Kanan is all the way on the north part of the board.
It's not even a move action. That was actually a reposition on the tree.
Reposition on the tree.
Because the Leia Revenge activation is now happening. She gets to dash and 5-die.
Dash, 5 dice attack. Well, and what could happen here? But she could end up getting Leia over onto that point, if like depending on the attack, if there's a shove. Yeah, crit pistol strikes again. 5 dice. Oh, no crits this time. Well, the expertise.
There's an expertise. Don't speak too soon, Todd.
Expertise, I think he's had a crit every time. The crit will go through.
Merry Critmas.
Without a doubt. but deflecting back some damage into Leia here. But ideally, what's going to happen is he's going to get this. Yeah.
Now, if we look at what's still available in the deck, I am recalling that Nick still has his Dark Troopers, the Death Trooper Escort, and the Rebel Commandos. So
Yes.
he's still got both of his supports that he can wake up on an activation, which I think is a pretty important piece to have, especially on Struggle 2. Rebel Commandos are right next to one of those objectives that has currently just been turned on. And Leia might not be in contesting of that objective, might be just out, but Dark Troopers are ready to be woken up and take that objective back by force.
Yes, exactly.
And sitting left in the deck for Daniel, we do have the Shatterpoint card as well as Ezra.
Ezra's in reserve. Yep. So he knows exactly. He has all the information of what's left, basically, going forward.
Choices are pretty limited,
They are.
but it does seem like there are pretty good choices.
So it looks like he did actually get Leia just in range of that top point. So only scoring the bottom point.
Nobody gets it.
So yeah, Leia will be
just
on that
got
one.
confirmation. The center point on top has not been taken by anyone. Leia was just barely able to get in range, which is exactly what you would look for in that situation.
So here comes the Dark Troopers now, which with one wound already on them. So here's something that's interesting. He has the force to do so. He could probably get that one Dark Trooper all the way down with jump boots and a move, all the way down to the bottom left point.
Yeah, but it will cost him the last of his force.
Yeah, the last of his force, but then the only things that's really in it is the Commandos and DTE.
Yeah, the Death Trooper Escort, I don't think at all times really needs that force.
No.
He likes it, and the Commandos, since they're already wounded, are not going to be able to spend that force unless he spends it all right now.
And looking here, the priority point actually is going to be all the way down at the bottom. It just makes sense at this point in time to use that force to get down there.
I know my mom's a teacher for math, but you just read him like a children's novel.
I did.
He's making that move.
He is.
That's an accidentally tactical commentary.
It is. All right, so what we're looking at here, basically, Nick's going to be able to score 3 points here. I mean, he doesn't have to put an attack into anything. Definitely going to. So here's going to come the jump boots. He was looking to see if he could possibly get there with take cover, and basically, like, they're both in agreement that take cover is not going to get there. And I don't think Nick wants to. He really doesn't want to use the last 2 force, but I think he knows that he's going to have to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's searching around, looking at other cards for other options, and
Racking his brain.
I hate to tell you, my friend, they're not there. Going in the tank a little bit, yeah. I mean, it's a rough one, because you don't want to do it, but I think that's if he's. Yeah, so that's what he's doing.
It's a pretty risky move. If he's able to find a way to take a shot at something, there is a jump on their tree which will get them there, but
I don't think he wants to risk it.
the guaranteed play is spending the force. It looks like that's what he's deciding to do at the moment.
Without a doubt. I think that's the best way to go about it.
If there's anything that he and I have discussed in our times outside of the game, it is better to guarantee that point than it is to go for the flashy play. Me being the younger brother trying to prove something, I always go for the flashy play, and 9 times out of 10 it doesn't work out. So this is though it costs him, he might not get that sharpshooter with Death Trooper Escort. I think the Jet Poots is an essential choice, because not only is he going to be able to get our friend here on the bottom objective, but he will also be able to get them up on the top objective, putting 2 bodies on that top objective and claiming it in his favor for the time being.
Yeah. And what we're looking at here, and what he's looking at here is basically trying to determine what is the best route to go. And then next round, we're going to be doing our last giveaway of the weekend of the prize wall stuff. So definitely going to be excited for that. So keep that in mind for next round.
Dark Trooper is going to go ahead and take a punch into Kanan.
Well, all blocks on that defensive roll by
But look at
Danny.
that expertise, still getting one crit out
Yeah.
there.
Always getting one. Even on the most amazing rolls here, that just is not working.
Sometimes the dice do be dicing.
The dice give it, then the dice take it away.
All right, and the priority point is going to stay where it is, right where those dark troopers ended up moving to. Where are you going? All right, you going to come out for the meetup?
Yeah, I'd like to know more about this.
We're going to be at the 3rd Street Market, probably where that spot where we sit up on the top is like where we're going to probably try and sit. Probably around 6, 7. I'm going to be here doing the interview with the Schick until 6. I probably won't get there until 7, 7:30. But I think everybody else will probably get there earlier.
Decisions to be made here. It looks like the priority roll has been made for the
Later.
expertise objective.
Yeah, kind of just taking a look here, wanting to decide. I mean, the decision is: do you go with Ezra, or do you go with just somebody else that you can? Then you have your choice of anything.
Right.
Do you want to save that shatter point for later? He really needs to be kind of like restabilized back on his side.
Yeah, I think Ezra right now is going to become a vital piece with the state of the table. Just looking at how his Ewoks are wounded and his Rebel commandos are very close to being wounded, bringing Ezra into the fray, making him a target is kind of risky at the moment. He's a tiebreaker unit and he's very sticky, but he is very squishy.
Yeah, he's
so
very
if he's
fragile.
able to get Ezra up onto the field, you can guarantee a point for a limited time only.
Exactly. All right, going to do about 2 more minutes on the giveaway here.
He's thinking about Shatterpoint.
Currently, at the moment, he's deciding if he wants to Shatterpoint Freedom Fighter Leia, and the decision has just taken a second. There's a lot. Once we've reached, a full struggle, it's a very vital decision. Every decision is game changing. At the moment, Freedom Fighter Leia is holding down his back objective at the bottom right here on the screen. And if she decides to move up and start taking some shots at other places, that opens up that objective for the risk of being taken by a backline unit.
Yeah, so just going in the tank here, you're going to be a little bit of thinking. I mean, so what would you be doing? What would ideally you be thinking of doing at this point in time?
So I don't play a lot of Freedom Fighter Leia, so the way that her kits work isn't muscle memory to me yet, but I can understand the choice in making a move with her, but I have also played a lot of Spectres, and I almost never see a bad activation with Ezra with the state of the board that we currently have. If you look at it, Ezra, though no force, has the current ability to walk up, make an attack, and only 3 successes gets him a reposition on the table. So he could make that full advance attack and then get a reposition and take that top objective with the tiebreaker.
Absolutely. So yeah, I think Shatter pointing the Ewoks.
Ewok hunters are waking up on that shatter point. What do you think about that move?
It's interesting. It is a very interesting move. It looks like what he's trying to do here is maybe put some damage into the top to try and turn off one of the units up there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. It's a very interesting move. Moving the Ewoks forward to start with.
I have a prediction. Ewok hunters are going to spread some more damage onto the Dark Troopers.
Yep.
And they're both on the top and bottom objectives. They're probably just looking for 1 or 2 shoves just to get them away from those objectives.
Well, the one on the top, I don't think you're going to be able to shove him off.
Sorry, I spoke in plural. What I meant is the bottom one, shove it off, take that point, and then the top one, just spread some more damage along.
Makes sense.
Because the best thing that you can do with the Dark Troopers is a little bit of plink damage.
Confirming that he's on the point and range attack first.
The range attack is happening first because it looks like the top side Ewok hunters are in a melee with the Darks.
Yep. Range attack, just 2 blocks, but also has the expertise, which will turn into another block. So just 1 down the tree.
One down the tree. This is what you get for attacking that Beskar armor. It is Beskar, right?
I would believe so.
I need to watch that season again.
No result is protection and immunity to pin.
Immune to pin, no result.
Immune to pin
Nothing.
and protection means that the first result on the tree is null. That attack had 1 success that did nothing.
Yeah.
This is so the Ewoks are really good at taking down that plasteel armor. Not good at taking down
And 3
the
fails here.
pseudo-mandos.
3 fails on that attack, that second attack roll. 1 block, 3 expertise.
I heard you.
Isn't really looking like that great. 1 automatic damage to go through, but he's going to have probably enough blocks to block everything, and the protection's going to make that damage go away, so nothing again.
Wow. That is not what you like to see out of your
Not at all.
Shatterpoint usage.
No.
It was a risky play, but I saw, it's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see
Right.
how it worked out for him, and unfortunately, it just did not go his way.
No, did not go his way, unfortunately. Only scoring the 1 point, getting a momentum, and this being struggle
Ooh.
2, Daniel really needs it. A failure is that back point. Now, here's where Daniel or Nick could potentially. He's got DTE, he's got the commandos, he pulls the commandos. Commandos are up the board. He can probably just get them forward and on that point as he.
The camouflage was working a little too good there. Couldn't find the other commando.
Yep.
This just in, the commandos are blending in so well that even the players couldn't find them on the table.
Yeah, I think it was probably Aubrey too. I mean, the table is green. The commandos are painted green. I don't know. He might be a little colorblind. I don't think so, but you never know.
Yeah, unfortunately, if you're one of the viewers that has red-green color blindness, I do hate to inform you that this table does have separate colors on it. The table itself is a reddish-colored sand. Some of the buildings are green, and some of the buildings are orange and red. So what you're looking at is not a gray cityscape. Sounds like one of the commandos is going to be taking a shot at our Ewok commandos.
Alrighty. So go ahead and ending the go ahead and giveaway here. Our winner is going to be Quincy.
Quincy! We've seen you here in the streams the whole time. It's exciting to see that you got it.
So Quincy, go ahead and just send me your information. I'm sure I have it or something like that, but I know you're in our Discord, so go ahead and send me your information again. I will get those mailed out when I get back home.
Aubrey, what conditions?
Let me get it again. I told you and then it went out.
So it does sound like the attack went through on Daniel's commandos, and it is going to get the wound. We'll get you updated on what conditions they have in just a second here.
Everything but exposed.
They are everything except exposed. That is crazy amounts of work here. So the Rebel Commandos walking away wounded after this, and again, that is not a Spectre, so that does not mean Kanan gets his clap back.
And I don't know if I ever If anyone knows Jack, I don't see, or he was back in the chat at any point in time. I don't believe I ever got his information for the other set of Spectre cards. So I am looking for your information if you are out there, Mr. Jack.
2 damage, shove, pin.
Second attack went out, and it was 2 damage, shoving a pin. And that's going on to the Ewok Hunters. 2 damage, shoving a pin. This is the risk of waking up your supporting units a bit earlier than you anticipate. Is that yes, they're awake, yes, they're alive, yes, they're contesting, but especially with something as squishy as the Ewok Hunters, that just means that they are open to damage.
Alrighty, yep. And yeah, this is just a pretty brutal run of luck here for Daniel so far.
Yeah.
I am feeling pretty bad for him. Scoring three,
All he did was attack. He's doing
scoring just the 2 points because he did not have the priority
So it sounds
objective.
like the first action used this turn was an attack, so he hasn't used his move yet.
He wanted them down so he can advance.
All right, and getting the block point, which again is the one up top where just everybody is surrounded by.
Now is the time for Ezra Bridger to make a move.
And we'll see how it all works out. I'm not sure what's going to happen with all of this. I mean, Ezra's Ezra's in an interesting position, and we know that the last thing coming up for Nick is going to be the DTE.
Last card approaching. I mean, I would be very happy to be in the position of having DTE in reserve or in my final card at this moment, knowing that he can make 2 characters move on his turn, himself and another.
Yes.
I think that's a very vital and important position to be in.
So he's looking at getting into range of Leia.
Looks like the strategy behind what's going on right now is that he's hoping to get in range of PLC here, hopefully get an attack off.
Yeah, easily in range here. Easily within that range for his range attack into Leia.
And this is going to be the last card that he pulls in this deck before he refreshes so he can finally get all that force back. It's crazy. I think we've had 3 full activations without any force on the Ewok side.
Yes, that is very true. It's been a very rough activation for him.
It's been a rough deck, but you got to do what you can when you're scrapping for points like this.
Yeah, it is looking rough for the Spectres here. Overall, looking pretty good as far as that attack goes, though. 2 crits, a damage from the expertise, but there is a couple of fails in there as well. There is going to, I believe, a little bit of crit mitigation. No, just 2 through. No crit mitigation.
Sounds
on
like
this side.
2 through, yeah.
But she does have a dash that's going to be coming from her expertise as well. So even if he gets the shove, we do want to thank Nick for throwing that little dash in there to let us know what's on the expertise.
Very good visual representation.
is
I keep
fantastic.
telling him to paint those tools. At this point, it's going to be my birthday present to paint him a set of movement tools.
3 damage, disarm, shove.
3 damage, disarm, and shove.
That does take out Leia.
And she goes down.
Wow. I was not caught up on the damage on her. So that's a pretty important amount of damage to have done.
It is.
Must have deflected there.
So yeah, Leia going down is going to be a little bit painful here. I don't think Ezra is getting into range of that point, though. But I think putting Leia down is going to be enough. Well, I don't know. I don't think anyone else is in. Are the Ewoks within range too? Yeah, it must be.
It looks like they're outside of range 2, but how am I able to tell? We have only such an angle that we don't have rulers, but
They had talked about Leia's dash, but didn't actually.
Yeah.
So Leia did have a dash on her tree, as we made the joke before, but now she's actually dashing herself onto that point. Though she's wounded, not contesting, she will be able to contest very soon, considering the last card we have in the deck here for Nick is the Death Trooper Escort, as Daniel works on reshuffling. Finally able to refresh all 6 of his force. That Moff Tax did its work.
Absolutely. So, of all of the points that could have been the objective, the priority objective, I think this is probably the worst one for Nick. It is going to be the failure, so the bottom right-hand side of your screen there. What we're looking at is the DTE coming up. And what is he going to do here? He can basically probably get that point. Might be able to get that point back. I don't know.
I mean, if there's one thing that we know about the Spectres and the Ewoks, for that matter, is that they usually are the underdog in their stories. So at this current moment, it's looking quite rough, but who knows? It might be able to work out in their favor.
Might be. And now we are going to probably be getting close into Mission Critical. We are about an hour and a half into
the suggested timer. At our local time, it said it was supposed to start at 1. We're not sure if that was exact. It's about 2:32 at the moment, so it sounds like Mission Critical should be here soon.
Yeah, and we do know that, like, because Daniel was running a little behind, they may have given a little bit of extra time to the players to get here.
Yeah.
All right. So Nick's kind of looking at what he can do here, who he can get to where his movements are going to put him.
If I'm not mistaken, it looks like he gave the Death Trooper Escort the dash himself. So now he's looking to see what an advance can do for him. Now, if there's anything that I know about the Death Trooper Escort, I do play Republic, and we had this discussion the other day, is that the Death Trooper Escort's combat tree is not too far from Clone Captain Rex's.
Yes.
So having him move up, fight something in melee, I'm not too mad about that.
Yep. And I think what he's looking at doing here, he's going to shoot into the Ewoks.
All right. Let's see how it works.
Maybe he got close enough to get into melee. That's what they're checking here. I'm not sure if he
There was a discussion on if it was going to be melee, but they definitely have agreed that it is going to be a ranged attack.
So getting the wound here is going to flip the point. 3 fails by Daniel. He is just not had the best of luck with his attack rolls here. Looking at at Nick's though, not the best either. As far as he had 4 fails in there. So
still getting 3 results and an auto damage from the tree.
Yeah. I think just 1 through. Yeah, just 1 down the tree.
One down
he just
the tree.
didn't pull out those 2 were blocked by Daniel's blocks there.
Something that I've had in some of the talks outside of our commentary in these past couple of days is that when it comes to this high level of play, it really can be that some of the decisions are just made by the dice, and sometimes, and by sometimes I mean at this current moment, it seems like that's what's happening with some of the gameplay.
Yeah. So just 1 or 2 damage here, not wounding them. Basically only scoring 1 point for Nick. So Daniel basically coming up getting a little lucky there.
Yeah, I don't think that's the worst option for Nick at the moment, as he's still it was his last activation, no force left, and I'm going to be honest, it didn't look like there was any time other than then to have a good Death Trooper activation.
Yep.
And DTE wasn't able to use any force to get some extra dice on the sharpshooter, wasn't able to focus. Totally understandable why you see those results.
Exactly. Yeah. So, and the one thing looking into this, because like I said, we're probably up against Mission Critical pretty soon here.
Yeah.
I would assume that it would probably be at least by the time that Nick's next activation is going to happen. If not by the time that Daniel's ends here.
Shatterpoint Worlds players,
There we go.
you are Mission Critical. Shatterpoint Worlds players, you are Mission Critical.
So Mission Critical now has been called. So looking at this now here, Daniel has 2 points, and one of them being the priority point. So he's going to score 3 here. He is going to get 1 expertise for Mission Critical. If he can flip that on 1 point that Nick has on the back left, he is going to win. Now, he pulled somebody that is probably not necessarily going to be able to do that in Kanan. But the other option is if Kanan gets a wound, he is able to sit there and basically win the struggle too.
Well, the risky thing about Kanan getting a wound at the moment is that Princess Leia is sitting there at the ready to get a revenge trigger going.
Correct. So there is a consequence to that, but at this point in time, mission critical, Daniel knows he needs to win this struggle. His time is running low on him. Helpful hand on Ezra, moving Ezra closer, basically getting Ezra right up on that point.
Yeah. When it comes to some of these higher level games and you're flipping a point every turn, it's really vital to see these people all crowding on one objective. And it's just a matter of if your team has enough mobility to shift up for the next struggle.
All right.
Rebel Commandos are going to spend a force for coordinated fire damage.
Really wanting to make sure that he gets this wound here, it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if it's the only thing that's going to keep him in the game.
Right. Yeah, looking to just try and one-shot
Dark Troopers.
the Dark Troopers right here.
That was just to plink through their protection. So what we see on the table, aside from that little damage in the bowl there, is going to be what we get here.
And just 4 fails. Going to re-roll with Callus. A good re-roll there, so now just all sorts of expertise. Looks like 3 crits, from what I can see on the table there. 1 gets downgraded. 4 still going
4 down the
through.
tree. I'm not sure that's going to be able to do the job. 7 damage out of 8 needed.
Yep. So 7 damage, not going to do it.
Now, they do already have 1 wound on them. I don't think they're too disappointed if they get wounded here, because if the cards work out here, and hear me out, a character and their unit does not get removed from the table until it's their activation.
Correct.
If you pull the Dark Troopers, you place them in reserve, and you get Moff Gideon, you can spend 1 force, long live the Empire, wound them over, they stay awake, lose all their damage, they gain an additional token. They don't get removed until they activate, and they can stay on the board for the rest of the game.
That is true. So Daniel does not win the struggle here.
No. Very, very close. Needed that wound to do the job.
And going with Moff Gideon.
Moff Gideon. Now, we need him to get the mobility to do something here. Now, we have tiebreaker units all around this objective. It's such a vital objective that you can even see the priority token is there for this turn. As Aubrey said, things are about to get weird.
Yes, Cassian would absolutely love that many models around an objective. Focus and attack into Ezra.
Wow.
With Gideon.
I keep getting mistaken with the new piece of terrain right here. I keep thinking it's a model, but Moff Gideon is not actually standing next to a model. He's still able to get that attack off on Ezra.
Yes.
That one that looks like a model in the middle of all them is actually a block.
Coordinated fire.
Paying the force for a coordinate fire strain from the Dark Troopers.
2 fails, 3 expertise on Ezra is going to turn into 2 blocks. The 2 go away. Looks like, yeah, and a dash looks like 5 down the tree. That is a pretty decent roll.
Not bad. Really, all he needs here is about 1 shove. I think we have a Dark Trooper, Death Trooper, and Moff Gideon all in range of that objective. Just moving 1 model away, especially the tiebreaker, is really all you need in this situation.
6 damage, 2 shoves.
6 damage, 2 shoves onto Ezra. So at this point in time, like time of the essence. They're still in struggle 2. They are in mission critical. They need to will probably move with a little more urgency because so they're not working in a timer. Long
That,
of the Empire
I called
Dark
it.
Troopers. Yep.
I called it. Because all that needs to happen is when their card comes up, just place them in reserve.
Yeah.
That's all they need to do. And if they decide to get wounded again,
Okay.
Judge!
they're probably just calling for a ruling on when the characters get removed from the table.
Exactly. All right, and the judge is going to be looking into his book here.
Yeah, this is a pretty important call here.
Basically, just going to confirm what we're talking about here.
The reason I know about this ruling off the top of my head.
And basically, yeah, we went ahead and confirmed exactly what we're thinking. Right.
Okay,
So
decided against doing it because if he were to wound them, it would give his opponent a momentum token, ending the struggle right then and there. So to keep this struggle alive, he decided against it.
Interesting call. I mean, because basically right here,
Yeah.
got the failure, still going to be scoring 3 points, gets the momentum. He was going to win this turn anyway, but he is going to be refreshing his force, refreshing the deck going at this point in time. Have him refresh his deck.
No,
Well, we
the
can't
Moff
tell.
is sitting on the top of the deck. Move it off. Moff being the first card out of Nick's deck. We have the Callus pull, and he's going to see what we can do here.
Going into the Dark Troopers, pretty rough roll here by Nick.
What was the card used before Callus? Sounds like there's going to be 4 damage, 2 shoves, and a couple recovers.
And like I said, this is definitely going to end the struggle. Nick, depending on the flop, could be in pretty good position here.
Yeah, absolutely.
But again, we're probably about 20 minutes left in this round.
Now, mission critical momentum is going to go ahead and end that struggle. We now are 1-1.
Absolutely. All right. Looking into the rounds, Damio Matt has lost to Scott B in the quarterfinals, and Duncan has beaten Qui-Gon Din. So Scott B and Qui-Gon Din will be fighting it out.
Godliness Duncan and Scott B.
Sorry. Godliness Duncan and Scott B will be fighting it out for a chance to make day 2 of in the final 4. No results on that other top half of the Heat 1 bracket. Looking at the bottom bracket, Matt Bronson has gone on. Dork Esquire has gone on. No word now on who's going to be doing. No word on who will be moving on to face them. I mean, whoever wins this will be playing Matt Bronson. All right, looking to see now where they're going to be. Looking at the points, so it's going to be the top middle still. It's going to be the middle right and the bottom left. Priority.
Got kind of a funky shape going on for the map.
A little bit
here.
of a funky shape. Priority is going to stay on the top where the shield symbol was.
Now this is Nick's activation. This is going to be pretty important because we know that his team has a lot of mobility, and it's not selfish mobility. We're going to go ahead and wake up and activate the commandos. They are alive and fresh, and I think that's a pretty good choice out of him here. We still have the force to do some extra mobility if we need to. But I think the plan here, if I can read this correctly, is we're going to move out, just get some shots on the board. Now, Callus was moving out to get ready and set up in that middle objective on the left side there, as you can see. But it just seemed like a move out of his detriment. He was not ready and not remembering that on shifting priorities, the third struggle, the loser gets to pick a map.
Exactly.
Sabotage Showdown, you don't get to pick. And this is pretty important here because I do know that the Rebel Commandos have mobility on their tree. It looks like they're spending the force for the commando doctrines.
Absolutely.
He is in range of that objective. Now, we have two objectives claimed by Nick at the moment, and we're excited to see where the rest of this leads.
Yeah, looking if he's going to go and attack, take cover. Looks like he's getting some dice together, taking a cat.
Now, this first attack looks like it's going into the Ewok Hunters. If I'm not mistaken, I see them currently at 2 damage and a pin, which is a really good target for the Rebel Commandos, considering the Rebel Commandos do have a pin early on their tree, getting that extra damage on condition stacking.
Absolutely. So looking at Nick, though, just one down the tree.
That's not like him.
I mean, is that your
Time
dice?
for me to show him who's boss.
Your dice. The dice are not always going to be flaming hot. Pin into damage, 2 damage on them.
Yep, 2 damage on the Ewoks here.
All right, and here comes the next attack. Into Callus. There's a couple of crits in there. The fails get pulled out right away, so 2 crits, 4 hits, 2 blocks, basically 4 down the tree on Callus. 4 down the tree on Callus. The expose will go away for that was on Callus, though. I think
Absolutely.
This is gonna wound
I think that
Callus
does the job. Now, the risky thing about this activation here is that Callus is a Rebel and a Spectre, so this is going to make sure that Kanan does get his revenge trigger.
Oh, he's stopping short of wounding Callus.
Stopping short of wounding Callus, which is probably the right decision here. He's just moving him a little further away, making him require a little extra mobility.
Right.
He caps all 3 of the points, scoring 4. Now, this is unbiased saying this. This is a pretty incredible game, and that was a pretty incredible move. Being able to claim all 4 points, I knew but he knew that the Rebel Commandos could do the job that he needed them to do.
And
Card
here comes
flip
the
is a shunton, dun 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 shunton.
Shatterpoint?
Shatterpoint. Well, I mean, you see Maul on the card, you kind of have to use his theme, right?
Fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, all 4 points to Nick here is kind of, or all 3 points to Nick here is pretty big.
Yeah, sorry for not changing the struggle score a little earlier. As you guys can tell, this is a pretty intense game. Mission Critical has already been approached. So Daniel really needs an important and vital pull of the card here. This Shatterpoint could be the game. It's just a matter of how the dice do the work. We have the decision making at hand. We need to see what we can do.
Yeah, basically, I mean, it's he needs to do a lot of work here to pull it back his way. Ideally, he would flip 2 points in order to keep himself in the game. If he's not able to do that, Nick can basically win on the next turn.
Yeah,
and that's where. That's where he's living, and I mean the one thing to keep in mind is whoever wins this next game, it is going to be intense.
Yeah,
they're already having an intense game here, going into Matt Bronson, who was just on fire all day yesterday.
He has been someone to deal with. That Kanan solo list, I've never seen anyone play that well.
Yeah, exactly. All right. decided to reserve the shatter point and he's going with the commandos.
It's an interesting choice. That shatter point really could have done anything, but I mean, even though the Moth taxes your reserve, he doesn't tax you shuffling the shatter point back in.
Yes.
So if you can't make a decision on the shatter point, we're in mission critical. So now is the time. If you can't make a decision, let the cards decide for you.
Definitely is. I mean, I would, like I said, I question it to a point, but I mean, like I said, I did not make day 2 in the second round of the World Championship. So he
not even day 2. This is now top 16 from 32.
Right, exactly. He made the second round of the top cut. He definitely knows what he's doing here, and putting in the work, so, for sure. So basically what we're looking at is just trying to determine what he wants to do with these commandos.
Now, Rebel Commandos is pretty interesting poll, as they are waking up from being wounded and everything except disarmed. Like, they have a lot of conditions on them, so it's pretty vital that we figure out what they took off.
As of this moment, just this.
They're just miscommunication from earlier. The Rebel Commandos had disarm on them. That is now all that they have on them.
All right, yeah. Look, and just like looking at range on who he wants to put an attack into, who's going to put some shots into. As we look at it here, I mean, because basically, again, the first tiebreaker is the amount of points controlled.
Yeah.
So he would need to flip 2 points just to get past the tiebreakers here at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Rebel Commandos are a pretty vital choice here, as they know that we can do the job. They are a supporting unit. It doesn't mean they're going to have a very flashy activation, but it is 2 models moving, so that is going to be a lot of mobility happening. As long as both of them are able to move on and shift the point, this could go in Daniel's favor.
Yeah, but Daniel decided to focus and attack you.
Focus and attack. Well, I mean, they do have a reposition on their tree. If he's going to get the wound, now's the time to do it.
Yeah, I think he's just going putting it all out there and see what he can do. Five expertise on this attack. A little more than you want to see. Three blocks by Dan. So basically just 2 down the tree. Reposition, but expertise gives him a reposition. 2 damage pin shove. That pin is basically going to.
Yeah, we're just gonna eat the pin.
Eat the pin.
Yeah, something that I just looked at that's pretty important here is I said that he needs to shove or move targets off of the or wound targets here. I think it's pretty important to note that Leia's revenge trigger, Princess Leia's revenge trigger, still goes off even if she's wounded. So at the moment, she hasn't woken back up, but if Daniel does decide to get a wound here, then Leia does get to make a revenge trigger.
Yeah, and we're going into Moff here with a really big attack. Looks like 3 strikes, so 8 crit, 3 expertise. Gonna do the Callus reroll there. So basically 1 crit, 6 strikes, blocking
Wow.
2, 5 down the tree into Moff Gideon.
I mean, that's a pretty vital target to hit at this moment. He is the tiebreaker that is going to kind of decide that objective at the current moment, and we know that he was the first activation, so the only time that he's going to be able to go again in this deck is when the Shatter comes out. So, yeah, this is a pretty... Every decision is game-changing and vital here, so it's just a matter of, as we mentioned before, this is high-level play. Whoever can make the dice do what they need them to do, that's who's going to end up as the winner.
Absolutely. So 7 damage, pin, disarm off of that. Pushing Moff Gideon back. He's basically kind of out of the game at this point in time for the rest of the for the rest of the game. Just flipping the 1 point, putting 1 back, getting a momentum. This dice roll is critical right now for Nick.
Yeah, but there's also a mission critical momentum.
Yep. He did. He gets the mission critical momentum. He did. No,
But
no.
then
He did. He did.
Okay,
Did
never
he-
mind.
Yeah. No. Did you get? Did he wound?
I didn't get a wound.
Yeah. No, he's fine.
On his side.
Yeah, but there's the pity momentum. Yeah.
I see. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. So there. No, he got the second momentum basically because it didn't cross his other side.
Yep.
Ultimately, though, this is Nick. He won.
Yeah.
That was.
The handshake is there. We just wanted to make sure we got the score accurate.
Yep. So he's going to score 3, going to get the momentum for mission critical. Unfortunately for Daniel, he was just behind the entire time.
I mean, I've noticed that a lot when I play Rebels, that it feels like you want to be playing on the back foot for a lot of it, but at the end of the day, it is kind of a detriment. You know, it's a hard thing to do. Handshake comes out again. It was a very, very close game played by both players, and that's really exciting to see that my brother just I've been playing an unbiased spectator this whole time and analyzing, but I'm very excited and proud.
Yeah.
This
Top
is
8.
very, very exciting.
Top 8 in Worlds. I mean, if he wins next round, which is going to be a rough one against Matt Bronson, he's in the Final 4. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Matt Bronson's going to be definitely a very difficult opponent. I've talked to him, and I was their eyes in the sky for the game that he was playing at our stream table yesterday. He's a very nice guy, very analytical, but he's the type of person that knows your expertise before you do.
Yes.
So he knows this game like the back of his hand. It's going to be a very difficult opponent for Nick to take on.
Absolutely. So, yeah, I mean, that was the end of round 2. It was a great game, Quincy. Definitely a great game. I'm still kind of speechless as far as what had happened with all of that. As you can see, Jake is just completely drained watching it. Yeah.
So much stress. Secondhand stress. I can feel the brother blood boiling.
So, no, definitely a great game. I mean, I know this is going to be an experience you're probably not going to forget anytime soon. being
No,
able to
not at
call.
all. Not at all. It makes me so excited that I decided to come here and help out with Momentous Struggle. Like prior to helping them out here, I have a little bit of like production experience and just not much. Definitely nothing to this caliber or level. So this is just like it's a lot to take in, and this is really exciting that I get to hop in here and just be here commentating not only something that I enjoy doing in my free time, but one of my favorite games, and I get to do it with my brother, who I hang out with all the time. So this is a very exciting stage to be on.
Yeah, very exciting. I mean, like Alex said, he had a great game, great win.
Yeah.
His dice were just on fire early. I mean, absolutely on fire. The Raider luck, as it would be, like the Raider touch, maybe.
I'm surprised he was able to keep it here. When for some reason, whenever he and I play in a game against each other, it's like I drain all of the unluck from his dice.
Right.
There was a. There was once a game that we played within the past couple weeks when I was helping him practice for these games where I think I maybe in total for a full game of Star Wars Shatterpoint made it across all of my attacks less than 10 times down the tree.
Yeah.
Is how often I failed.
That's wild. Yeah, giving up that Shatterpoint, I would be interested to hear the reasoning that he had behind it, because it is one of those things. It's such a crucial card, such a very impactful card.
Yeah.
That you just don't know, and not knowing what you're going to get next, because that was very early in the order deck.
Mm-hmm.
I would be interested to hear what happened. I mean, I wonder if like he was running late to get here. He was like the round was already supposed to start by the time he got here. I wonder if like just there was already a lot going on, getting here a little late, with
like
everything else.
Like the almost the morals behind this decision, where it's like, oh, I feel bad because I arrived late and we started our game late. You know, if I were in that position, I would totally understand making a quick decision like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, the Shatterpoint give up was a mistake is the wrong word, but it's like when you are top 16 worlds, stream table, late to your game, in mission critical, in a very tight game. It's decisions like that already have a lot of pressure in a regular Saturday game that you just play at your local game with your friends, right? And putting it all of those factors into that decision making can definitely affect you a lot. So
It can. So it'll be interesting to see what happened. But I mean, and also this is the third day of
Yeah.
a long weekend of gaming.
yeah.
So definitely gonna like that. Probably has a pretty big impact on it as well.
Yeah.
All right, so I think we're going to take a quick break here, just as we get ready for the last round of the day, and then right after that last round, we're going to be going into an interview with Will Schick. So yeah, we're going to take a quick break until we get ready for round 3, and then we'll see you back here in a few.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for being here. I mean, like I said, we still got one more round today, and then we're going to be the final 2 rounds tomorrow. So yeah, stick around, and we'll see what happens here.
Sounds good.
Coming in hot. Here we are, you guys. Welcome back. It was a really quick turnaround here. Basically, what we're looking at is going into into round 3. It's one of those days, getting close to the end. A lot going on here. Pretty fast and furious for sure. So big win by Nick in the last round, moving on to the top 8. And here's where it really comes down to all of it that's going on. We got Will and Dork Esquire that are going to be coming in and playing. Will we had on stream yesterday. I know we had him on stream at one point in time. It was either yesterday or the day before. So they're going to get all set up and get locked in and ready to go. And we'll take a look at what they're going to be doing. So definitely going to be this is a very intense one here, because this is basically getting in the top 4. This is getting into the final 4 that we'll be playing tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm excited. We will have to. We will have to see. This is getting to be pretty grueling here. I think the players are starting to feel the pressure a little bit.
Yeah, I think they're starting to feel it a little bit for sure. I mean, we're definitely wanting them to do. They're trying to do their best. I mean, no matter what, it's like they are going to be hitting it really fast and furious here, really hard, wanting to make sure that they're going to be able to hit everything that they need to and everything. So, looking forward to this one.
Yes. Todd.
Yes.
Are you ready?
For what?
Are you excited?
Sure. Are we? Sure.
Yeah. For the next round, come on.
Yeah, no, I mean, I am. Like I said, it's getting to that point where it's the last of the weekend here. So kind of everybody's looking at each other's list at this point in time, kind of see what's going on. So looking at the other side of the bracket right now, you got James Howard, Scott, Cody Hawkins, and Godliness all playing each other. That's your top 4 on that side of the bracket. Cody is going to be playing James Howard. Godliness is playing Scott B. for the chance to make the finals on that side. This is the side from Heat 2. So like I said, Matt Bronson is playing Nick, who we just saw on stream on that side. And then on the other one is here with Will and with Dork Esquire. And I'm going to have to find out what his actual name is, because I'm not going to be calling him Dork the entire time. Just can't do it.
Izzy's got us. No worries. No worries.
So.
Izzy's getting the info now.
Yep. So basically, looking at this, though, looking at the 2 lists, so Dork Esquire over here is running pretty much an entire Empire list. He's got the Iden Box, Iden Hask, and ISF. Moff Gideon, DTE with Fifth Brother. The Grand Admiral Thrawn with Boba Fett and ISB. And then Darth Vader, Emperor Servant. It's a Vader 2 with Stormtrooper Sergeant and Dark Troopers. Huh? Not while on stream, no.
Yeah, no Izzy.
All right. And then looking at Will's list, and like I said, we had him on, he is running more of a Galactic Republic list, where he's got Kiadi-Mundi, Shakti, ARF Troopers, then Darth Vader, Jedi Hunter with OB2, Padawan Learners, and that's what we saw him running yesterday. Then he's got Lumi, Crosshair, Commandos, along with Hunter, Wrecker, and Tekko. So looking to see what they are choosing.
And Dork's name is Doug.
Doug?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chat's helping us out here. Thank you, chat.
Thank you. Didn't want to basically be calling a man a dork the entire time. I mean, he made it his tag, and that's fine, but I just don't feel like that is the nicest way to sit there. Like, man, this dork over here.
I mean, you could call me that, Todd. It's okay.
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
That's a different reason. So Omnis, did you get that? It's Dork Esquire or Doug, and then Will.
Will Maurer, who's just been
Wilverine. I get it. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
But he was the one who came to the table yesterday. He played the last round of Heat 2, and basically came up and just I'm 3-0. Let's just have a good time. And he was just happy to be here, just loving it. And here he is again, getting ready to pay for the Final 4.
All right. Kicking things off.
All right, looking at the priority roll here. Playing Sabotage Showdown, Will wins the priority roll.
All right.
All right.
Oh.
And basically, I believe they announced what were their squads. They should have chosen those beforehand.
And I think Izzy just missed it. So. Looks like they're showing up. We're getting there.
Yep. Oh,
Alright, so same thing as last time. Mundi, Shakti, Arfs with Vader, Jedi Hunter, Obi-2, and Padawans.
Okay, so it's going to be Cam and Jedi Hunter on the one side, and we are working on
Yeah,
the other side.
So basically the same exact list that you ran the other day. Vader 2, Obi, and the Padawans, along with Kiadi Mundi, Shakti, and the Arfs.
Vader 2.
Vader 2 and Iden is going to be on the other side. So again, looking at his list, so I can get you the full list. All right, just pulling that up from Longshanks. He is going to go with Vader Iden. Iden is the Iden box, which we knew. Iden getting Hask and ISF. And then Vader 2 is going to be with Sergeant and the Dark Troopers. That is Stormtrooper Sergeant and the Dark Troopers.
There you go.
And on Sabotage was a good one for Will here. I think that's like he really wanted that. He did not, because Doug over here brought odds, and I think that would have been a bad pull,
Yeah.
especially not having the commandos that can go all the way forward, or the ISF.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely would have changed things almost immediately.
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, basically at this point in time, they are just kind of they're going over the terrain that they have, what the terrain is, doing a lot of that turn ones, just getting set up and getting ready to go, putting all their cards out, putting all of the getting their models out, and getting ready to go and getting them deployed.
So Quincy says this is almost the same list as the first game. Since I was running around being errand boy, how was that first game, Todd?
First game went well. It was Empire really kind of just ran it over. It was a great game. I mean,
Okay,
all the games
okay.
so far have been wild. I mean, I think there was a little bit of a second guessing. I think that some of us had in the last match, but again, that comes down to 3 days of gaming, and I think you're just wanting to make sure you're making the right decisions so much that you're sometimes just maybe second guessing yourself a lot of times.
Yeah. And again, I think these are good list choices. This is going to be. I'm ready. We're seeing. We are really seeing the truth that is Kiadi Mundi leading the Republic charge here,
Yeah, I mean he's doing great.
alongside everyone's favorite Republic primary, Darth Vader.
Yep. And like we were talking about earlier, I think that might be one of the changes that we end up seeing, is that Kiadi Mundi, or Darth Vader Jedi Hunter, losing that Galactic Republic tag. It might be one of the things they do as part of the updates.
Injustice finally righted.
You'll be all right, Aubrey. You'll get through it.
It's all right. I do like the slip there, though. Kiadi Mundi's going to lose the Galactic Republic tag, huh, Todd?
Right?
It's been a while. Chat.
That's what happens during Order 66.
Oh, chat. Be gentle, Todd. Todd refuses to take a break. He's a trooper. Oh.
Yep.
So, chat. Tell us your predictions. How do you think this is going to go? I need more Omnis to talk to me. Come on, Omnis. What are you doing?
He might have just gotten tired and left.
Boo. No tired. Oh. Izzy looks like he's happy, everyone.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's kind of been a long week, but the nice thing is, this is the last round for you guys. I think most of you guys will probably be heading out. We're doing a meetup with the guys from Rogue Support that decided to come out. So, Accuser or Phil from Rogue Support, along with Matt, Matt, are both made the trip out here to play at Adepticon. Both of them decided to do a meetup.
Yeah.
Sam going with the cam vote. I don't know, man. Are you allowed to do that? I remember listening to an episode of a podcast that you are associated with. We called that Zion's Finest. And Kenny,
Are you sure that's what it's called?
It's called Zion's Finest. And I recall Kenny basically saying that he didn't think it was there. I mean, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I don't. He had his doubts. I think it's a newer model, and had his doubts on there. So, I mean, if you're rooting for him, I'm on Team Sam right now. I think that's what's going to happen.
I mean, I want to be on Team Jedi, and
Kenny is wrong.
And Kenny is
Sam
wrong.
Sam putting it out there for all the world to know that Kenny is wrong. That's hilarious.
All right, so we were working on deployment now. I'm sorry, that's funny. I mean, I want to root for the Jedi here, and you know what? I will root for the Jedi here because it's the Empire on the other side. But the Empire's had a really good showing. I mean, it's we'll see.
So we're looking right now here. It looks like Kiadi Mundi is getting deployed down at the bottom with the Arfs and Shock team.
Omnis, I wish I could see your face as well. But everyone wants to see the table, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we need to make sure that we got all of the important things to see, as important as Aubrey is.
My face isn't important, Todd.
Not as important as the terrain on the table right now.
I guess that's fair. Wait, you're telling me people came here to watch Shatterpoint? Or, well, came here virtually?
They are tuning in, yes.
Tuning in, there's the word. I agree. Needs more Mandos, but that's okay. This is what we expect at this point. There have been some pretty good showings from Republic and Empire this weekend.
Absolutely, and basically, so matching Kiadi Mundi, we're going to go ahead and put out putting out the ISF.
Yeah, the Empire has all the alphabet soups.
All the alphabet soups.
ISB, ISF, DTEs, DTs.
Right. And here we go with Darth Vader.
Dun 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 dun. See,
make an Adepticon and AMG logos spall somewhere and show me some.
Right? See, that's what I was thinking. Doug almost had Mandos in his team, but swapped to Thrawn last minute. I see how it is.
Makes sense. I mean, they're all Empire is pretty great.
No Mandos on the table. I don't know who I am voting for.
I mean, to be fair, if Doug decided to last minute take out Mandos, I think that's probably why you would go against him in your way of looking at it. In your opinion, there, Omnis. I don't know. Like, he had them there and decided against them at the last minute. But you know what? I think it worked out for him in the long run. He's here in the top 8 at World, so
Yeah, I mean, I'm not in the top 8, so he probably shouldn't listen to me. Just saying.
All right. So now, and then we're going to put Vader down on the other side. So it's Vader.
We're going to have a Vader off.
We are. Vader 1's looking across at Vader 2.
May the best Vader win.
May the best Vader win. Is the best Vader the Galactic Vader? The Republic Vader?
Possibly. Possibly.
Just because he has that tag, does that make him a better Vader for you?
Doug abandoned Mandos. I am going for Will, 100%, no question. Griff, you'll have to keep up the love for your buddy Doug here. It's all right. So I hope that the rebalance announcement just has one unit in it, and it's Darth Vader, and there's no changes except to remove the Galactic Republic tag. Then that's all.
If that was all that they did, I think there would be a lot of people unhappy with the update.
but I would be happy.
Well, I don't think that's their only concern, Aubrey. I don't think that all they AMG's like just. I don't think AMG, all the devs at AMG are going, how can I make Aubrey happy? Yes, that is my only concern.
Oh no, I know they're not thinking about me. Otherwise, Darth Vader would have never had the Galactic Republic tag. I understand. It's okay. Oh, there's the shake. We got deployment done. Flipping
Honor
over.
is intact.
Yes. Flipping over to the mission card, and we get
Shakti.
Shakti off the top.
Shatterpoint is a force refresh.
All right, Shatterpoint is the refreshing of force, and of course this is the Death Donut, so we know where all the objectives are.
All right. So yeah, basically kind of looking at what he's going to do with Shakti. It looks like he is going to go ahead and move forward Kiadi Mundi.
Yep. Everyone's favorite cam.
Yep.
Going up.
And then just do a nice little jump forward here.
Yeah, seems like a good start. There's no evading this matchup. What if they give Anakin the Empire tag? Omnis, don't even say that. Just don't even put that out into the universe.
All right. So Shakti basically moving forward, getting to that egress point, moving up onto the point there. And then she's going to take cover.
I would accept a Mustafar Vader who has both of those tags. I've said that. I'll keep saying that.
So Shakti just moving forward, taking that point, going to basically be taking cover, giving herself a hunker. 3 points secured, objective points secured by Will at this point in time. And a Gideon Hask in response. So pretty decent here.
Yeah, we're seeing Doug go, well, hey.
Yeah, not
that's
too
a
bad.
start.
Kind of shrugs like, yeah, I guess that's where I want to go. And so basically right here we're looking at moving Gideon forward and probably just putting a shot into Shakti. I mean, he's looking to see if he can shove her off of the point. Depending on placement, I think we'll probably put it where you're going to have to double shove. That would have probably been the ideal. But
yeah.
again, we're pretty late in the game here, so I'm not sure. All right, so basically going to use covert operations, moving himself forward.
Spends a force. Dashes up the clover ops.
Yep, they're dashing up, spending a force.
That, of course, gives the focus, and the Sharpshooter 2 is now online, so basically being able to run rolling a lot of dice here into Shakti.
And, yep, just like Todd said, doing that attack. And, Carla, I agree with you, 501st, yes. All kidding aside, I am excited for,
Fantastic roll by Will just out of the gate.
Whoa!
4 blocks, 3 expertise.
Okay. Ugh, we are choosing violence already, dear listeners.
Preventing violence. There are some crits in there, of course.
Choosing anti-violence. Fine.
Anti-violence. All right, so basically a lot of blocks.
She is the closest thing to a Mando in the game, Shakti MVP. I have to agree with you. Shakti has been really, really good this past couple of days.
All right, so looking through everything, basically 2 are going to go through, or 3 are going to go through because of the crits. So the 2 crits, one of those crits gets mitigated down. So basically at the end of the day, 3 going through. With all of those rolls, that's pretty wild.
4. Yeah, 4.
All right, so
damage,
4
2
damage,
shoves.
2 shoves, and the 2 shoves is really what he was looking for here because now he's going to be able to get Shakti off of the point. So push the first shove will go basically put her all the way against that railing there, and then the other one is going to put her down. Brave man going over the gantry like that. That's at the second level of elevation. I would have knocked that over.
Yes. Yeah, no, I have seen you knock that
Exactly.
over, and in fact.
So he didn't follow the shoves because he couldn't based off of where he was, but the dash on his tree gets him exactly where he needs to.
Yes.
Being able to flip that point, he will score 3 himself.
There's our start.
That is off to our start. Basically, first blood drawn by Doug. Will's going to go ahead and reveal the Padawans.
Oh, there they are.
Interesting decision here. I don't know. He maybe get them out of the way early. Again, like I always say,
Get them into murder range.
Get them into a range where they're going to go ahead and get beat up on a little bit. Go ahead and turn that Kiadi Mundi on. And Will's just kind of like taking a look at what he wants to do here, what is going to be the best options.
So, Todd, if you're going to make one change to the 501st, what would you do?
I would basically give them one more health at least. I think that's all they really need. I mean, not all they really need, but I think that's the first thing to go.
That's a good one. I think they could use some better expertise too. They could use. There's a lot of things we could do with those.
All right. I mean, and the one thing to keep in mind here is definitely the Padawans. They can definitely get pretty far. Start of the activation is not going to do anything. They could force rush move. They have their deflect, so there is a lot you can do. But Will is deciding to wait on them, put them into reserve. Here comes Kiadi Mundi.
Ooh, and Kiadi just got moved up. So now, of course, getting those Padawan learners up the field, or well, maybe. Looks like we're thinking about it.
Yeah. So I mean, basically, yeah.
Moody dashes the Padawans up.
And that's what's going to happen here. It's going to dash the Padawans, moving them up the board just a hair.
Which, of course, gives
Himself a move.
Kiadi the dash as well.
Gives himself that little dash, that small move that we all love.
They get the Galactic Empire tag with Annie.
All right. So with that dash, he's able to do a move, which will get him up on the board because, of course, Shakti already dashed him forward. So basically the move, and with the other dash that he had, the move's basically just going to get him up front. Switching stance sides here. I'm going to go ahead and put an attack straight in to Gideon Hask here.
Flip stances. He's going to do a 10 dice attack into Gideon.
Yep. Looking at a 10 dice attack
10
into Gideon. It looks like he
dice.
probably took the Vader dice, took a little damage to do the Vader dice here. A lot of fails on his side, unfortunately. 4
Man.
fails in that attack dice, or attack roll. So 2 crits, 3 strikes.
Which means looks
Looks
like
like
just
2 going through.
yeah, just the crits going through 2. Yeah, if they change this where the 501st and Anakin have the Galactic Empire tag after removing it from Vader, I may scream endlessly into the void. But you could give me some 501st stormtroopers. I don't mind that.
And just giving that shove right here, following up with the shove. All right, and just so 3 damage into Gideon here, and just 1 shove off of all of that. A little bit less than what he wanted to do there. Now he's going to spend the force to do the force push just to make sure he gets that point.
Did he have his lightsaber on power saving mode? Nah, he put it on non-lethal damage mode. That's what he did. He had a training saber.
Scoring 3, going back to 0, each getting a momentum.
Oh, and Gideon heals 1 from his expertise.
So that will leave him on 2 at this point in time. And of course, Kiadi does have the 2 damage on him for taking the Vader dice. So like even falling victim to the dark side was not exactly what Kiadi should have been doing right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it wasn't very Jedi-like of him.
No, not at all. And here is what you really want to see early in the game if you're on Doug's side, pulling Iden Versio. I mean,
wow.
And pushing using that force push. Using that force push to push Gideon all the way back, basically just kind of almost negated. Yes, he is off the point, but it kind of negates that because now he can move all those soldiers all forward, moving
Right.
all the ISF, all the like all the Inferno squad. Yep. So she dashed herself, spends a force for Inferno operation or covert operations. Going ahead and giving her that sharpshooter, or focus on the sharpshooter 2 is going to be online. Should be about a 7 dice attack coming, or 10 dice attack coming in here.
Yeah, I know he's not on the table yet, but this makes me think of deploy the garrison every time.
Focus
All right.
firing into Mundi.
Yeah, and that is again not a great look for Kiadimundi right now. Only
Ooh.
2 fails, 2 hits, or 2 expertise.
More
Solid,
Daka.
solid. So the expertise turning into 2 crits. A lot of strikes here, about looking like 4 strikes. 2 blocks.
Thank you, Omnis, or I'm sorry.
Basically going 2 down the tree, it looks like. So after all
Wow.
said and done, the expertise mitigating the crit is really kind of what helped there.
Yeah, all right. Kiadi's got that defense going.
So 2 down the tree is looking like
3 damage and expose on Mundi.
3 damage and expose. So that's going to put Kiadimundi up to 5 damage, but it does expose him.
That's going to be pretty important. Yeah.
It is important, but I mean, at the end of the
That's not the best roll we've seen from Iden, though. I mean, I get it.
No, not at all. And I believe, what is he going to do for his other? He's not doing another action? Because he just moved covert operations, took a shot.
I
guess it was moving to get up onto the point, but it doesn't flip the point.
Oh, yeah, move it. Yeah, move attack. But, yeah, again, needed to affect Kiadi a little better. Yeah.
Yep. So basically what we're looking at here, before he decides, he's going to decide whether he goes for a flip or whether he can sit there and get someone else onto a point.
Is it Padawan time?
Is looking to see if it's Padawan time or not.
Yeah, when you roll that much dice, it does look terrifying at first. Yeah, there's a little bit of glare. The lighting here is a little iffy.
So basically, like, still in the deck. So he does decide to go with the Padawans.
Yep, hitting that Ingress point there with presumably Force Rush. Looks like it anyway. And then this one is... Oh, no, I think it was a move and a climb. Maybe it was just a climb. Or just hitting the Ingress point.
Looking to see where he can go on the other side of that point. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to climb where he thinks he's going to climb. Yeah, he can go that way, it looks like, too. I mean, they've agreed that that's where he can go.
Yeah.
Looks
Again,
like
we have a different vantage point.
there might be. No, there's not. Yeah, looks like that's where. I mean, they've both agreed that that's where the move can go to, so we'll allow it. And then the other one, just moving into the point. I don't know. Like, he's kind of just deciding what else he wants to do.
Yeah, probably a take cover here. I mean,
because they don't have any range attack. There might be a melee into Gideon Hask because he is up top there. Might be able to do a melee attack into Gideon. Will has shown that he likes to sit there and put the Vader dice on to take the 2 damage and put the Vader dice into the younglings.
he
has done
I
that
see,
again.
I see the Vader dice. Okay,
Yep.
all right.
He has shown a desire to sit there and
Padawan suffered 2 damage doing 10 dice attack.
yep, 10 dice attack.
There it is, the attack into Gideon. You were right, Todd.
Yep.
I mean, those
There's
those
a lot of expertise.
Padawans
in this roller.
are doing their
basically 2 fails, maybe 3.
wow. Is that
1
5
strike.
expertise?
Looks like 6 expertise actually.
Whoa, sit. Oh,
basically only 1 crit going through
Dude.
based off of that. A lot of dice.
man, we're having a lot of dice thrown.
Yeah,
at
Will's
it's getting through on both sides.
A damage and a heal.
So 1 damage, 1 recover from that. Probably going to heal the 1 damage. Looks like he might be out of range for that. So just 2 damage into Gideon's going to put him up to 4 damage.
Yeah, there's nobody around on that top side.
So
it
basically,
was just
probably
the one
looking like
attack.
they're just going to heal the 1 damage down off of the Padawans, leaving them on 1 damage. All right, and now an upside down Vader.
An upside down Vader. Oh, the car. I'm looking at the models, going, "What are you talking about?" It's all right. Izzy got it.
All right. Yep. Now a right side up Vader.
So, chat, which Vader do you like more now that Cam is showing off the prowess of the OG Vader? Is it this one? Is it the one in the Ahsoka box? What do we like?
Spread the force for anger, hate, aggression.
So anger, hate, and aggression coming all the way forward, trying to get there into that range of those younglings. Not quite into melee range, so he's probably going to look. I think he looks like he might be just a little out of the bubble that he needs to be engaged in that objective point.
Yeah. Vader is striding across the battlefield. I refuse to believe that Vader ran anywhere. He's striding with the cape billowing behind him.
No, he just walks with authority. I mean, he just marches with authority all over the battlefield. All right, and look, checking distance for the dice. The Gideon dice, and definitely was in range. Looking at doing that ranged attack into the Padawans. Again, pretty.
Swing. Got a boomeranging lightsaber here.
3 blocks it is.
Wow.
A lot of dice rolled here. There is a fail, so Vader will be exposed off of that anger, hate, and aggression.
And then it looks like 2.
Looking like 5 crits.
Whoa. Whoa.
That 1 expertise. 4 crits.
Okay,
Still,
4
still,
crits.
4
Ooh.
down the tree. That's a lot of crits.
Whew. Okay. Oh, Omnis is heading to his LGS to play Vader 1 and CAD together. All right. And
That is interesting to hear. He was not a fan of Vader 1. But
7 damage, pin, disarmed. Does that mean
that will be wounding them. So basically, they will have a wound on them. 8 damage. Vader 1, huh, Omnis? You team Vader 1? Okay, all right.
He's been talking about it in the Discord. Again, aside from joining the Momentous Struggle Discord, I recommend checking out Rogue Support. I hear at least one of the hosts is pretty cool. I'll let you all figure out which one.
Yeah, I would venture a guess that all 4 of them are amazing.
I mean, half of them are here.
Half of them are here. We're actually hanging out with them tonight. After this round, I will have Will Schick on, and then after the meeting with the interview with Schick that we'll have right here, I'm going to go ahead and meet up with everybody, and we're going to have a little get together with the Rogue Support people.
Okay, so using that Vader trigger off of the wound to bring up the ISF.
And was there an Iden trigger on that as well, or did he miss the Iden trigger?
Oh. Maybe I misspoke. Maybe it wasn't Vader. Maybe it was.
I believe it would be an Iden trigger.
Yeah, maybe it was Iden. I might have just misspoke.
And did he put a condition?
I don't play.
Did he put
Empire.
a condition on? Okay, hold on. Izzy, what did he do?
We're checking.
Scoring forward. What did he do? Did he do a condition? Off of Vader. Okay, when it was healing the expose off of Vader was with the Iden trigger.
There we go.
So moving the ISF up, basically scoring 4 points here.
Yeah, you expect me to know what Imperials do with their triggers? Come on.
Yeah. Well, I would think you would. All right, so here comes the Shatterpoint card. It's too late, you missed it.
It's Shatterpoint time.
No, too late.
Shock T.
Yep.
Okay.
Going into Shock T is a pretty good target here. I mean, she's been pretty solid.
Oh yeah, there is the but it's when Vader does the wounding. That's the difference.
Well, yeah, when a unit does the wounding. Yep.
Yeah. I was like, Vader does a dash thing, but yeah, it's yeah.
But you
Never.
also have the Iden trigger
Yeah.
And looking like they're just discussing on what he's going to do. So it looks like he did move Shock T up. I'm assuming he's looking at just putting an attack straight into. Looks like he's probably going to do the attack straight into Iden, maybe into the ISF there.
Shock T takes 2 for anger and hate, and then ARFs expose ISF.
Oof.
Okay, so basically what's happening here is the ARFs are going to expose the ISF. She is going to take 2 damage. Shock T is. That'll put her at 6 damage. To basically roll a bunch of dice into the ISF, who are exposed. He is looking to just do all sorts of damage to them. 2 fails, 1 block that shot. The exposure basically makes that expertise pretty awful.
Wow.
Looking at a lot of crits here. So 4 crits,
Wow.
1 hit. That 1 hit will be blocked. 4 down the tree into the ISF, who have not gone yet.
Yeah.
They're still sitting in the the deck here, the order deck. Not going to be. I don't think this is going to be enough to wound.
That is a rough time.
Yeah, he did. Okay, yep, did miss the momentum there for the wound. 6 damage, 2 shoves on the ISF though.
Wow, that was quite the hit there. Todd just got up for a second. He's checking out the table. That's all right. We got that. We got the momentum. Checked in with the players to make sure we got the momentum correct here. Remember, they've been playing a lot of Shatterpoint over the past few days, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's like we're at this point in time. Even if it's just the championships, this is 7 rounds of play. They did. This is the group that played yesterday, so they played 7 rounds of Shatterpoint.
Right. One day right after the other. Oof.
Correct.
Again, I have gotten tired just watching some of these matches from the sheer intensity of it all. So I can't imagine being the one who's been playing every single round, and on camera no less. Trust me, playing on camera is a different experience. There's more to keep track of. There's more interactions. You're not just interacting with your opponent. You're interacting with us too,
Yep.
and it can be a harrowing experience.
It was so funny. I saw Cody Hawkins earlier, and he's he's like. I was walking to him about stream, and he's like, "No, I don't want to be it." I mean, and I get it. Like there's something about being on camera, being in front of everyone, letting like everyone in the world has the opportunity to watch you.
Oh yeah, no. The first time that I was on camera for my work as a librarian, I have done my job for 13 years. But the first time I was on camera, I was awful.
Right.
It was terrible. Like, something about the camera just messes you up. Oh, I guess that was 4 or 5 years ago, but still, you get the idea, Chad.
And he's going to Shatterpoint the ISFs here, which is
Oof.
interesting.
Hey,
Interesting call.
I mean, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Also,
So they're going to heal, remove a condition, and 1 damage? All right.
okay.
So basically going down to 5 damage, no conditions on him at this point in time. And then looks like just dashing him? Or was they might be doing covert operations to get the focus.
Yeah, that would make sense.
And then basically going to put an attack, just looking to where the attack's going to go here in any second.
Also, we have double Shatterpoint here, so
We have, yep.
Once again, it's double Shatterpoint time.
Double.
First attack like to Shock T.
Going into Shock T, who's already got 6 damage on her. Pretty solid, 4 blocks and an expertise.
Hi, Dad. Nice to see you. I know you're tired too. I'm glad you're feeling better though.
The fam kick coming in. All right, so all five blocks here. I mean, but still pretty rough. Is that going to be just 1?
2 damage and a wound on Shock T.
2 damage will be wounding Shock T.
Ooh, well, I mean, she did have quite a bit of damage on her there. That's to be expected.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of common. I mean, like we've seen that with Will being played here before. He's okay with people getting wounded. He is very liberal with the Vader damage to take those, to add those 3 dice. All right, and a recover and a dash after the attack because of the Iden trigger.
Yeah, I do like the design of Kiadi Mundi because it does something that Omnis and I.
All right.
Oh, second attack into Arse.
Second attack into Arfs. There is now only 4 damage on the ISF2. This is not looking as good for them. Not looking as good for them.
Yeah. So again, something Omnis and I talked about on our episode. Kiari does this great thing of turning what would normally be a negative in this game, a wound, into a potential positive because of the reduction in force that Kiari grants.
Absolutely. So it looks like he's going, 5 down the tree? Getting another wound.
4 trees, 7 damage, and a pin on Arf.
7 damage and a pin on Arf, so that just one-shots them, right? Did they?
That does 7 damage and a pin them, and they have not come out of the
Yeah.
of their order deck.
Whoa.
So a wounded unit before they even get into out of the order deck. So that's pretty brutal.
Another dash and recover.
Another dash, another recover. Now they're
Man.
sitting on 3 damage.
Those ISF are surprisingly tanky. I mean, not
Well,
in the
it's
sense
because of
of
Iden being able to do that. I mean, basically
Right.
back-to-back wounds. I mean, he's gotten. Yep, and
yeah, and there
Doug
goes
just killing it, winning that first struggle.
there goes struggle one. And no, I meant tanky as in like if you don't take them down in one hit, those heals they'll start to add up because I was noticing that throughout some of the games here. Just a lot of ability to come back with those heals on the expertise.
Empire definitely striking back here.
Jeesh, yeah. This is what would have happened if Order 66 didn't go through right away. They would have done a little bit of cleanup work here. Oof.
Yeah, they're cleaning up all right. All right, so going into this next struggle here, we're looking at it. Arfs are still in.
Oh, Shatterpoint is
Shatterpoint.
giving the dash.
And we're looking at OB2, Vader, and the Arfs all still in the order deck here.
Yeah, but the ARFs going down means now you have to pay for that coordinated fire. They haven't even had a chance to go. Like their defensive maneuver is going to cost more. Oof,
He has been able. He did get a use of that though. Okay, OB2. Interesting play
Okay.
here.
Looks like we're seeing a reserve of OB into Vader.
And I think Vader's really what he kind of needed here.
Yeah, if you're gonna pack the field, you're asking for Darth Vader.
Well, and on top of that, so you get Vader here. Obi's still on that point in the back.
Yep.
It isn't the priority point, but he is on that point in the back. Are we? I don't believe he's going to be able to get all the way across the board.
Yeah, that's a tall order from deployment, but I mean Vader can move. He is that double full advance if he can get there.
He might have better luck getting to the center point.
Yes,
and
that's-
scoring too.
Yeah, that's I believe what I would try to do in this.
I mean,
point.
ultimately, the best way you could is to probably put him on that main point on the back there to score that 3 points would be ideal, but I just don't see this as working out.
Which it looks like he's just sending them straight up the field. So
Yep. Just a move. Gonna pay the force to basically move him forward again.
okay. I'll have to check. Does Vader have like a reposition or something?
No, but he does have a
on
range attack. So what he might be doing here is going into Gideon Hask up with his range attack up on top.
2 damage and pull, range attack into Gideon House.
Yep.
There
So
you
he is
are.
going a range attack into Gideon Hask, maybe to try and push him off of that point.
Okay.
So 3 blocks, 2 fails. Pretty straightforward. 4 down the tree. with the 2 crits and 2 strikes that are still remaining with 2 damage in the pool into Gideon.
I guess he does technically have a climb, but it is all the way on
Yeah.
the 5th
Yeah,
result. Like,
four down the tree isn't going to quite get there.
no. But still,
But-
a good
but-
result on a range.
But shoves, if he's should be able to shove his way on.
8 damage, 2 shoves, and a pin on Gideon.
Yeah, 8 damage, 2 shoves, basically going to be wounding. And I believe a pin as well.
Yes.
So basically 6 damage from his tree with 2 shoves and a pin, and then the 2 damage from the his Vader ability puts 8 total on there.
Yeah, so now,
The Kiadi trigger is going to happen here.
yeah.
Garimuni heals off the strain and he dashes towards the objective.
Yep, Kiadi Mundi healing off of that strain, dashing towards. The
Because again, that did wound Gideon.
He changed
Definitely
his
wouldn't
mind.
be-
He's giving it to Obi-Wan instead.
Oh, giving it to
all
Obi-Wan.
right.
Which makes some good sense, getting him up there.
Yeah, that way you have the option to use run on someone other than Obi-Wan later on, because that's a very good ability if you can get somebody who's engaged out of the fire.
But he's also putting getting Obi-Wan into range to be able to mind trick and
Yes.
attack into Vader. Isn't that something? Obi-Wan there to protect Vader with a mind trick.
Ow. Ow.
He did get the wound again. See if he's... Oh, the Gideon Hask retaliation, revenge attack here.
Yep. Still working on all of these triggers, everyone. We're getting there. We're getting there.
3 blocks, 2 expertise. Expertise is just going to turn into, I believe on this side, 2 more blocks. So 5 blocks total. Just the 2 crits going through.
2 shoves and 3 damage on Vader.
2 shoves, 3 damage on Vader. All right, so just kind of update you right now. Shakti and the Padawans are both down. Kiadimundi, I believe, is sitting on 5 damage. You have the Vader on 3.
Oh, thanks, Sam. I got there. I'm a little slower.
Vader doesn't need the climb, though. It doesn't look like he should be able to be. Oh, the shoves might have put him back in range of that point, but I believe he's got.
We'll have to take a look at that. Oh, Todd's already moving. Trying to get a feel for this.
Yeah, that's what Padawans that are over there on the top that are down. So
Yeah, not going to affect it.
Nope.
And then looks like we got Dark Troopers.
yeah, Dark Troopers for Doug. Dark Troopers definitely going to get up there and challenge or contest that objective up on top of that center objective there, and that is the priority one as well.
Yeah, they're going to be able to just move, rocket boots, do the thing. This is pretty academic. And then looks like shot into Vader, maybe. I don't know. We're seeing a lot of gesticulating happening on Doug's side. There's a fancy word for you, Todd.
Yeah, those $1,000 words he got.
Dark Trooper into Kiadi.
Dark Troopers shooting into Kiadi.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense because remember he's been exposed.
Yep. Gideon Dice online. Basically just 2 blocks. Exposed goes away though. Basically 3 results going through here. No, 4 results going through.
Wow.
That might be enough to put Kiadimundi down with the Dark Troopers.
Yeah, I think so.
Doug has just been shooting them down.
5 damage onto Mundi wound.
Yep. 5
Oof.
damage is going to wound him.
That is what you need.
And a pin and a disarm.
All right.
Pin, disarm.
So pin disarm 5 damage, which wounds him. That's going to get Doug another momentum. Putting that point into his favor.
Did we miss a momentum again?
For who?
On Doug's side. Wasn't there just another wound? Or am I misremembering?
Not on this struggle.
Okay. Yeah, it must have been from the last struggle. That one went very fast. Yeah, we are
Basically
seeing
just kind of discussing everything right now.
Yeah, we are seeing the dog pile happen on those 2 objectives in the center.
Trigger, he gets the dash and puts a strain onto his Vader.
Yep.
So
And he's putting the strain where?
onto his Vader.
Okay. So Vader is going to be strained. Vader, Jedi Hunter being strained as to the Iden trigger.
Death Troopers into Vader.
And now the other Death Trooper is going into Vader.
Okay, I was just impatient.
5 blocks.
Oof.
Pretty solid there. So 2 damage on there off of that attack. That puts Vader up to 5 damage on him with that strain.
But it's Vader. He's got a pretty
Right.
good health pool.
But Shaak Ti, Ki-Adi-Mundi, and the Padawans are all wounded right now. Gideon Hask wounded on the other side. Other than that, everyone else is pretty much healthy. But that's a lot down. Vader with his 5 damage. Doug looking at his deck here, basically. I will let you know he has ISF and Stormtrooper Sergeant both sitting in his deck. So he has the ability to reserve either one of them if he wants, if one of them is not the ideal option for him.
Man, I have to say, Obi-2 still on the back point, sipping his tea. That's
Yep.
what he does.
And he does have Obi-2 in reserve, so he's just trying to decide. He decided to go with the ARFs.
Yeah, standing back up.
Definitely standing them back up now, because they were down without even having activated. So they're activating for the first time with a wound or with an injured token on them.
So what do you think, Todd? What do we need to see here from the ARFs?
There's, looking at it, it's an uphill battle. ARFs being able to move.
Premier players, you are at end of round time.
The ARF
Please finish the
need to be able to find a way to get the Dark Troopers off of this point.
Oof.
So they're both basically on the backside of that high tower, going into the ARFs, or going in, looking at where he can go. Yeah, he's going to go into the ISF.
Into Dark Troopers, right?
Are you going into the ARFs or Dark Troopers?
ARFs are attacking into the Dark Troopers.
Okay.
Yeah, ARFs are attacking Dark Troopers.
ARFs are attacking into the Dark Troopers. Okay, just doing a couple rolls here. 1 fail. He has 1 expertise after it's all said and done.
It's a pretty good roll. I mean, but it is Dark Troopers.
Right. After it's all said and done, just 2 successes.
Oof.
One damage and a shove is all that's going on to these Dark Troopers.
Oh, those Dark Troopers with that crit mitigation. Oof. Just tough.
All right, and now looking at what the other ARFs are going to do. This has just not been going Will's way, unfortunately. And the ARFs going into the ISFs. ISFs have 3 damage on them. I don't know if the ARFs have what it takes to sit there and put them down without a really solid roll.
I take it back. This might just be Order 66.
Yep. So basically 2 blocks. 2 down the tree again. Not quite getting
Okay.
there. 2 damage, pin, and a shove. So basically that's going to be a total of 5 damage and a pin that's going to be on the ISFs while they are also still in the order deck. Not quite getting where where he was wanting.
So, chat, I wasn't here earlier. I'm sure you may have talked about it, but what are we excited about from the roadmap? Let me know.
All right. Anybody is able to get that second point up there, is to get 2 onto the point, which will end up getting them onto the point. Absolutely had to do that. Is a lot of force being used, only leaving 1 force with Obi-Wan left in his deck, scoring 3 here.
Yep, that does turn off any mind trick shenanigans. If you're going to go after Obi-Wan's point, now is the time.
Right. Now here is the ISF. We're kind of just debating whether you want that or Stormtrooper Sergeant. I don't know why you would want to go with Stormtrooper Sergeant and reserve him over the ISF, especially when the ISF you don't want to give him another opportunity to get rid. Yeah, the zombies look great.
Yeah. So, Balin, I'm so excited about. The sculpt and the art looked awesome. But it's so far away, Todd. I'm gonna wait impatiently the entire time for Balin.
It is. There is going to be a little bit of impatience, I think, for everyone. You're just going to have to, unfortunately, wait to see what happens with all of that. But it should be a good one.
Wait, Carla, are you messing with me? Do you know something I don't? Come on now. Come on. Let's see. Yes, I am also excited about the new terrain because we only got to see the one, and it looked like there were 4 packs, right? 4 packs of terrain, Todd?
Something like that, yeah.
Ugh. All right. ISF's heal the one, like we've been talking about. Like you really gotta just take them down. Yes, Jared, a lot of people are talking about how they got to repaint their Republic Commandos because they're like, I painted my Commandos like Delta Squad, which is great, but now we have Delta Squad, and I want to play my Commandos with Delta Squad. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of repainting happening, I think, amongst our fellow Shatterpoint players. I know one of our locals was already telling me about that. He's like, yep, I got to redo it. Also, I know you can't see us right now, chat, but Todd is doing some more work on the new Vader. I'm really enjoying watching him at work here. All right, ISF going into the ARFs here. Yeah, I see you, Carla. Come on. Yeah, Sam, it's so far away. And Quincy, I want to play Jin. I was able to pick up the Cassian box here. I'm very excited about that. But it's going to be such a long time before I get to play with the best duo. Let's see if I can get their names. Baz and Chirrut. Did I get it?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. I'm like, ADHD baby. If I forget your guys' name, remember, I forget the character's name, too. Whoa, 8 damage, a pin, reposition. So, wait, that means ARFs are down again? Whoa, those clones, they poked their head out from cover and then just boom, cleaned off.
Yep.
Whoosh.
Yeah,
oh boy.
that's I think one of the things like we're gonna hopefully see in the update is that some more love for the clones to try and get them back on track with where I think a lot of people were hoping they were going to be.
Yes. I have said it before. I have said it again. I will say it again. I really feel like all the clones could just benefit from just one more hit point. Just please. Because again, it's like the difference between them being left on 1 here and just being knocked down. Oof, yeah.
Well, 8 damage into him, that would have wounded him no matter what.
Well, whatever. Fine, give him 2 more. I don't care. Well, okay, maybe not. ARFs shouldn't be much. They're already borderline great, so yeah. Yes, I also will be busy with my Rogue One box. I can't wait to have another Rebel support to play with play with Spectres, to play some new stuff. I still gotta play the rest of the Leia box. I still haven't put Han, Chewie, and Luke on the table. I just pulled out PLC, put her with my Spectres, and been running that like crazy. Like, really need to give the rest of that box a love. Everybody says Han and Chewie are the truth.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that you haven't had a chance to put them on the board yet because they are pretty much the bee's knees, some might say. Okay.
Okay,
What-
so just flipping the points, doing scoring. Ooh, that's quite the pull there.
Yep. All right. Looking at this now, this is the back point again. We're looking at the only person that's left is Obi-Wan. He can run, try and get across the board there.
Yep. So, as Todd said, Obi-Wan has to go. I mean, he does get that reposition right away. Although I wonder, no, it might just be. We might see a boring turn from Obi-Wan where he repositions, takes cover, runs some more. Run. He's running for fun.
I mean, I'm not a big fan of running for fun, but some people are. I mean, apparently Obi's going to be doing that. That's kind of what his thing was.
So Sam's reminding you, Todd. What time is it?
Is it?
No, it's not Shatterpoint time. No.
Shatterpoint?
I would have just done it if it was Shatterpoint time. No, it's giveaway time, Todd.
Is it giveaway time? I guess we kind of have to do that.
Yeah. This is the last. This is the last game we're doing today. You got to do it at some point.
All right. So let's go ahead and do this.
Giveaway. Why was I doing that? That sounded a little bit like "Come sail away with me."
Kind of did.
Remember, everyone, children's librarian here. I sing poorly to toddlers most of the time, so they don't criticize me. They're just happy.
Yeah, we'll look at going
Ooh,
until.
I like this keyword.
We'll look at going until 30 minutes, the half-hour mark. So keyword Adepticon. Type that in the chat to go ahead and try and get yourself some prizes.
Now, Todd, do they have to type a capital C just the way you
I
did?
mean, that is the way it's spelled.
Okay. All right.
So I would say that you need to spell it the right way.
Mm-hmm. I know. I want to know what the Shark Man is going to be doing with that jump attack thing. Okay. Who's going in ISF? Izzy. Who's going in ISF? Oh, right. Duh. It's Obi's turn. Oh my God. It's been a long few days. Yes. Obi 2 Vader dice going in. I was focused on the giveaway for you all. And Todd's over here painting still. I'm like, do I need to write stuff down, or are we just?
Oh no, you're good. I got
All right.
you.
All right. I'm like 5 damage and a push to wound the ISF. All right, that's definitely something that needed to happen here. Adepticon. And again, thank you, AMG. We don't have to worry about getting these out to you. They are going to take care of it, which is awesome.
Yeah, that was very nice of them to sit there and make sure that this is getting mailed out.
So the prize again, it's one of everything from the prize wall, correct, Todd?
That is absolutely correct. Everything that's on the prize wall, all the acrylics, everything.
So if you aren't here, I believe you would want to enter this.
I mean, to be fair, I think even if you were here, you would want to enter it.
Right. I'm like, you could always share with friends. Sharing is caring, except online. Or maybe we do share online now. I don't know. The rules have changed since I was a child.
So yeah, basically it's going to be the new acrylic counter, moment or struggle counter. It's going to be or struggle tracker. It's going to be the new acrylic range tools. The acrylic points, objective markers. It's also going to be all of the new foil cards, as well as all of the new Shatterpoint cards, and the three new cards from the Leia box, the Princess Leia traveling to the last box. Those are and Laplasti cards.
All right, we're getting everybody's names down. Again, the keyword for the giveaway is Adepticon. Type that into the chat if you would like to be entered. And it's North America only, U.S. only.
In North America only, if possible.
All right, Stormtrooper Sergeant is moving up the Dark Troopers.
Dadster.
Oh, Dad. All right. There we go. Now we're getting to see all your names. Hello, chat.
Stormtrooper Sergeant was going to shoot Vader. Obi-Wan to mind trick saying he's going to shoot the dead battlefield.
Okay, so a mind trek has redirected this to the dead Padawan here. The power of Obi.
I know, Quincy, I know.
I'm sorry, Quincy.
But Quincy did win some of the, did win our Adept, the
Spectre cards you
the
gave
Spectre
out?
cards, yeah.
Hey, all right, Quincy. Yeah, hey, those cards are very cool. So, if you haven't gotten those yet.
And I was looking through. I didn't get the response from Jack to get those out to him, so I'm waiting for Jack to respond to me. Hopefully he'll show up in chat tomorrow, or at least message me sometime, either
Right.
in Discord or on Facebook or something.
Right? Yeah, come on. Well, yeah, Quincy, you're a good sport. You're a good sport. I know. It's just shipping stuff overseas can be difficult. I'm ordering some stuff from the UK right now, and I'm like, when is it gonna get here?
Yeah.
I'm still waiting.
Takes a while. I mean, and this is looking like it's getting pretty rough for Will at this point in time.
Yeah.
I mean, he's 2 away. He's just not going his way this entire time. I mean, and to start off this with Padawans, just not that great.
I suspect one of those rebalances will have something to do with Iden.
You might. I don't know if they looked at her or not. I mean, it would be interesting. Maybe they did, but I just don't. It's hard to say for sure.
Quincy said he's gonna message you when after Adepticon, so don't worry about that one. Yeah, we're not. That wasn't gonna get taken care of before we got back from Adepticon anyway. But I do appreciate your consideration, Quincy.
No, definitely.
Yeah, no, we are fully committed to the action here. I have so many notifications in different Discords and other places, and I'm like, I will do my best. I've even had work sending me messages, and I'm like, okay, I'm gone right now.
Right.
And somebody calling looking for me, and I'm like, I tell them I'm not there.
All right. 10 minutes left on this giveaway. Padawans are spending 1 less to force dash focus. Gonna go and put a attack right here into this. They have so Will has the
Slicey dicey.
Yeah, Will has the back point, which is going to be scoring him 2. If he can swing this one to 1, that'd be outstanding.
Okay.
Taking some damage out with the Padawans to sit there and add the dice into the attack again. So 2 damage onto the Padawans.
Right. Wait. He said into death. Hang on.
Pretty good defensive roll if you're looking at it from Will's side anyway.
Yeah,
3 fails, 2 expertise.
Yeah. This is wow. Okay. I guess they no longer younglings.
Right. 4 going down the tree with the Padawans here.
Oh yeah, that's right. Somebody, remember at the roadmap show, somebody did yell out Aiden, and he went maybe.
He
Yeah,
did,
no, come
yeah.
on.
I mean,
I don't know.
we'll see.
Yeah. There's always some showmanship to these things, but also, if I had to make a list, the list would be Aiden, and Aiden as something that needs a change. But that's just me.
That is you.
3 damage down to 2 and 3 recovers to heal off the damage he took to get the 3 dice, and you get a disarm off of cannon.
Okay, so 3 damage down to 2, so 2 damage, and then the recovers are going to remove all of that Vader damage that they would have taken, and from Mundi disarm.
Yep.
Ugh, yeah. Lots happening there.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts with all of this.
Mr. Pink, I believe that one is just an Adepticon thing, but I do know, like, as we've seen before, a lot of the GTs have had some similar prize support.
So more than likely, what will happen is prize support that is at the here.
Suffering 2 damage again to get 3 dice.
Okay, going into Stormtrooper Sergeant, basically 3 blocks here. So basically the way it works is, like, a lot of the stuff we see on the prize wall we will end up seeing at LVO. The way it was at LVO this year, all of the foil cards basically got given away at the GTs along with dice. And then the prizes were based off of some of the other things, like the movement tools, the trackers, and excuse me, the momentum trackers. 5 damage, double shove, recover going into, and that was in the dark. Is he Dark Troopers?
Stormtrooper Sergeant.
Going into the Stormtrooper Sergeant, basically pushing him back off of that point though, which is really what he needed to do in order to score the 3 points. Back to 0.
Oh,
each getting a momentum.
That's a tough one there. Yeah.
So basically, yeah. So top 8, I believe, last year got the old range tools. Top 4 got or maybe it was only the top 2 getting the trackers.
Yeah, it's
The top 4. What did top 4?
It sounds like it's going to be very similar to the GT format. So
Yeah.
not everything from the prize wall shows up everywhere, but there are some things from the prize wall that will show up at the GTs.
But there's also going to be all of those different prize packs that goes out to all the different stores.
Yes, that's the other thing. So if you haven't seen the roadmap, if you weren't able to watch it live, I'm assuming a recording is going to be up with PCN.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would look at that, because that's there was a lot of information about organized play that happened at the beginning of the roadmap, and that's going to affect some of these things. There's some unique cards that are going to be given out for, like, top 4, and so it's going to be a little different, but yeah, a lot of it is going to be going out again. Again, remember, we are not AMG, so look for more information directly from them.
Yep.
In case there was any confusion here.
So yeah, it must have been
Must have just been
the top 4. I'm trying to remember what the top 8 was. Maybe it was extra dice.
Yeah, you're asking me to remember what happened at LVO in the middle of Adepticon? Okay.
So Shatterpointing Vader, Anger, Hate, Aggression, going over to get those Padawans. Let's see. So if he were to, I don't think he's going to get enough to actually win here. I don't think he'll get all 4 points. But yeah, I don't think he'll get enough to get the 4 points. Oh my goodness. 3 fails, 2 blocks. This is probably going to put your Padawans down. I don't see how they're going to survive this attack.
Oh, no.
Pretty fitting that Vader is the one coming and putting the Padawans down. Yeah, full tree.
Yeah, full.
We'll just chalk that up to those Padawans going down and getting a momentum there.
I mean, Vader does have this thing about younglings, and yeah. Oh yeah, the token organizer. Yeah.
The token organizer, I think, that was something extra that we had at LVO.
Right, that was an LVO thing. That's not an AMG thing. Yeah, 10 damage. Overkill.
Yeah.
Fatality. Oh, wait, that's a different game.
No. So basically, yeah, that go. But so I know that like as far as that goes, the GT wise, a lot of the stuff that's on the prize wall should be showing up at GTs. If it's going to be anything like it was last year, I would expect that they would kind of follow that same model. Nothing they have said or done would have given us a thought that they would be going any different. Yeah, Vader taking 2 points, scoring 3 with the momentum right up against it.
Oof, very close.
Very, very close.
And
It is the center point to get 3. The problem here is he needs to flip all 4 points, and I don't know how he's going to be able to do this.
not very easily, unfortunately. I mean, this would be like a Chiari Mundi pull. Like, I mean, that would be like the best chance, but I don't even know if that's
So, like,
enough.
watching this and kind of what we've been seeing, I'm thinking that while it's nice to have the Padawans to kind of trigger Chiari Mundi, I don't know if it's the right way to go with them. I think you really need to have that other Padawan, something that might want to, like, maybe looking at someone like Snips or looking like at and even Barris is a little squishy.
I do like. I was seeing players that had Padawan Ahsoka, and yeah, I think that's an interesting idea. I think there's something there.
Because yes, you want someone that can get wounded, but you don't want someone that can just get one-shotted the way that these guys can.
Yeah.
So she's going to move towards that center objective. Should have enough room to get over around to that point.
Yeah. Now, Shakti is great at affecting 1 point, so I mean,
Right.
we're going to see that change, but
It looks like not going to get quite there.
oh, thank you, Alyssa. We got another one in there. Oh no, I don't mean swapping. We're just thinking about other ways of.
No, basically maybe moving into a different set of clones and then putting Barris as a secondary or Snips as a secondary is kind of what I'm thinking. Just so you can sit there and
We're changing the whole list around.
Yeah.
Don't listen to us. We're
I'm
not playing.
I'm just thinking the Padawans might not be when you look at maybe a way to innovate on this list. Watching the games that I've seen, it seems like the Padawans are just not getting there the way that we would want them to. I think they're the one piece holding, like one of the pieces holding this back. I still think Shakti's great. I think Chiari Mundi's great. I just think like if you're looking at wanting to make top 4 at the World Championships, they might be that activation that you're just not wanting to have.
Okay, so Shakti's taking Vader dice, spent 2 force to expose.
So no blocks at all here because of the expose from the troopers.
Yeah.
So basically, this is just going to be full tree by Shakti.
Yeah, Sam, we're getting tired. We might have misspoke somewhere in there, and again, I don't know, because the problem is like the Padawans are Jedi, so they contribute to all of the synergies of the list. It's
Correct, and that's why I'm saying like he does have. When you're looking at the list, he had Obi, who also was a Jedi. So I mean, yes, you're going to lose one, maybe a Jedi in there, but I don't know.
Okay, 8 damage, double shove, reposition from Shakti here onto the Dark Troopers. Wait, doesn't that mean they go down? Did I miss?
Kill him. Yeah, and that
okay.
puts the Dark Troopers down.
Okay.
So he is going to get a wound here. I just again don't see.
Yeah, this is
Scoring 3 is going to put him to 0. They're each going to get a momentum.
Oh, yeah. No.
And it's just going to come up a little short, unfortunately. I mean, Doug just came out swinging. There was a couple of key, I think, defense and offensive roles that just didn't go Will's way. That really kind of turned it against him here.
Yeah, there were some early attacks that just whiffed. like
Right.
like 1-2 successes. And yeah, Sam, we're armchair list building. My Kiadi Mundi box is still unopened on my shelf. I haven't even assembled it yet. So
Yeah.
don't listen to me. Don't who knows?
There's a very strange trade-off here. When we're looking at it, it's the thing is like, having those other Jedi would be very, very important to have those to help kind of turn on Kiadi. But at the same time, they seem like they're too much of a liability. Bringing children to the battlefield sometimes can be a liability.
Wait, is this why we have rules about that, Todd?
Potentially. Oh, he did swing them all 4 points. That is going to be something big there. My goodness, this is such a swingy game. Oh, but of course,
Right,
here comes Darth Vader.
Yeah, because remember, yeah, I know, Sam, I know. I don't want to talk about how much plastic I need to work on. Painting is behind as well. But yeah, no, because we remember the Kiadi trigger lets you do some shenanigans here. But yeah, backseat driving. Yes, the fiance will tell you, Mr. Pink. Aubrey does that sometimes, and then he might get smacked for it.
As he should.
Shh! Don't tell her I said that. This isn't recorded, right?
No one's listening. Don't worry
No,
about it.
no one's listening. Yeah,
All
Jedi
right.
brought
Well,
children
you
to
know what?
battlefields.
Looking at everything, Sniper was the last person in there, so I'm going to go close off all of the wonderful people that we had here for this. And I'm going to-
I'm not sure if that was a drum roll or purring. It's all right. It's all right, chat. What are you looking for, Todd? That's panda abuse. We can't have it. Yeah, I know. She gets an exception. She gets a pass. I did start it with the backseat driving, of course. Todd, are you looking for your dice? Did you lose your dice? Okay, all right. He's rolling it where I can't see it, chat. That's so mean. Why don't I get to see the roll, Todd?
Because I don't want you to have the information. I like turning like you're wanting to be involved. I like messing with you.
Fine. Whatever. Now math is happening. I guess I could watch the game.
All right. Yep. Do have a winner here. Get onto the right one.
Ooh. Dun 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 dun. Come on, somebody. What theme music am I singing? This isn't for the giveaway. I'm just curious what kind of nerds I got in the chat.
Vader goes, aggregate aggression.
Ooh, Vader going into Shock T.
Oh, that's why I can't do it right.
What?
I put the spell wrong.
Oh, yeah. No, wrong. There you go. I could have told you that one. I was like, what are you scrolling up for? I figured it out. Yeah, there we go, Wildstar. Thank you. I was going to be really sad if nobody answered that question.
All right, and yeah, our winner is Carla CG. So if you are in our Discords or on Facebook, give me a message with just your contact information, and we will go ahead and get your information over to Atomic Mass Games so they can go ahead and get that out. So once again, congratulations, Carla.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Ooh, this Vader is looking very good.
Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to get him anywhere close to where I was wanting to by the end of the convention. But it's been a lot of fun just like trying to work on painting him during stream. and kind of posting the pictures as I go along. It's been really cool. I've been went and got all the new Atomic Mass Games themed paints from Monument Hobbies, and I've been using primarily those to paint him, along with the Monument Hobbies paint brushes that they have as well. So just kind of going all in on Monument Hobbies because, one, they're local to where we are. They're right based out of Arizona, so they're a U.S.-based company, so I like supporting local to begin with. But they actually are right there in Phoenix, Arizona, so I like supporting them. Their office is actually right down the street from mine. I work less than an hour away from where they work, or where their office is, so it's really cool. I see the guys all the time at my LGS. They go out and just have a painting party every week at the same LGS that I play at. So it's really cool to see some of the really good painters that we have, and one of the better, one of the good communities that we have as far as paint communities and hobby communities, having those guys just locally kind of out there supporting our local LGSs and everything too.
Yeah, I have all of one of their base sets, like their starter sets. It's really nice, and then I've been collecting more of their paints. I mean, I have a few other brands sitting on my shelf too, but that's what I go to first. It's they're very friendly for newer painters like myself.
Yeah, they have a lot. They're very forgiving paints. They're smooth. They don't need to be watered down nearly as much. So that was kind of where I went right off the bat. You're very welcome, Carla. You're very welcome.
buying a lotto ticket. Careful, you might have used all your luck up right now. yeah. Now Todd says that he's so far behind, but this model already looks good. Like, you got the base coat on, you've got the cracked helmet face getting there. It's the lightsaber looks pretty good. I mean, the base is good. I know there's more. There's some edge. You got some edge highlighting done already.
Yeah,
there's a ways to go, but
I mean, I at this point in time, like, if I really wanted to, I would feel okay putting him on the table. But he would be coming off to getting like the finalized work and everything like that. But I feel like I have a good start on him. But yeah, I'll try and push through. But man, it's basically once the con shuts down, we had to close up shop on our side, get our stuff packed up to start, like, because we're gonna fly home on Monday. And we help kind of break down the con with whatever stuff they need after we get broken down and get all of our stuff put away. Then we're going to basically be here working with all the people at Adepticon and trying to help them out so they can get out of here and be done for the day as well. They got a lot going on too.
Yeah. The judges here at Shatterpoint have an amazing system for getting all of the terrain packed up and ready for the next event. It is impressive to see in person. I expect to see that soon.
High demands from Mr. Pink here. ARF shooting into Vader.
Okay.
They really need to sit there. Like, this is going to be their last attack, and then they are off the board before Struggle 2. So, looking at everything here, he has the 2 priority points as well as that. Put a damage on Vader. Really needs to flip that other point back in his favor.
Yep, last activation for
But I think he's going to be able to do that just by the amount of bodies as he has to win this struggle. But man, has Will been 3 damage and a shove. Basically pushing him back is really what he needed to do with Vader here. Getting him back off of that point, putting it back in his name, getting all 4 points. This is going to get Will to struggle number 3.
I'm not gonna lie. I was a little concerned. I was not sure that this was how it's gonna go. But hey,
Crazy game by Will.
Yes.
Fantastic, just comeback here. He's been behind the 8 ball this entire time, but he's been playing this fantastically.
yeah. If I had to say one theme from the games that I have seen here at Adepticon, it is that good players are able to play from behind, and they are able to make the most out of each turn, so that they are not just throwing in the towel when this when the going gets tough, the tough get going. I don't know, something like that. So. Good guy Todd over there, making sure that the ARF still gets shuffled back into the deck, because that's a hard thing to remember. A lot of games of Shatterpoint. Like, we're on round 3, 7. We're 14 hours of Shatterpoint
At least.
ish.
At least.
Right. Oof.
All right. Goodness gracious. I am
Great. No.
but really looking to see basically which points we're going to be turning on straight across.
Ooh. Okay.
Right down Main Street here.
We're gonna see a Vader hallway scene here.
Might be looking that way.
The trick is, chat, which Vader will get the hallway scene? Todd is pondering what he's going to do next with Vader.
Well, I'm just trying to see if what wash I'm probably going to, because there's this gray paint wash, or Payne's gray wash, that I think would look pretty good on Vader. So I'm going to test it out. Like I said, I'm kind of playing around with a lot of the new paints and kind of looking at how they're going to work out, and playing around with them. Vader's lightsaber is a little bit darker, because they don't have like any real bright reds.
I kind of like it though.
Yeah, it's more of a deep red one, and it's like, I think it's
that black red, right? From
it's
that
the black
line?
red, and then I
Yeah.
mixed in a little bit of the red orange that they had, and a little bit of the orange yellow, like to kind of like highlight it, and kind of stippled a lot with it on there. I can take a picture of at least that.
Brandon, I need to talk my pep talk. That's fair. That's fair. When I see players that are just playing this tightly, it's hard for me to it's hard for me to root for one over the other. I just like seeing what happens here because I am not at the skill level of these players, and so I just love watching such tight play. We're seeing I have only seen really like a handful of mistakes truly over the course of the past few days. There's been some blunders, but nothing insurmountable from either side of the table.
No, nothing crazy here. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if you guys are on the Instagram. If you look for Momentous Struggle on Instagram, I'm putting a lot of pictures from this weekend up there.
All right. Wait, I'm watching you taking pictures, Todd. It's Shatterpoint time, and Kiadi Mundi is the one going. So it looks like we moved up. Is that moving up Vader or the Padawan? I'm trying to. Oh no, it looks like it's Obi moving.
Yeah, so Stormtrooper Sergeant coming up was not the greatest of activations, but it does get him 3 points there on the previous one. So now a good time for Will to come back, but man, this has been one heck of a game here.
Yes. And yes, Wildstar, I absolutely agree. I think it would be absolutely horrible if the mechanic was different. Like, you might be down in activation, but you get to activate things faster, and then, yeah, the contributing to scoring, because that was something I didn't quite understand. I was like, wait, if they leave the table, do they still get to take an objective? Like, what happens when I was learning how to play? So, it was great design. Okay, so Kiadi Mundi is throwing Sergeant off the point there with his push.
Yep.
That's something I'm so excited about, Todd. Anakin's gonna have a ranged force attack, just like Count Dooku and
having some sort of a range attack is great. I mean, I don't know if it was a force attack or if it wasn't, but having the range attack is definitely something that's going to be kind of great.
Yeah. So we're seeing a Vader-fueled attack from Kiadi into Vader.
Right.
Having Vader v. Vader is making my brain hurt. I'm like, Vader thing is doing Vader things. Yeah. All right, looks like he's going to be 4 down the tree. No, we did actually sort out the sound. I know last year we were having trouble with, we were just so close to the table that they could pretty much hear what we were saying. But we were able to set up the system with some extension, longer cords, and they're just far enough away that we're able to do a little more commentary.
Yeah, I mean, and as the other part of that is that we are at a new location, a larger location. We have a little more space.
Yeah.
We were at a much tighter space. Like, we were basically in the same area as the MCP guys and the Legion guys. We were all like the space
you're
that
on
we're
top of each other.
the space that we're in right now, where we only have 2 games, it's us and the X-wing next to us. Where this was probably about the equivalent of like we had 3 games in this space last year.
Oh my word! Yeah, it was
So
so much.
the
We
larger
could hear
space.
we could hear what was going on with the other games practically. Like that's how close we were. So this is a much nicer space. Is why they moved there. Sam, I think they said something like it was going to be like a force punch or a force like some.
5 at damage disarm. He's got, what is he sitting on now? How much damage on him? On Vader total. 8 damage total on Vader. Just wanted to confirm that. So yeah, I mean, but Vader's still healthy. I mean, that's one of the things with Vader. Like, if you're going to put something into him, he's going to
He can take a lot.
He can take a lot of damage. If you can put a wound on him, it does kind of slow him down a little bit because it almost negates that free force that he gets back with and then his anger, hate, aggression, especially if he's wounded, then it costs 2. But you have to pick and choose when you put that attack into Vader.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we're getting a force choke attack until, I guess, another Vader. Like, I will continue to beat the drum for a Mustafar Vader fighting Obi-Wan. That dual pack would be great, and that is where I would hope to see some kind of force choke ability, because we got to get that on a Vader at some point. But they called it, wasn't it like he said something like a force punch or a force?
All I heard was ranged attack. I think I was so excited I stopped listening after that.
Force complaint. Yeah. Maybe it's a force throw. It's something. I mean, but we have they're not going to call it a push, and I think force throw might confuse the ability. But it was something forcey.
Right.
I'm not in charge.
So here comes ISF down here.
There we go. Griff's got us. It was a force blast.
Okay.
The other word. Synonyms are important.
I can see that. I can see a force blast being kind of an Anakin type of a move. All right, so ISF is the pull.
Yes, back to the game.
Moving them up to there. This is going to be a back and forth one. I'm surprised that we have not had mission critical called
I
yet.
know. I feel like it's.
But we're only about an hour and a half in.
Yeah, I'll
ISF moves to the center point, going to go ahead and punch somebody. Who are they attacking into, is he? Oh, looking at who they're going to attack into. That hasn't quite decided yet. All right, looking into... Yeah, kind of measuring out where they want to put their attacks and everything along those lines. This has been one heck of a crazy game for sure. I am very surprised at that Will was able to come back and do what he had done. I am extremely happy that he was able to do, because losing 2-0 trying to go in the Final Four would already be difficult, but him being able to come back and just really bring back this game is awesome.
Critical.
All right, we just did hit mission critical. All right, so ISF has finally decided they're going to go into Kiadi Mundi. 3 blocks by Kiadi Mundi. 4 down the tree is what we're looking at here. 6 damage and a pin onto Kiadi Mundi. All right, onto Kiadi Mundi. So 6 damage and a pin onto Kiadi Mundi. So this might change things just a little now that we're in mission critical.
Yes, that's going to be. Well, I mean, it is designed to end the game. It
Yes.
should be impactful.
Second shot going to Mooney. Obi-Wan mind tricks, and it's going to Darth Vader instead.
All right, so what was attempting to do an attack into Kiadimundi to get the wound. There was a mind trick that made this go into Darth Vader now.
I know they felt a little oppressive in the early days of Shatterpoint, but I'm actually kind of happy to see Vader 1 and Obi 2 on the table getting some love again.
Yeah, now that there's more bottles.
Vader takes 6 in the pin. Vader's wounded.
All right, Vader takes 6 damage and a pin. That actually puts Vader down.
You don't always see that. Okay.
No, not always. Vader is pretty tanky when it all comes down to it. And it's contemplating how he's going to follow up here, where it's going to move some characters around to. This has been quite the match. I mean, it's just going back and forth and back and forth. And Will has just been totally playing as tight as he can to sit there and stay in this game.
Okay.
A strain on Kiadimundi
Mm-hmm.
because of that wound trigger from Iden.
Yeah.
So a pin and a strain now on Kiadimundi.
Man,
Just condition heavy. Like that's one of the things that Iden. I think the unsung things that Iden does is her reactive or her reactive ability there to just or identity, I should say, to put all those conditions on afterwards.
Right. It's a little insult to injury there.
A little bit.
Oh, there's Obi Kenobi. Hello there.
So
indeed.
scoring 2 points. I mean, not getting the primary. The primary point is going to stay with Will, so he's going to be at least get back to 0. If he can flip 1 or 2 of these points, that would be ideal. 3 points. 3 points would have put it back on his side of the board and get the momentum. Looking to see from there, so it should be good.
Yeah. Okay. Remember, Obi-Wan can move.
Right. Yeah, Obi-Wan can definitely get up and move and get all over the board for sure.
And looks like he's taking some Vader dice.
All right, attacking ISF with
Going
Vader
in.
dice. Here we go.
Oh, lost the
Yeah.
cubes there for a sec. There we go. All good.
Yeah, it seems like we're ideal there. Still okay, so 2 blocks,
That's a lot of
Expertise.
crits.
4 down the tree, it looks like.
Wow. Vader dice just does such a good job of making your rolls more consistent.
Indeed. All right, looking over, it looks like there's probably 2 games that have finished at this point in time.
Ooh, let's take a look.
I'm not seeing 7 damage into ISF, wounding and shove. No wound. Recovering Obi.
I do think it's funny how well Obi-2 and Vader 1 work together.
Right. Looks like Matt Bronson did finally take down Nick Rader. So the hopes and dreams of all of Arizonians like ourselves have been
Adam.
finally coming to an end.
At
A
an
great
end.
run by Nick. Matt Bronson
Yes.
into the final 4 for sure.
Wow.
Waiting to see the results of the other ones. I'm still waiting. It looks like, from what I can see from where I'm sitting, that Cody Hawkins' game has been done, his game against James Howard. Just waiting to see them put the results in before, so that we can give you those right there. Yeah, still haven't put those in though. And I can see that Scott B and Godliness Duncan are still playing as well.
Yep, still going at it.
So going at it. All right, so he did score those points, not getting the wound or anything like that, but does get the momentum. Very, very close game here. But one of the key things that's going on is Will's been able to maintain. Okay, Dark Troopers. Will's been able to maintain 2 points. That's really like, is that being the main tiebreaker going in? I think we're pretty close to where I don't know if we're going to get through the finishing the game before the game ends. So tiebreakers may become a factor here.
Yeah, I mean, so Dark Troopers are very good at influencing multiple points here. I mean, they can shove things off. I mean, if you are going to try and take this back right now, though, I mean, Dark Troopers are the way to do it. I mean, we'll see.
We will see. Yeah, still haven't seen the results. I see him cleaning up everything, so I'm not sure what's going on yet.
James Howard rep team.
Well, yeah, he's the one who was going up against Cody. All right, so Dark Troopers looks like they are putting an attack in here. Going into Kiadimundi, really trying to get there.
Well, I mean, remember, he does have a strained pin, 6 damage on him. I mean, this...
Nothing through, all blocks,
Wow.
everything. Attack number 2 going into Kiadi.
Wow.
2 block, pretty mathematically equal roll here. So 4 blocks, 2 damage. Kiadimundi being, but it does wound Kiadi.
Oh, I forgot about the... He took Vader dice, didn't he?
He did.
I forgot about that. Yep. in
The
my
Vader
notes.
dice has been hitting. It'd be interesting to see also that, like, if you went with a different primary, he wouldn't be hitting nearly as hard, but he would also, like, maybe some of this
So-
incidental damage wouldn't be.
So, did he already put the cube on? Because I'm
He
I'm
did.
looking.
He did
so,
put the cube
so then we
on.
have mission critical. So if he can,
He's only going to score 3 here. He's going to be up 1 up against it.
well, no,
Right
no.
up against it.
because of mission critical, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, Mission
Yeah. No,
Critical
because he
wins
flips.
the game.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Dark
Yep.
Troopers go to both points, and wow.
Wow. So-
Wow. Yeah. No. That's it. That's. Ooh.
What a way to finish. Needed to wound Kiadimundi, and got the wound.
And it is wild that first attack just completely whiffed and still able to get there. Man,
Yeah.
Dark Troopers, what a unit. What a unit.
I mean, I would say that Kiadimundi still is pretty solid, though.
Oh no, I agree with you. I think that we are just scratching the surface. I mean, this is kind of to use the Magic analogy. What happens after a new set comes out, Todd?
Everything changes, yeah.
Well, not just that, but also aggro is usually king because the aggressive strategies start things off, and you just kind of slam into each other, and then players start to work out the kinks, figure out what's good, what's not, and then other strategies rise to the surface. So
Exactly.
that's what I'm thinking may be happening with Kiadimundi
So
here.
the top 2 seeds, basically from the Swiss going into this event, was Doug here and Matt Bronson. So the 2 of them are going to be your winners out going into the Final 4. Still not seeing the results of the James Howard match. Let's see if it's Cody Hawkins did win. So Cody Hawkins will be in. The only match outstanding at this point in time is going to be the Scott B and Godliness. They are still playing. So we're looking at Matt Bronson, Doug or Dork Esquire, as well as Cody Hawkins, all into the Final 4 for the World Championships at Adepticon tomorrow.
Wow.
Just waiting on the last one of Scott B or Godliness Duncan.
And I could see them still going here.
Still
boy.
going.
Yeah. So something that Izzy just pointed out to me, which I mean I've got it on the paper too, but the reason why that Shatterpoint turn was so pivotal back there, because we didn't get a chance to talk about it, is that if you look at Will's side,
Yeah.
3 of his models were going to leave the table if he Shatterpointed them.
Yeah.
Like that. Talk about a tough decision to have to make there. This was a
He
bloody,
just took
bloody
a lot
game.
of wounds. And that's kind of where I was going with a lot of this, is that they he was taking a lot of incidental damage with the Vader dice. He has some squishy units and everything along those lines in the Padawans. He played him amazingly, though.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, just masterful play by Will. He was just getting gunned down by that gun line, and Vader coming in and just hitting hard too. So I mean, but amazing, wonderful play by Will. I hats off to him. Hats off to Doug going into the Final 4 tomorrow.
Yeah. No. Everyone that played today should be really happy with how they did, because making day 2 of Worlds not easy. Requires really tight play, and then
top eight at Worlds, basically. I mean, that's of all, like, this is Adepticon. This is where everybody comes to sit there and be the best that they can be. Just amazing play.
would you say the very best, like no one ever was?
It's pretty much.
This is great. Awesome. So, chat, how are we feeling? What's going on? What's everybody doing? Oh, thank you. Hey, we did a great job too, right, Todd?
Sure. I guess so. Dad agrees. So Dad over there,
Entirely unbiased opinion,
completely unbiased opinion that Daddy says that you're doing a great job. So no, I think that's fantastic. I'll let I think everybody else is gone. Let you kind of do you want to ramble on for a little while while I kind of figure out what's going on with everything?
Yeah, no, we need to try and figure out what's going on with your interview, right?
Yeah, I mean, so that's one of the things I don't know if I can get Will any earlier or not. I am going to be going out. I have to go and meet him and bring him on over, so he's not rambling around, wandering around. He's kind of an important guy. You don't want him just to wander around all by himself.
Probably not.
Probably not,
well,
especially at Adepticon, right through the giant hall of Atomic Mass Games.
Oh, no.
So you don't want that. I mean, I'm a big enough person where I can probably sit there and go like, no, I can look at like maybe like his bodyguard or something.
You're gonna play bodyguard for him. Well, while you're doing that, see if you can find Izzy or Jake. Send them over here to talk to me. What's
definitely
going on?
I'll see what we can do. But yeah, I'll see if I can send them over to talk with you and see what I can do about like finding out like that game over there. Keep an eye on that one. It looks like
I know
the Final Four it's an intense one. Scott, a former GT winner, Duncan, a former GT winner, going at it one mano a mano.
Right? They both have the chops there. So let's see. So chat, what was the most surprising thing that you've seen out of Adepticon so far? I would have to say I really think during the first heat there was so much Mando action. I know I'm bringing it back to something that I want to talk about because of course I am. But I wasn't sure how well Mandos were going to do going into this field. I mean, Iden, Kanan, known factors, Kiadi Mundi, the new up and rising star. It's one of those things. This is why we watch these events. This is why we attend these tournaments because you never know. There's also some very interesting standouts, right? We had a Count Dooku Mandos list, which I would never have paired those together in all of my days. I've been thinking about a lot of interesting things to do with Mandos, but that was not on my bingo card whatsoever. And speaking of bingo cards, I'll be honest, I was not expecting getting any Ahsoka TV show boxes this early. I was kind of expecting that a little later, so that's something that I'm definitely looking forward to. We've got Morgan Elspeth and Company, and then we've got Balin Skull. It looks like they did such a good job with that. I mean, I have a feeling if you stay tuned, Todd is going to ask some questions about that. So I am very excited to watch this interview and see what's said. I say that because last year at Adepticon, I didn't even get a chance to see the interviews because I had to go, I don't even remember what I had to take care of, but there was something behind the scenes I had to do. So I had to watch the interview on YouTube like everyone else later on as a recording because I was not present for them. So I'm hoping I get to actually sit here and get to listen to the interview. I mean, that's why we've got Izzy and Jake here with us to make things a little smoother. PCN helped us out a lot, but we were basically running two separate streams. They're doing the MCP stuff, of course, and that was a bit of an experience. Like Todd was saying earlier, we were practically on top of each other, nearly tripping over 3 different game systems. Which, I mean, we still have the don't get me wrong, the X-Wing streamers are still in the same area with us, but it is just 2 game systems in this streaming zone and not 3. So, little easier. Let's see what else we got. So, chat, you're all fans of Star Wars. What books have we been reading? I just finished Mask of Fear, the new book about Mon Mothma and Bail Organa, dealing with the aftermath of Order 66 and the rise of the Empire. I have to say, I highly recommend that book. Whew. Oh boy, it hits pretty hard as you see them deal with Palpatine's machinations after the Jedi are gone, and it's a bit of a heavy book. I'm not going to say it's the happiest book, but it definitely sheds some light on a period of time in Star Wars lore that we haven't seen either in Legends or canon up until this point. I mean, they've hinted at it a bit in Andor, and there was the episode of Rebels where they say where the Ghost Crew goes and saves Mon Mothma, but this is it feels like it's almost just days after the aftermath of Order 66 and the end of the Clone Wars. Like it's still being talked about in the story. Ooh, Quincy, Glass Abyss. That is on my holds queue at the library. I really want to dig into Mace Windu's character. We're talking about Shatterpoint here. The Legends novel Shatterpoint was one of my favorites. Matthew Stover is one of my favorite authors from that era of Star Wars storytelling, and it's it was such a good book. It really delves into the psychology of war and what happens to people in that environment, and just excellent story. Ooh, Brotherhood. Hey, Carla, Brotherhood is a favorite of Todd's. I wish he was still here talking to you. I mean, I like the story too. I was expecting it to be a little goofier, with how Obi-Wan and Anakin talk about it, but that's how gallows humor goes. Like it wasn't exactly a happy story, with like the bombing and everything. And oh, hey, Brandon. Yeah, rereading Rogue Squadron. So I hate to say this, but I that was the one series that I never actually read when I was reading all of the Legends book all those years ago. Because I'm very much more of a Jedi Sith. I prefer the stories about their conflicts against one another. But I finally started reading Rogue Squadron. I just finished. I believe they just took Coruscant. Yeah, they just took Coruscant. I must be on the third book, where they've taken Coruscant and they're dealing with the virus that was unleashed by. Oh, geez, or what's her name? The leader of the ISB. I'm blanking on her right now. But yeah, no, that story is very interesting. It's you can see Michael Stackpole really knows how to write harder sci-fi. The Star Wars is generally considered to be a softer sci-fi with all of the mysticism and fantasy elements in it, but he does an excellent job with the dogfights and showcasing what Rogue Squadron can do during those times. The Dark Lord books are from Legends. Those are some good ones. Seeing the Rise of Darth Vader, dealing with some Jedi trying to still be Jedi and it not necessarily working out for them. Shadows of the Empire. I just saw because I follow a lot of Star Wars content creators on social media, not surprisingly, and somebody brought up the Shadows of the Empire comic book from way back when, and there's some really cool art. I had forgotten the detail that in Legends, it's different in canon, but in Legends, Leia got the Bosch bounty hunter outfit to actually infiltrate Coruscant during the events in Shadows of the Empire. So yeah, that one was an interesting one. I haven't read Shadows of the Empire in a long time. I remember I'm dating myself, chat. The Shadows of the Empire Nintendo 64 game. I had so much fun playing that game as a kid. I don't know how well it has aged now, but like you're even on Hoth, because the story is Dash Rendar was actually on Hoth and flew one of the snow speeders against the Empire. Not that he really considered himself a rebel, but he knew the only way he was getting off the planet alive was if he helped the rebels escape. So he does that before getting off-world in the Outrider. It's a great story. Great story. I'm probably going to keep reading the Rogue Squadron books again because I'm a crazy person. I will listen to an audiobook and read a book at the same time, and I am working my way through Brandon Sanderson's new book, Winds of Truth. Well, you played it you played it a few months ago. Did not age well. Yeah, I remember as a kid some of those levels were really hard, and sometimes when you're a kid and you come back as an adult, you're like, oh, these are a lot easier now that I'm a grown up with a grown up brain. But I have a feeling that Shadows of the Empire might have just suffered from the capabilities of the Nintendo 64 at the time. Ooh, Tarkin. Yep, I've read that one too. The other series that I really dug into was and very much enjoyed is I just finished reading all of the Thrawn books. I started. I would just slide around and it was ridiculous. Yeah. So I actually did a reread of Timothy Zahn's the OG Heir to the Empire trilogy, and then I've read through the 6 books that he wrote. The first Thrawn, I guess the second Thrawn trilogy, and then the third Thrawn trilogy, where it's more of a prequel of what Thrawn was doing in the early days of the Empire, leading up to his time on the Rebel show, and then when he was fighting against the Grisk, I believe they're called the Grisk, those alien forces that were trying to destroy the Chiss ascendancy from within. Oh, Padawan! Padawan, is that the one about Obi-Wan? I believe it's a YA novel. Yeah. So, I just started talking to them about books. So, because
talking about books.
Yeah, because librarian
Aubrey, we need to
here.
keep you on a leash.
Keep me on a leash. I mean, they're all Star Wars books.
I guess we're still on topic then.
Like every last one is a Star Wars book. Now, wait, are you breathing hard? Are you okay?
What do you mean?
Did you run over here to save me?
Did I have to cross many a con to get here?
Ooh,
yeah.
Ooh. Okay. All right.
Absolutely.
Take a breath. Drink some water. Well, don't breathe.
Here, can I have that? The water's actually right next to you.
Oh well. Why is it next to me and not next to you? What's going on?
Because I just crossed.
Oh, Quincy. Oh, okay. All right. I'm sure Jake wants to talk about like Shatterpoint and competitive stuff because that's why we're here. But no, we got to talk about the Republic Commando books first. Have you read them?
I have not.
Oh, okay.
But I am interested.
Okay, everyone. This is my thing. If you read nothing else from Legends, because I get it, like there's new canon and there's only so much time in your life, but I absolutely believe that everyone should read the Republic Commando books. Karen Travis essentially creates her own language for the Mandalorians that it fleshes out their culture. Some of it got a little retconned by the Clone Wars show and what happened with Satine and everything. Mm-hmm. But if you love Delta, what's happening behind me?
Don't worry about it. There's nothing happening. Don't worry about it.
There's nothing happening. And this right here, chat, is why Todd hasn't left the table all con log.
Yeah, he left the rest of us in charge for a second.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just crossed the Rubicon.
Yeah, essentially.
Get it?
Dog, I was in a completely different room in this building playing a game with Matt and Kevin.
He took you away from Halo?
Well, when I was texted by my brother that just said, Todd is looking for you, and that's all it said, I figured I was in trouble.
Oh, no.
I was like, what did I do? I walked away for 10 minutes.
Oh, no. I'm so sorry. I
was in the middle of doing a teaching game, so...
well, wait. So Izzy's here now. Do you want to go back to your teaching game?
I would love to.
Yes, you go back to your teaching game. Let Izzy. I'm sorry.
Enjoy. It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
Sure everything was good.
Everything is fine. No wonder you're stressed. Go back to having fun. You've been working hard. Okay. All right, so now I got Izzy on here, and
What
eventually,
happened?
what?
What happened?
Oh no, okay, all right. Todd did this thing where he put out the momentous struggle signal into the sky, and apparently sent Izzy and Jake running at full speed to me. Ooh, okay, all right, everything's fine. It's just Todd had to go get Will for the interview.
Oh, okay.
So
Fair enough.
and even though he knows I'm perfectly capable of talking to myself and chat forever and ever, he thought it might be better if there was actually another human being in front of me while I was talking, because what'll happen is I'm not talking about Shatterpoint anymore. I'm talking about Star Wars books.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Is he?
Sorry, I don't mean to
did
sound...
Did you see the look on Izzy's face? Yeah. Bear in mind, we are live on the camera. You gotta be careful with the faces. But yeah, he knows I'm not going to talk about results. Why would I be talking about tournament results here? I'm just going to talk about Star Wars. So Izzy, have you read any of the Star Wars
No,
books?
stop it. We're not supposed to be talking about that.
We're not supposed to be talking about that. All right, chat. If Izzy only reads one Star Wars book ever, I'm gonna make you all fight now. What is the one Star Wars book that Izzy should read?
Do you think I'm a nerd? You think I read?
Shatterpoint is a Star Wars book.
Yeah, it is true. Yeah.
Yeah. I am talking about books that have characters from the game Shatterpoint that are present in the books, and one could argue that the lore of these characters came from these books in some respects.
No.
No.
They come straight from the movies and TV shows.
Oh, Sam, remind me to send you your bribe later. You are absolutely correct. Sorry, chat. Sam already beat you to it. I mean,
Poor chat.
I will take other answers. But yeah. I actually absolutely agree with you. I know this is silly. Quincy, no. He'll never read another book again for the rest of his life if he reads Courtship of Princess Leia.
Okay.
Oh, my word. So, Izzy.
Mm-hmm.
Courtship of Princess Leia is written like a bad romance novel.
Yeah.
Like, Han and Leia, for some reason, haven't gotten married yet. This prince from you remember in A New Hope where he talks about the Death Star is more powerful than Happen Starfleet? Does that sound familiar?
No.
No?
No. Aubrey. All right, I'll tell you this much. My background knowledge, I guess, of Star Wars stopped when I found out that reading took too much effort. So I suppose I stopped at Clone Wars. I read some books. I never finished them, so I know somewhat. I know I began a book of Luke's daughter or something like that, when Luke had a daughter with some random girl. I forgot what her name was.
Wait, Luke's daughter?
Yeah, Luke's daughter.
Luke had one son.
Oh, did he have a son or a daughter? I forgot what it was.
Yeah, he had a
a
kid.
child,
Yeah,
essentially.
he
I
had a
remember
kid
that.
in Legends. Yes, he had
Okay.
one
After that, I remember
one male child.
And was it
Are you sure it wasn't Jaina Solo? Because Han and Leia have twins and a younger kid.
No.
Okay,
I have
in no version of events were
he have
you
a daughter?
reading Star Trek and you just don't know it?
No. Star Trek's for nerds. Star Wars is for the jocks. That's where all the good stuff's at.
Wow. Ooh, any Thrawn? Actually, you know what? Okay, Sam, I know we both love the Revenge of the Sith novelization, and it would be the easiest thing for somebody who's not big into lore. But I feel like Heir to the Empire is actually the right one book, because it's like the big story set during the New Republic time period, and it's got some pretty cool stuff. So, Izzy, what do you want to talk about? Let's not do books anymore, because Izzy's here. I was talking to Chad about books because I'm a librarian. But what do you got?
I don't know. Did you guys pay attention to the last game?
Did we pay attention to the last game? We've been. What would you like to talk about in the last game? Because I did relay some of what you were telling me, because we had missed some stuff.
Okay, I know that there was a lot of stuff happening between the giveaway, but I know that Will and Doug did an amazing performance between the games, and the fact that Will lost it, kind of sad. I was rooting for Will. But yeah, it was an attack that he had done previously from I think 3 or 4 turns ago that put the ISF into position of winning the game till that round, and it was crazy. So shout out to Doug for winning the game, but it was it was something else to watch.
Yes, I was telling chat earlier when I was here all by myself, and
You're not
yeah.
allowed to do that. we
What?
can't reference.
dude, no, you can't,
can't
play
sing.
You can't play the music.
Okay, fair enough.
I can sing with my voice. This is that's
All right, so what are you looking forward to
different.
when you get back home?
Sleeping.
Sleeping? Yeah.
Sleeping in my own bed, because it's always tough. No matter how nice the beds are at your hotel, I'm looking
It
forward
is
to
tough. I want to go home and sleep. I have to wake up earlier the next day, then go to work. But
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I took the next day off from work, which I
Yeah.
get it. My work, I work for the government. I get leave,
You're
so
fine.
I just take it. But yeah,
I'm too young. I can't take a day off.
Too young. Okay.
Yeah, I
fine.
can't take days off. Not
Ah.
now.
Oh, easy.
Not with this economic struggle we're going through.
Sean, we already did the giveaway. Unless you were just saying
Okay,
the thing you're looking forward to is Adepticon, but yeah.
Either that or he's probably playing the video a while back, and now just heard it. It's happened to me before.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
So
if
he
you're-
is a couple of minutes back.
If you're playing catch up on that, that was almost 20. No, almost like 50 minutes ago. Yeah, we already did the giveaway, but thank you.
What do you say to the people who got upset at the reveal on Adepticon that there wasn't enough Shatterpoint stuff shared?
Really, Izzy?
I've heard it. I've heard it. I've heard it a lot around. They showed stuff they had already seen at Mini.
So okay. So I always like to try and be positive, especially when I'm talking right now in this environment. Here's my thing. What I have heard a lot of players say is that it is going to feel like we are getting a lot of new goodies because of the rebalance. I mean, I'm going to put it back on you. I think I asked you this question earlier, but ADHD baby, I don't remember what you said now because I've slept since then. You've gone through this with MCP, right?
Yes.
And so what did it feel like when you went through a rebalance?
It feels like you're testing out new strategies with the characters that were given said changes, but if the game has already been fairly played long enough, you can already kind of tell how most synergies match up. With Shatterpoint, seeing how it's still kind of new, some changes might make a big difference when building the list. But then again, there's not that many characters to do so, and I'm assuming not all the characters are going to get reworks.
Oh, you think?
I'm assuming only a handful of them are.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Because
well,
they're doing it yearly, so that means that next year, what are they going to change?
Oh, they're going to do more. So is this something that does happen every year in MCP, or
No.
do you think that that's what they're moving towards?
And
is doing these every
MCP,
year?
we've gone to rework. I think the first rework happened. The next one happened, I think, 2 years afterwards, or I think a year afterwards. But it's inconsistent. So I know that we still haven't got the rework this year, but we have gotten changes to high threat models that do need some sort of nerf or buff. And other than that, we haven't got reworks for this current mush of a bunch of characters that are in MCP right now.
Gotcha. Okay. So, so my thinking is that I don't know if I would want a ton of new things thrown at me this year because we're going to be spending a lot of time sorting out these reworks. Now, that's me kind of thinking that they'll be like if they only rework like 4 characters, then I'm gonna be annoyed. But I'm assuming it's gonna be more than the 4 they showed. What was it? Anakin, Ahsoka, Reva.
I have a feeling it's going to be 20 characters that are going to get reworks.
Right. My thinking is that we're looking at probably about half of the core box because I could see like the 501st, Asajj, Anakin, Wait, now I'm gonna have to write this out, or else it's going to be. Well, I guess I'm getting recorded, right? Well, I gotta think about it. So I'm thinking Annie Asajj, 501st.
Oh, yeah, I say Annie, Ahsoka,
Oh yeah, Ahsoka could definitely use a punch up.
Inquisitors as a whole.
Basically the entire Inquisitor box. I mean, maybe the primary is all right. If
Fifth
the
Brother
rest
is
of,
okay.
Well, yeah,
There's no need to touch Fifth Brother.
So I mean, I'm thinking maybe just Reva and what is it? I always get the numbers wrong. Fourth Sister? Is it Fourth Sister? I think the support, the other support
Yeah.
alongside.
The one that gets smacked by Maul.
Yeah,
Yeah, that one.
That one. I mean, I still am convinced that if you don't redo just like her point value down to a 3, because I still think that is like the easiest change you could do. Oh yeah, Quincy Aura Singh needs a rework. I know they're a little worried about making CAD cross era, because then you have a 9-pointer that can fill in a huge gap. But I'm still convinced CAD. I don't know. I'm not a game designer. This is not my skill set. So why do you think I spent this whole time talking about books? That's my skill set.
No, but you can complain. Everyone's a good complainer.
Well, I mean, that is one of my favorite pastimes.
Yeah, it's fine.
But I still think the Cad Bane could just use an era change. I don't think you need to change too much about his abilities or effects, but it would just be cool if he was multi-era. I mean, I don't think we're gonna see another Cad Bane unless he's like a secondary or something. Like if you get Old Man Cad, like he probably would be a secondary, so not the same thing. And I don't know that you really need one. Just
any
make him cross-era.
debuffs?
Ooh. Well, I mean, I still think, especially now that we're seeing the.
Well, they said Vader.
Yeah, they all but guaranteed Vader.
Yeah,
but
Vader won.
I'm still saying that. Aiden. I mean, come on. Ooh.
Well, they didn't say Aiden.
They said maybe.
Yeah, that was a coy remark. I don't think they're going to touch Aiden.
They have to. All I hear about is front, left, and center. Yeah, 3PO. Like that one's rough. I don't know if Luke needs a buff so much as Luke needs a 3-point secondary. If the other Luke was not Luke, I think we would see Return of the Jedi Luke play. But because I mean, I've played Luke enough that like his activation is pretty impactful. The problem is that he doesn't have anything to go with him. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't play Luke because he's bad.
Wow. Wow.
No, of course not. It's
I mean, ¿por qué no los dos, Quincy? Both.
more than Aiden.
Both.
Hoska's thing, Hoska's pretty gross. We've seen a lot of him now at Adepticon, and he is. It's a very unique mechanic that definitely it makes aggressive lists prosper really much, or a lot, and it's just very oppressing. So I could definitely see them maybe tweaking it. I don't know how they would do it.
I think it should just it just needs to be like a lot of the other, but you know how most of the buffs in the game have a bubble.
Yes.
Right? Like you like it, and a lot of the bubbles are really small. And then we have not small. So I think we're just gonna see a general like we might see some bubbles move up to maybe like range 4, and maybe some bubbles move down, and this is where game theory and game design is hard. Like you can just tweak one number and things could change, but then you tweak another number and maybe then the first number doesn't work. Like I don't think we appreciate how difficult it is to balance these things.
Yeah, well, especially since the reason why Haas is so good is because he offers it to all Galactic Empire. Right, that's what it is.
Yeah, let's bring up Pat. You're asking me questions about Empire. I don't touch Empire. The closest I get to Empire is I do enjoy Thrawn's character, and so like I know a little bit more about Thrawn than I do the others. But if you can keep asking me about Empire, I gotta actually bring
the
it up
Ewoks, I suppose.
Yeah, the Ewoks could definitely use some buff. Notice we're back on the buff trade. We're not on the
Yeah, the nerf train.
yeah.
I don't know.
So yeah, Defiance will be the death of you. It's range 5.
Yeah.
Most of the other bubbles like Mace, Mace Windu
Mace
and
is also
Bow.
5.
Wait, is he 5? I thought he was 3.
Is it 3? I thought it was 5.
Well, so like Bo-Katan's
But Bo's is a 3.
is 3,
And that's
then-
annoying. Bo
Yeah.
needs a buff. I'm calling it right now. Bo needs
and
a buff.
Mace's is. Oh, okay. His I guess his is 5. Fine. I feel like some of those bubbles need to be different. And wounding. And yeah, Quincy brings up a good point. It should be a reactive so that wounding him matters.
Yeah.
You don't just get it all the time.
All right, I will say, as a Mando player, and I played full Mando since day one, and I've done fairly well with them. There's a couple of them that might need a buff.
I do think they could benefit from
Nothing too serious, just a tweak change in their expertise tree.
Yeah, no, I was thinking either a slightly better expertise tree because Beskar armor doesn't necessarily feel like Beskar armor.
No, it
sometimes.
does not. It's so weak.
Or alternatively, maybe just like one more hit point.
Yeah.
Like
when
a
people say
tiny bit.
Beskar armor, they're not thinking Clan Kreese Mandalorians. They're not thinking Super Commando Mandalorians. They're thinking Mando and armor.
The Mandalorian.
Yeah. No,
Dun.
Bo has the same problem where her defense dice just doesn't show that she will benefit from.
Yeah, I think
Mandalorian armor,
Bo's
so it's
bubbles
just-
could be expanded. That is for sure.
It doesn't make sense why Hera's is that large and Bo's isn't. God damn it, make it larger.
So
I'm upset.
uh,
You got me riled up.
yeah. So again, debuffs. Let's think more about debuffs because I mean I'm sorry everyone. I still think it's Iden. I don't know. I don't understand this. I also think that where is he?
Yeah, crit mitigation would be nice.
I also wonder if, and yeah, no, right? Like again, it's Beskar armor. They should feel tanky. Like Mandalorians should feel tanky.
Yeah.
Like you've seen the show, right? You've seen how he just takes shot after shot. Like the stormtroopers suddenly are pretty precise in that show, but that's because like he doesn't have plot armor. He's got Beskar armor.
Yeah.
I got a controversial debuff for you.
Oh?
I think Moff Gideon's tax needs to be gone forever
Why?
because it changes fundamentally how you have to play the entire game.
Okay.
And he's also good.
He is, yeah, he's a good model. He offers tiebreakers. He has a good, what is it, the tactic, that you get an extra hit die if it's an objective that you're not
Here.
controlling.
Right here. No, that's hat. No,
No, not hit die, but an extra dice when attacking.
this is. I also am like, really, we have Gideon Hask. I'm talking about Moff Gideon,
Oh.
not Gideon Hask.
No,
I mean,
okay.
yes, you're right, but
Yeah, Moff Gideon has a tactic where if you attack someone within melee, an objective that is not yours, you gain an extra attack die.
oh, you mean that? Oh, you mean that ability, right?
Yes.
But my thing is that taxing, the whole tax on
On
reserving creates these situations where reserving already has a high cost. You have to use a force, and you immediately have to go with whatever you get next. It already has an opportunity cost built in, and I really think that making that even worse is just it's a frustrating part of the game. Whenever you go up against Moff, one player suddenly has part of a fundamental mechanic of every single game of Shatterpoint shut off. You pretty much can't reserve anything for the entire game, and if you do, you are putting yourself extremely far behind in terms of force economy. I don't know, chat. What do we think? What do you think? Izzy?
Nerfing Moff, taking that away from him just seems that's kind of his identity. And that'd be tough because then there's characters that boost, like you don't have to. It costs nothing to reserve with Thrawn, isn't it? His is the opposite.
Yeah. I mean, that is. I guess that's something you could argue as a buff. Like, Daniel. Yeah, there you go. You could also give more units the ability to reduce.
Yeah.
Reserve costs.
But that's Moff Gideon's thing. I don't see. Yeah, it's a big part of the game. I think Moff Gideon's fine. I don't think that should be punished because it's a intuitive way how to change the game state.
Maybe the problem is what Moff brings with him then, because it also feels like,
well, it's Empire. They're supposed to be oppressing. They are the most expensive and best military in the galaxy there is.
Well,
we just see them in movies being really bad because they're the bad guys and because they suck. But in reality, they should be this oppressing. They are the most advanced military out there.
Well, I just feel like there's a different way to represent that in the mechanics that doesn't cause you to have that much of a problem. But again, I'm like, all right, I'm backpedaling a little bit because as chat is bringing up, maybe the real problem is most often what does Moff bring with him? DTE and Dark Troopers. And Dark Troopers are insane. Their expertise, they have crit mitigation.
I know. I don't think a support should have crit mitigation if you ask me.
Right? Yeah. So
but
maybe,
that goes across supports.
Right.
Even if it was the Padawans or anyone else, it's just they shouldn't have it.
Right. Yeah.
Take the damage as is.
Yeah. So maybe it's not Moff Gideon. Maybe it's a bit of tweaking to
their expertise. I think it's fine for them to have protection as well.
No.
Protection
really,
and steadfast works fine for me. It's just that the expertise on their defense is crazy.
Yeah. Because even think about how easy it is for DTE to move back onto a point, with his abilities and things. Like there is, there. That is another thing, right? Yeah, CJ. That's another way you could do it is giving out more coordinated fire, expose, and that's one way to do it. But I do agree with you. If everybody has expose running around, then nobody's got expertise.
I hate it. Because here, if that's the way that's introduced, just like a different character with a different faction just slowly gains coordinated fire expose, I'm gonna loathe that mechanic because as of right now, I'm kind of on the fence if ARF should have that because clones don't have anything to begin with. You know, if you think about a clone, people usually take ARFs because of the coordinate expose, but
yeah.
Maybe with this rework, clones get something else because that's a lot. Getting coordinated fire exposed before they even attack you, like why? Why do I exist?
Right.
I think that's a lot, but I can't take that away from ARFs because that's what they got. That's all they got. It'd be so mean to take that away from them.
All right, so I've got a fun one for you. A buff. What about General Solo? I know you don't play Rebels, but General Solo is the only revenge trigger that doesn't have a dash. Everyone else gets a dash and a 5 dice attack for their revenge.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Well, not everyone. Well, okay.
Well,
Obi-Wan, Mando. Yeah, I think Obi-Wan, Mando's the only two that just got a dash and do something else.
Oh, well, no, I don't mean like...
Are you talking about revenge triggers that actually attack?
Sorry.
Okay, fair enough.
Specified.
If that's
revenge,
what you're... Yeah.
Revenge triggers...
Solo range 5 gun?
What? Okay, no.
Is that what they mean by that? Does he have a range 5?
No, he has a pistol.
Oh,
like
he's saying fixing it by giving him a range 5.
By giving him a range 5.
That's tough. I mean, even if it was a range 5, just place him in the center, just hopefully everything around him shreds to dust.
I like him. I like him being range 4. I just think he needs to have the ability, like every other revenge.
Chewie, you cowards.
Kenny. Yeah, every other revenge attack has a ability to move around the board so that you can actually do something with the revenge trigger. So
yeah.
No, actually, I have Even if he was well, no, I don't want him to be no. Don't put words in my mouth, Kenny. I don't want him to be range 5. He
I don't
should
want
be
him to
range 4
Yeah, he's fine as is.
with a dash. Like fine, I think he more or less. I think solo is fine as is. I just want.
You want him to be maneuvering.
Yeah, I want.
Is
him,
it because you have bad placement with him? Is that what's going on?
No, because it's hard. Because he doesn't see a lot of play. Because why would you play him when every other revenge trigger character has a dash and a revenge attack?
Yeah, that's fair.
Why play hard when Kanan's over? Oh, you know who needs a debuff too?
Kanan?
Yeah, that.
You think Kanan needs a debuff?
He pretty much, his revenge attack basically says go 3 down the tree with 5 dice every time.
Yeah.
Every time.
That is annoying.
Yeah, there's no world where dash is even more Yeah, yes, but again, I'm just making sure range 4 and a dash, not range 5 and a dash.
And it'd still be a 5 dice attack. So it's not like
Yeah, not the end of the world. But playing with Cassian and then he gets an advance and then attack. Yeah. So that there is something to be said for some of what's coming out between now and May is going to change some of this, and so maybe some of the buffs or debuffs that we see are different because of that. Like we haven't had a chance to get, like the community hasn't had a chance to get all the reps in with some of these new boxes. That is true.
Yeah. I don't know. Hopefully it's a good change. I don't think they'll touch solo.
No,
I
because
highly
they're not
doubt
going to
it.
do. I don't think that that's one that needs to happen immediately, but it does feel a little weird that a Han Solo primary in a Star Wars game doesn't see very much love. He's one of the original 3.
I suppose.
I mean, kind of same with Luke, although at least we're seeing Luke as a secondary. But I really think we need to touch up. We need to touch up at least Luke and Han. Leia's fine. Leia don't need no
help.
help.
On a more cheerful topic,
All right.
what were some rival panel ideas that you had that thought you were going to be revealed in the Adepticon reveal panel?
Wait, what did I think, or what did I?
For like a
want?
rival panel.
Dizzard, hello to you too. This is Izzy. He's been helping
Who's
us.
long hair?
He's been helping us with the con for multiple days. If you had been paying attention, sir, just saying. Saying.
There's 2 of us. There's one.
Yeah,
there's
Jake.
He has short hair and a hat.
Yeah, Jake and Izzy came along to the con. From Phoenix, from the Phoenix area. So they came to help us out. We've been doing Eyes in the Sky. They've been sitting in the chair while I'm off recovering in the depths of the convention hall. Yeah. See, I think Cat should get more eras, but anyway, sorry, I was in the middle of a question. I saw
okay,
that. I was
so
laughing.
on the way to the reveal panel, we were talking about what were some rival panels we wanted to see if they ever got introduced.
Rival
panels, like the OB2. Darth Vader.
Oh! You're using MCP words again.
Am
you
I?
mean dual packs?
Oh, it's the same thing. All right,
I
dual
don't
packs.
know what a rival a rival pack is. I do, however, know what a dual pack is. Anyway.
Oh my goodness.
Oh right, I keep forgetting that you're moving, Dizzard. Okay, you're slightly forgiven. You should be here, but I suppose taking care of where you're going to live is an acceptable excuse. Fine. Dual packs. Well, I mean, first and foremost, Yoda on Dagobah versus R2-D2.
But why?
I think
And R2-D2 primary?
Yes, R2-D2 primary and Yoda support.
that's the dual pack. I'm gonna write that down. I'm just gonna leave it here, and so when Wilshik and Todd come back, we'll just see the list,
No.
and maybe you'll get inspired.
Okay, so actually, I do have a cool idea that I cannot take credit for. I was hanging out in the line for the new Ahsoka dual box. Anakin v. Younglings, though.
Yeah.
Nope, we're not doing that one. But here, we were talking about this subject, and a Palpatine versus
Yoda.
Yeah,
Yeah.
about Palpatine versus Yoda
In the Senate.
in the Senate with
Yeah.
like one of those Yoda versus Sequel. That's a That's a YouTube meme video for
Yeah,
those of you
I've seen it.
not in the know. But with one of those Senate pods, like floating up above them, like getting thrown in between them, I think
Yeah.
that would be an awesome
Well,
diorama for people to see, right?
Yeah, that would be awesome. I wanted for especially April 25th, right? April 25th is the anniversary of Revenge of the Sith. It's April 25th.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I wish that they would have revealed or at least teased a dual pack of Anakin and Obi-Wan on the Battle of Mustafar.
Yes.
That would have been a nice one to at least reveal or even tease for the release.
Yes.
And that way we would have had an Obi. I don't know. I guess it'd be another primary. I mean, because that Obi has some pretty main character energy.
Yeah, I don't. What they do. It feels like they are having this tendency of doing a primary and a secondary, and I feel like if you're going to do Mustafar Vader, he has to be the primary, which would make Obi-Wan the secondary. But maybe they'll give us our first primary.
Primary, or maybe even Obi primary and Episode 3 Anakin secondary.
I don't.
He'd be
that is Nightfall Vader. He's just gone into the temple and done Order 66. I don't know about that. But my thing is I would love him to have a Force choke ability. We need Vader to have Force choke. Why? I mean, I would have preferred it had been like on Emperor's Servant. Like, makes more sense to me. But
I heard young Count Dooku versus Yaddle.
This makes me sad. Yeah, Mr. Pink, we've been talking about that, like an Obi. What would actually be cool is get our first dual pack that has 3 models in it. Because if you had because you could have a secondary Maul, which would be cool. You could have Qui-Gon be a primary and maybe make Obi-Wan a support, like a single model support, and maybe he has a tiebreaker or something to show off his power level.
Yeah, sadly, I would love to see a Maul and Savage Opress versus Obi-Wan and I forget her name.
Asajj?
No, not Asajj. Asajj. Yeah, that'd be nice to see. But I was mainly thinking of the one.
I forget that episode
of that Jedi who got horned.
Oh,
I forget her name.
No. When a 3-point in either will solve. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It's if you want Force choke, it's Vader versus Ozzel. You have failed me for the last time. Oh man, that's great. So yeah, like I wasn't thinking dual pack on that one. I was just thinking of like cool stuff. But can you imagine a Mustafar diorama?
That'd be nice. I could like even think like what position. There were so many like insane like cinematography shots from that fight alone that they could pick so many poses. One that I think I would love to see would be when Obi and Anakin are fighting in the control room, and they just break from whatever their twirl was, and they both force push. So then it's just like a force push, but with their lightsaber guarded down here.
So
that'd be nice.
So that would be a cool scene. You also could have them up on that like platform where they're
balancing.
Where they're balancing, but I don't know if that's good for model.
Yeah.
This is
I was gonna say a bunch of models being broken later on.
Yeah, no. But this is what I think would have to be the scene. It would have to be just before the jump. Anakin on the platform.
Oh,
like tucked into that, and then a little hill just up above, because then you get to paint the lava and the little platform, and then Obi-Wan standing on the top of the hill. I feel like that's gotta be like that is the turning point in the history of the galaxy right there.
I suppose. Well, that'd be really nice. I think that's a good idea. But if they really want to get fancy with it, they could also just do. They could do the opposite, where Obi-Wan still has the high ground, but where he's posed like a superhero exiting the ship that Padme came through with.
Oh, wow!
Way in the beginning,
and he's standing on the ship,
and we'll get our first
staring at
ship diorama
down.
That will be coming to Shatterpoint if you think about it that way.
I mean, that would be cool, but that would be really big, right?
That'd be huge. Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. That would be great. I mean, I keep making the joke that always have a dual pack with Vader, so you could get old Ben and Vader on the Death Star.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Like that's pretty iconic. You could get Vader versus Luke on Cloud City.
Yeah.
Like you'd
But
have.
I have a feeling that since they've already done it for Legion, the poses between Luke and Vader, that they probably just don't want to do it that way anymore.
Yeah, that's possibly true. Well, have they done a Cloud City one in Legion?
I don't think they have. I think they've done the Yellow Jacket one.
Yeah,
I
they've
think
done.
that's what it is.
Ooh, Tatooine Cantina pack. So
We need a Greedo secondary or support for Han and Greedo to have a dual pack.
So this is one thing that I'm hoping they explore more, and that was something we didn't really talk about, or at least it didn't look like we were talking about, is I would like to see more packs like the Bounty Hunter one, where it was all secondaries.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That'd be nice.
So like a Tatooine Cantina pack could be a bunch of supports or secondaries that you can just plug in as more scoundrels.
So, like, armless guy who got sliced by Obi-Wan? Is that what you're...
No, you could have Greedo. Greedo was in there.
Yeah, Greedo was in there.
You could have you could have those two guys. That is pretty funny. Like pre-arm slicing though. Like come on, they could be scoundrels. Trying to think who else was in that. There's so many characters in that cantina.
There's weird ant-looking guy. Sorry if I'm being specious.
It's all right. Remember, chat. He hasn't read all of the
Did
the
you
books.
know his species? that you're...
No, but it's in a book somewhere.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I didn't say I've read all the books
Okay,
either.
fair.
Let's see.
I'm trying to think of like what other, because if they did one of all supports, then it might as well be a clone facility, training room for clones.
Ooh, that could be fun. I don't know if we need like
More clones.
We have a good number of clothes. Like
Yeah.
Like I would prefer to see something with
The Jedi Temple. Getting Jedi Temple guards,
yes.
some other stuff, other younglings.
There we go. Man, I
Oh,
forgot
yeah.
about the twins. That's funny. No, if we're going dual packs though, back focus.
Oh yeah,
focus.
dual packs.
Focus, because now we're just doing packs, and I could do packs for days. I need Cal Kestis from Fallen Order and his
Let's
crew.
explore.
I
Let's
need-
get away from.
You don't want to do more dual packs? Okay.
No, I do. I meant like let's explore. Let's stay away from at least the prequels and the sequels.
Oh yeah.
Let's go.
Because we still have a lot of ground to cover.
I mean, to be fair, all right. So we've got Anakin and Obi-Wan from Episode 3. Then we got Yoda and Sidious from Episode 3 too. Who we get from Episode 2, from Attack of the Clones?
So that's the problem. Is you
Django
could get
and Mace Windu.
You could get a Django and Mace Windu. I don't know if we need that dual pack. That's tough.
With the child Boba just in the background.
No, oh, that's so sad.
Oh no.
No, what I was thinking is, you if they wanted to explore another Count Dooku, you could get Obi-Wan primary and an Anakin secondary. I just don't know if that's enough difference.
Well, maybe it's Count Dooku primary, Obi second, Anakin support.
Yeah.
I think that would work.
That could be interesting because that would give us another Count Dooku, a little more separatist stuff.
Separatists need some help.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, I love that they're getting the awkward
Droidy
droids, but we've been knowing for about a year and a half
Droidy
now, right?
I just want droidy cuss. But if we're talking dual packs, then that's pretty much the only real true fight. I mean, you could do Yoda versus Dooku. I just feel like the Yoda versus Sidious fight is the more
popular one.
popular fight. I mean, it was iconic when Attack of the Clones came out because everybody was like, "What? Yoda's gonna fight?"
Mm-hmm.
Obi has a ranged attack.
Obi versus Grievous.
No, I don't know if we're getting that. I would rather, if I had to pick an Obi duel from Revenge of the Sith, it's got to be Obi versus Vader.
If I had to pick a Cad Bane, like dual pack, it had to be Boba and Cad Bane from the Boba TV show when they have their duel. Because then you get a Boba primary and a Cad Bane secondary.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Because I don't know if Cobb Vanth is gonna make his way into Shatterpoint. I'm not gonna write him off. I just, that might be a lot down the road.
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah.
I mean, they are exploring movies left and right. It'd be nice to see something from the most current films, Ray and Kylo.
Ooh, Old Man Obi versus Maul around that campfire.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good one.
And that's a way to incorporate old Obi-Wan as well. Like, not 7-year-old, but like late 60s maybe Obi-Wan. That'd be nice.
It's getting pretty close. It's getting pretty close to A New Hope by that point in the storyline. I mean, because remember, a few years go by in the Rebels TV show, so they're inching their way towards running up against that time period.
Yeah.
What about any of the newer shows? Is there anything
from Acolyte?
Yeah.
Okay. As much hate as Acolyte gets, their fight scenes were really good. Their
Yes.
choreography was just amazing.
Yeah. No.
If maybe they put a little bit more effort into the writing, would have came out better. But that's no shame on the actors or on anybody else. Actors are fine. Just sometimes if you don't got a good script, you don't got a good script.
Yeah. So
good choreography. That's what you got.
So Soul versus a Stranger would be a pretty cool duel.
It would be nice. The streamer.
The
stranger.
streamer stranger.
Yeah.
The strange streamer.
Dr. Teeth from Acolyte. Yeah, Dr. Teeth. Eat a Snickers, you're not you when you're hungry.
Sure. Or even I'm trying to think. So I know we're getting Baylan Skoll, and they didn't say anything about Ahsoka, but I mean, there's a couple of pretty cool duels. Like, what if we got?
I guess.
I don't know if you would get 2 Baylan Skulls as a problem. Like,
no, I don't. I
so-
think the one Baylan Skull is fine. And I don't even know if I want another Ahsoka, if I'm being honest with you. We already have 3 of her.
Now, the only thing is that, Rosario Dawson gave such a distinctive, performance of Ahsoka in that show. I feel like you would want a model sculpt that reflects.
They don't do. All right. I don't mean to insult the sculptors or anything, but I think it's fine. I think we're having Ahsoka in different periods of her life, and I feel like what we have now from the dual pack and what we receive in the core box and what we have of her as a Padawan, I think they're fine. They kind of summarize her whole journey.
Except she has the journey from just being on her own to then becoming a teacher, which is kind of the whole point of that show. And they already gave us 2 boxes from that show.
Meh, I'm fine. If it was given to us, fine. I wouldn't be upset, but I honestly don't want it.
Okay.
I'm not asking for it.
Okay.
If it happens to come out, I think that'd be really cool. But
Fair. I know you didn't want to. I know you didn't want to touch on the sequels too much, but Mr. Pink did bring up a good point. That Luke versus Kylo fight is pretty.
Phantom Luke against Kylo.
Yeah.
What is he, a support? That he's just an illusion? He has the opposite of Obi-2. You just attack him. Or if you attack an ally within 3, you attack him, and you do no damage.
That sounds fun.
No, that'd be annoying. No way. That'd be so annoying.
So, all kidding aside, what I would love to see would be a Rey versus Kylo Ren. You need a Rey versus Kylo Ren dual pack. Like
a Rey versus Kylo would be nice.
Because
that water bridge scene, although the fight wasn't that good, it's still a very cinematically well shot fight.
Yes, yeah. I don't think their early fight, not the one in the forest. I mean the Rise of Skywalker one on that platform with
it's
the
raining,
water. Like
the lightsabers are sizzling. Like it's really well shot fight. The choreography, but
yeah,
camera work the camera work does amazing things.
Yes. Yes. So that's definitely one I would like to see. I'm trying to think if there's any other fights. Like the throne room one is that's too complicated, I think, as a dual pack.
I got somebody.
Oh, fair enough.
Hey,
We're
all
out.
right, chat. We are.
Goodbye, everyone.
No, it's fine. Bye, chat. We've got you an interview now.
Oh.
I'm going to need this. All right. Once again, I am back with the one and only Mr. Will Schick. How are we doing?
I'm doing great. It's day 3, and I've been going nonstop since like 9 a.m. this morning, so I'm all there. I'm like, I'm zoned in.
Yeah, 9 hours later, you're completely zoned in?
Oh, yeah, totally. Totally. I can't see. I'm like got the blinders on, and I'm just focused, razor sharp.
Laser focused. All right, well, so we had the reveal. So just so everybody knows, like, who might be watching here that might not know who you are.
It's fair.
Can you go ahead and introduce yourself and tell them why everyone should be excited to hear from you?
Oh, okay. I can at least tell you who I am. So I'm Will Schick. I'm the VP of Creative Development and Strategy for
Whoa.
I know. I told you I'm laser focused. Strategy for Atomic Mass Games. Hold on. Let me just center myself. Anyway, so my job and my role is to oversee the entirety of the product development and creation process at AMG, which means that I get to work with a ton of incredibly talented people across all the different departments, from dev, sculpting, engineering, graphic design, art, all of that stuff. And so our role is basically to create the fabulous miniature products that come out, and the games and the rules and all of that good stuff. And my role is to kind of drive them all towards the shared vision. I oversee the product development cycle and the product planning and all of that kind of good stuff. And I also get to work very closely with Dev on the design and development of the game rules.
So you're very busy.
I am pretty busy, yeah. But I have some wonderful people who keep me less busy. So
that's fantastic. Yeah, I was talking with Pagani quite a bit about how he's kind of be your right-hand man, really helping you out. Kind
Absolutely.
Of keeping you. So that's fantastic. Well, I do have some questions, especially I think most of these are going to be focused on what we saw last night at the reveal. For me, the first thing that was kind of exciting is talking about as a tournament organizer. You know, a lot of people were kind of disappointed because they didn't get a GT. Granted, not everybody's going to get a GT.
Right.
That is a very large-scale event. You're only going to get so many throughout the year. Yeah, the store kits came out. It seems like that's the answer, like the store kits, the store championship type of kits.
Yeah.
What's the growth on that? Is that like where you're going? Is that the end-all, be-all, or is there more growth that's going to be coming with that?
So, I mean, what we kind of announced last night that I mentioned during the panel is it's the foundation, right? This is the starting point. We were very aware that we had a little bit of some missteps due to various issues in terms of just making sure that organized play was consistent and steady within all the different game lines. And so, unfortunately, due to the way that timelines work and how far out manufacturing and the process goes, by the time we started to correct those, it meant that there was kind of this last year, 2024, where the organized play was pretty weak. It wasn't where we wanted it to be. We weren't getting as many events out to stores and all of this stuff. The support wasn't quite there. And that's because the issues that we identified were the year before. And so it took effectively a year of rejiggering and refiguring out stuff and pushing forward on a lot of projects at a sprint speed in order to rebuild and reset ourselves for where we are now, which was presented in the roadmap last night. And that is that at baseline, the first level was we were going to make sure that there are always consistently store tournament/league kits available. And there's going to be 3 of those per year, or 3 per organized play season effectively. The reason that there's 3 instead of 4 is because we know, just based on analytics and data, that most players don't do events from November to January, right? There's just too much going on, too many holidays, too many family get-togethers. And instead of doing a kit that would likely undersell or not be utilized, we decided to just take a break on those months and instead focus more effort on 3 kits that cover the time when players are actively involved in events. These are going to be consistent year after year after year, right? So that's going to ensure that no matter what kind of community you have or where you are, if you have that local store that's running events, they can always count on having those 3 kits at those specific times that will rotate out, bring in fresh stuff, allow you to play tournaments, leagues, that kind of thing. And then we are working on the larger store tournament kits, which we talked about a little bit. Those are, like you mentioned, they're a little bit like a GT because the idea is that these are your special events. So if the other kits are kind of your baseline, they're the ones you're doing every month or every couple of weeks, or however your store wants to go with that, what your community is demanding. These ones are for like, okay, we're going to have a big tournament. We're going to have a big event. We're going to invite the store from across the water to come over, and we're going to have a big throwdown. And we're going to mix and match communities. And these have a bit more substance to them. They're a little bit of a more premium kit. And that's another idea that we're going to be moving forward and building on as we move forward as well. Of course, there's other things that we're looking forward to doing, event kits, bringing in more game modes, like potentially doing some kits that feature key operations or galactic legends or things like that. A way for players to get those materials in full format. Those kinds of ideas are coming a bit later. And then, of course, there's other things that we're looking at as well in trying to build out that program. What kind of weekly store support can we do? What kind of other things can we do? But effectively, we wanted to really present, like, this is our recommitment to where we have kind of been lapsed over the last year. Here's how it's going to work. This is where we're going to start, and we're going to build from there.
No, and to be fair, I mean, you did have COVID mixed in there.
Yeah.
That kind of puts a little hamper on it. And putting out the new game. So I think that, I, as a tournament organizer, am very thankful that you are putting in the effort and trying to help us grow the community at a local level, not just worrying about the GTs and the bit larger events. And that's fantastic that you're doing that.
Yeah, and I mean, we had the whole, reset to global events with the GTs and all of that happened last year. And so it's a little bit, I would say it's a little bit out of order, but it just is the way the timelines kind of had to work in terms of what we were doing and where we had to go with the program. So we hit the globals first, and now we're really hyper-focused in on the local store level.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So you did mention talking about the Galactic Legends, and I know that they did a lot of beta testing here live.
They did.
How is that going to help with development going forward? Because you did say that you're looking at adding that into some of the kits. So how is the development moving forward since with doing all of those things?
Yeah, so it's been going really well. The beta test that we did for the first half of the characters that were featured, but we got some great feedback. We saw a lot of excitement, a lot of really great games. So that is mostly done. We wanted to finish the second half of it, which is the two characters and the missions that were being done here. I'm sure that once the devs get back to the office and are able to go through that feedback, they're going to be able to put the final touches on it. I believe, though I'm not confirmed, that the plan is to launch with a couple of special characters as well, like a couple beyond what players have been able to beta test so far. And that should all happen hopefully close to the end of the year.
Nice.
Probably in the fall. And so that will bring that game mode out in print and play format so that players, just like key operations, can download it, can print it, can start playing it, can start exploring all of the different opportunities. And we're going to continue to build on that. And I think, provided that players are continuing to enjoy and really love that format, that opens up the opportunities to do like a special store kit that puts those things into actual print components and add some extra ones to it and have that be run as like a special event. That's not necessarily a tournament or a league, but is a fun come in and game fest kind of day.
Kind of like a one shot, a game day type of interaction. So I like that. I mean, so that's basically just like for all of you out there, let's definitely get out here, play those games when they start coming out so that we're definitely getting all of that going on and taking care of it. So yeah, I am totally into that. I'm really hoping that the community embraces it because coming from the other side of the MCP side, those one shots, those the equivalent of the Galactic Legends are really fun.
Yeah.
And they're really exciting. So I think like people really need to give them a chance and actually put some effort into that for sure.
No, and I mean, I think, again, our goal is always to try to make sure that players' collections and what they have available to them has the most value possible. So finding new ways to play with your miniatures, to experience the game and the Star Wars story and galaxy in different ways that we can do through gameplay and stuff. To us, that's only a positive, right? It's only a net positive, and we'll continue to explore and try different things, and you kind of create these bubbles of people who really love one or they like the other, or maybe you hit a big one and everybody likes it, and you explore it more. But it's definitely one of those things. It's one of those constant focuses of just maintenance and maintaining the game, in addition to doing your standard like tournament kits, doing your rebalances, doing new releases, all that good stuff.
Yeah, makes total sense. So you bring up rebalances. There's a lot of rebalances that are coming out, and a lot of people are kind of like wondering when it comes to rebalances. You're doing these, it looks like prior to Mini Stravaganza. A lot of the announcements that were made, basically, what this coming changes, we didn't. I think a lot of people didn't get to see a lot of the reveals that they anticipated to see. Was there any type of anything that was the rebalancing? Did that impact that, or is this just kind of like normal minutia of the reveals and where you are in the development process?
The rebalances do have an impact on our bandwidth, right? Because we have to go through, and effectively it's just like a new cycle where you're doing a lot of play testing, you're doing a lot of looks and things like that, and so you're working on that stuff. So they do have an effect, right? And they do obviously slot into some of the work that might go to a new release or things like that. I think the bigger thing that to remind players and to bring up, as I realized that, this is the first kind of roadmap where players haven't seen a ton of new stuff, a ton of ways forward, is that, we were very upfront at the start that we were going to go really hard, foot full speed on the gas pedal with the game when it launched to build a really big foundation. And we were very aggressive in terms of even like what a normal product rollout would be. Part of the reason that we did that was because we were very excited about the game, but the other thing is that we only have, even with all of the resources we have through Asmodee and our partners in publishing, we can only produce so many things, right? The manufacturing bandwidth, the factories that can do what we do are few, And so we knew in the plans that we were going to reach this point with Star Wars Legion where we were going to be this big relaunch. It was going to require a lot of the manufacturing bandwidth, all these things, and that was going to pull away from our ability to maybe do some of the other things while we worked through that. And so we kind of logistically planned for, okay, we'll go harder than normal here. That will provide this really robust foundation, this big product line of characters and squad packs and things for people to pull from. And then when it's time to kind of pull the foot off the gas and go to a bit more of like a slower cruising speed, that will happen, but players will still have a lot of toys to explore, a lot of different squads to explore. And ideally, what you'll see is that yes, the release cadence will slow, right? And things will kind of shift from where they were, but where they were was never sustainable to begin with.
Oh yeah.
and so this was always kind of part of the process. And when we did our best to try to communicate that, I just kind of bring that up again, but there's definitely this. What's really impacting overall everything is, the all of the other things that are going on with the other games, especially with the big Legion launch. That's taken up a huge amount of our manufacturing and our production bandwidth, and that also will kind of start to balance out as well, and we'll kind of get back to that equilibrium of everything, and we'll be able to like more steadily like show. This is kind of where we are, right?
Yeah, and I think it had to happen on the Legion side. I mean, no, granted, that as Shatterpoint players, we're gonna be a little
fair.
jealous.
You can play favorites. It's all right.
We're gonna be a little jealous, but I understand it. I mean, especially from someone who was playing Legion when it first came out up until Shatterpoint, because you needed to go to the hard plastic. As a hobbyist, you needed to go to the hard plastic. So it 100% makes sense that this is going to happen. But it's nice to actually hear the reasoning itself.
Absolutely.
So we definitely appreciate all of that. So basically, like looking at, you did also mention the key operations, and possibly getting new missions. What kind of lessons have you learned from the community when it comes to those? Because it seems like there's some people, especially the more competitive focused players, key operations probably might not be made for them to begin with.
Not at all.
And are you looking at maybe trying to focus towards them a little bit more, or keep on the path that you're on right now?
I think our long-term strategy, right, is to try to split the difference. I think, whereas the competitive tournament like gameplay modes and the folks who like to really dive into that, we want to support that and make sure that they have a robust amount of missions to choose from that are balanced for that type of play, and that will keep things engaging and interesting. And I think we have a really good selection of mission packs at this point that go along with it. Key operations, to me, is one of the places where we get to have a lot of fun as the development team, and I think as players, because we can do things that are necessarily imbalanced, right? They're asymmetric, they're narrative. They help us tell the story of Star Wars. And what we saw, especially last year at Adepticon, and even this year, like through the Open Play League events and things like that, the team tournaments, a lot of the community really just wants fun ways to interact with the Star Wars galaxy, to interact with Shatterpoint. And I think Key Operations provides that, and it doesn't really pull away from those more standard mission packs. Like those are still in the works. They're not being affected by anything that we're doing with Galactic Legends or key operations, right? Those are things that are also tacked on. I mean, you could always argue, well, you could just make more competitive mission packs with that time, but it doesn't really work that way. You can only make so many of those at once due to how they're play tested, how they're worked on, how they're developed, where the resources are going. And so all of these things are additive, right? Nothing subtracts from each other. And I believe that key operations is a really crucial component that some players really gravitate towards, and you see that through like the discussion of like, well, let's just go capture a point, and they want something that's a bit more flashier. They want something that feels more like a Clone Wars episode, and key operations is our way to be able to hit that, to be able to allow players to really tell unique stories that feel like those animated episodes that are near and dear to their hearts, while also maintaining the mission packs as a standard thing that continue to advance and evolve the gameplay states within the standard play.
Yeah, and I like that. I mean, there's always ways to grow and innovate when it comes to the game itself. You don't want to just... It's going to get stale if you're just playing the same thing over and over again. So you have to have options. I mean, and everyone has different flavors of what they like. So this is definitely going to add to that. So that kind of, I guess, leads a little bit into the next one. Is you were talking about like design and what you're trying to do. The game's been out for about 2 years now. 2 years since the official launch, anyway, here at Adepticon. When you're looking at like how the game has grown and everything like that, how has the development process and philosophy changed through these 2 years?
Oh my gosh, we've learned so much, and that's part of the rebalancing effort, right? So like the way in which we analyze and compare units and what we know now makes for a strong unit versus a weak unit, how we look at abilities, how we look at how characters or units interact with each other, how mission design works a lot in different ways as well, like how far we can push mission design, as people have seen with the craziest mission pack that just got previewed and released. Pushing boundaries on that stuff. I think some of the assumptions we made up front were correct, and some of the assumptions we made up front when we were working on the game before it was released turned out to be a little off the mark. The importance of expertise was definitely one where we've learned a lot about like what an expertise chart needs to be impactful, to be useful, to have a character be considered quote unquote good. Where we were too conservative on some of those. Then a lot of that info goes back into the rebalance. How a tree should work. How much damage can you front load? How many shoves should you front load? Where do you need to like meter out? How impactful are certain conditions? And all of those different things. And I think we're even still learning some stuff about how to best effectively utilize keywords, and where being more specific with keywords is important, or being less specific with keywords is important. How that impacts squad design. And strike team design. I think, again, like with all things, we set a board or a game where you can mix and match to your heart's content for the most part. You can make your most random elements, and yet players still kind of gravitate towards, through personal preference and I think through game synergies, these more cohesive thematic teams. Yes. And a good example of like where we were too harsh with the tightness of the team and the keywords is like the Inquisitors. Right? Like they're so insular, you don't really see them because they just don't function anywhere else. Yeah. And that compounds with the issues that some of those characters are a little bit under the curve. So of course the rebalance is looking to address a lot of that, and we've learned how and where to utilize that. Delta Squad, we talked a little bit about them, but I think they're a really great example of how we've started to really understand and learn how to maximize keywords in order to better balance the strength of abilities and do really crazy things, but also have units that can branch out and have more mix and match. So like with Delta Squad, right, most of the abilities on them, they have if you're a clone commando, if you're a clone trooper, you get X. If you're a clone commando, you get Y. And Y is just a better version of X. Got it. So now we can have Delta Squad characters mix and match with our clone troopers, and they do pretty good, and they work together synergistically. But also, if you take them just as clone commandos, we now get to see them in all their glory, right? They work better together. They are a squad, this type of stuff. Okay. And so that that is obviously something that I think has really come out of the woodwork this year and is, more and more, but will come out with these guys as well and has shifted the focus. So it's a lot of learning, and part of the fun of the job is that it's a craft, right? You're just like a blacksmith or a carpenter or an electrician. Like, you just get better at your craft, and the more you learn and the more you do it.
Yeah. So basically, kind of like a lot of like what the Bad Batch has, where basically, when you if they're clones, they get one thing, or if they're Galactic Republic, they get one thing. But if they're Bad Batch, they're this much better.
You see a little bit of that in the Spectre design too. You know, with the Spectre and then like Spy or Rebel. Although I think we were talking about this separately, but you know, the Crew of the Ghost and kind of their design is very much like you really want to play all of them together all the time. And so maybe they're a little tighter, but I think that works really well for the theme and everything else. So you can spread them out, but you often want a full squad of Spectres to be able to really maximize whoever your primary is, and things like that. So I think there's just a lot of lessons learned, a lot of stuff that people will see in the rebalance that hopefully will kind of reflect some of those things, reflect where the play environment is, reflect where some of the more recent releases are, and bringing up a lot of those previous releases to that level, right?
Yeah, definitely. So when you're looking at, I'm going a little off of script here.
No, go for it.
So when we're looking at the rebalance, what do you think, as the developers, what do you think, like, to give it a taste, what is going to be the most impactful, you think? What are some of the biggest changes and most impactful changes that you feel as someone who's been testing this is going to be?
Oh my gosh. I think like overall, right, one of the biggest parts of the rebalance was supporting units.
Right.
And how supporting units are utilized in the game, what their role is within the game, and then that turned back to their power level. And so a lot of supporting units got touched up. Several of the supporting units got touched down. I think we really struggled initially just based on kind of our initial assumptions versus where the game went after its launch to some of the releases that came later in response to like where people were. We definitely had like kind of a pretty big spread of like power levels in there, and so we learned a lot about that, and I think it's really going to do a good job of, we always talk about, you know, balance being a curve, and so weak, strong, and you can make that curve as big, as wide, or as narrow as you want. And we really aim for like a close curve, not a touching curve. But when you look at supporting units at whole, like that curve was really spreading pretty wide.
Yeah.
And so I think by bringing those together, it's going to make players feel like the game is a lot more balanced.
Yeah.
And that there's a lot more opportunities for interesting squad builds, because they won't necessarily have, ideally, if we did the job right, there won't necessarily be the best by a standard mile supporting unit for whichever strike team or squad you're trying to build. You'll have more options. You'll be like, well, this one's really good at this, but this one also is really good at that. And so now I have a choice. And what am I trying to do with that stuff? And I think that's always healthy. What Pagani always says, you know, the number one job a developer has is to make sure that players always have choices.
Yes, definitely want to have choices. So basically what you're doing is you're taking Magna Guard and you're taking the 501st and you're kind of squishing them
together. Yeah. I mean, also looking at like Dark Troopers, Inferno Squad, things like that, right? Like anything that's kind of shifted out of the curve and said, okay, do we need to do something here? Maybe we did, maybe we don't. Looking at, again, a lot of those core set characters and saying, all right, you know, like Anakin Skywalker, he's not quite delivering on the Anakin Skywalker promise. How do we amp him up to make him feel like, you know, he's there? And also with the starter characters especially, there's this interesting thing where that's where players start, right? That's their first buy-in, typically their first characters. You want those starter characters to not feel like completely invalidated right after you start playing the game outside of the starter, right? But starters are the first ones, so often they are usually a little weaker on the curve because you're still learning as a developer. You're still trying to understand what the game is, and you're being a bit conservative with it. And so the rebalances really help us go back and say, all right, these starter characters still have value. They're still very impactful. They're still like the names of names within this Star Wars galaxy that players identify with and want to do stuff.
And I will say, I appreciate that as definitely as a individual that plays the game and getting the starter box, because for some people that isn't a large investment to sit there and buy that game. And now we're sitting there taking the time, you as a developer and as a company taking the time to actually make those characters still relevant, so that I didn't just spend the money that I'm not using, and so I think that's one of the nice things that we get from the company as a whole, is that you take that into account while we're building the game and playing the game.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we're all, a lot of us at the studio, I mean, the vast majority of us are longtime hobbyists, right? We have armies on our shelves, and we've put countless hours into painting our forces and painting our characters and all of that, and we've all felt the sting of like, I put all this time and effort in, and now I feel like I wasted it because they nerfed it to the ground, or they completely removed it from the game, or whatever the case may be, right? We've all done those things, or it just doesn't function very well and it's kind of weak and I can't make it work. No matter how hard I try, my favorite thing just doesn't quite fit within the game environment. And I think, like for a long time it was, well, wait 5 years, maybe a new edition will come along and it might get better, or it might just disappear entirely. You never knew. It was a crapshoot. Nowadays, with all of the advances in communication and the way in which we can spread information and all of the stuff, print and play accessibility, we're able to really be more dynamic and address these things. But with that great power, there also must come great responsibility, to steal a phrase from a different IP. In that, if you're always going in and trying to fix problems, you never know if they're actually problems, right? Like, you never get a good sense of how to address something. Sometimes you have to let things grow and sit before you say, okay, now I understand what needs to be addressed, so that this whole ecosystem can be good. You don't want to trample on it. And so there's a bit of like, we can do it, but we also need to wait. And that's where you really get the yin and yang of Pagani and I, because I'm more of a we can do it, and he's more of a we should wait guy. And so between the two of us, we usually find that right timing. And in the between time, all of the developers on the team just kind of look at their dinner and say, Mommy and Daddy are fighting. So we just won't look up until they're done. But it's good. It's always about kind of finding that balance and everything. And so if characters that, aren't in the rebalance this time in May, you're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they missed this or whatever. We did only look at the first 12 months. We like to give the soup a long time to simmer, as I like to say, before we go in and start to figure things out. So there's a possibility that like closer releases to where we are now just weren't part of that process. Okay. And they'll wind up in something that comes later, in the next 18 months or something like that. We usually go about an 18-month to a 2-year cycle based on release. Mm-hmm. So that typically gives us enough time to identify and do proper testing and then have it come out. So again, if it's like I don't know, well, I'll just pick one that just came out. If it's the Kit Fisto from Requesting Your Surrender, you're like, he just needs fixes, he needs rebalances. It's going to be a little bit, right? We're not going to immediately address it unless something is doing something that is breaking the game experience and environment. We're going to wait, and we're going to collect data. We're going to see how things shake out, because a lot of times some things come in strong because players don't yet know how to beat it, right? And they have to figure that out, and that's part of the joy of these games, is you get to problem solve your way through those things. Sometimes, they don't quite hit, but maybe something else later will make them hit, so you want to wait and give it time to see if players will come around to it. And then once you hit that certain point where you're pretty confident in your data set, you feel like you understand what's going on with the environment, that's at the point where you feel pretty comfortable going in and saying, okay, let's make some adjustments, let's have some discussions about rebalances, let's see where they're at. And then you give yourself ample time to test them to make sure that they don't break anything further, and then you get to drop them on people and bring some new life back into some older releases.
No, it makes sense. So just to maybe clarify, if you can, the MCP side, that you did say there was a hinting that this is going to be an every year thing with the rebalance. That game's been out for 6-7 years now. Yeah. That there's a lot of rebalancing that can happen, things along those lines. Looking at Shatterpoint, we haven't been out long enough to where I think they'll rebalance every year is necessary. So you're probably looking at a little bit more of an extended time between the rebalances.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can kind of look at it from, if you use Crisis Protocol as kind of a historical marker, right? We did our first rebalance for that game about 2 years in. We did another one a little bit after that. So there was about 18 months in between those different things. I guess we did our first rebalance about 12 months in, so about a year after. And then the next one was about 18 months after that. So there's a little bit of space between them, right? because you want to give time. You want to give time to see how things go and everything like that. So Shatterpoint definitely would be a little slower to start, but as the field increases, if we determine that we need to kind of amp that up and start taking a look at rebalances, as more and more variables are entered into the equation. There's more and more things that can get you or go differently or be addressed. And then with Crisis Protocol specifically, one of the things that we were talking about was because of all the repacks and the reissues, we're able to kind of it's a temporary speed up sort of, because what we're doing is we're going through and we're just addressing rebalances and characters as we're repacking them, because there's a whole layout process that goes along with it. So it is a little bit outside of the norm of what we would normally be doing, but it was an opportunity afforded to us based on the fact that we're moving that product into multilingual like Shatterpoint has been.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense to that. So, I mean, I know as far as questions that I came up with, preparing this, there was one last question that a lot of people had in regards to interactions in the game.
Okay.
So, when we look at in Legion, there's some times where they can interact it with a vehicle.
Yep.
In MCP, there's certain things. So Ultron, Ultimate Encounter, you can go into the building and rescue someone.
Right.
Are we looking? Is there a possibility of some sort of interaction with game components other than objective markers and other characters in the game? Is there a possibility of some sort of other interactions that might happen with the game going forward?
I think. Potentially, right? So we've been constantly looking at where can we push the mission objectives and see where things go. This is part of the key operations joy, is that you can do things like that, right? I can have you go attack a shield generator and try to start a chain reaction, and it works because the mission itself is asymmetrical. So I don't have to necessarily, as a developer, right, provide a balanced experience where both players are coming to the table with a largely equal chance to win. So with key operations, the balance might be 60-40, right? In a normal mission pack, our goal is always to say if two players of equal skill with equally built, lists come to the table, it's a 50-50. And then as the player skill changes, the percentages change slightly, but the mission is not necessarily itself hugely a determinant factor until you plug in things like, hey, I took a strike team that really maximizes this layout, or it maximizes what this mission's going to do. And at that point, you're like, okay, great, you're playing turn 0 well. You're going to get a couple percentage points in your favor because you're optimizing. But it shouldn't be a 60, 70, 80% kind of deterministic factor. One of the challenges that we've had with Shatterpoint in general since the start of the game has been anytime we put a victory point asset in somebody's hand, movement in the game is so fast that it's very difficult to stop that person from just going to the corner or avoiding everything and just scoring, right?
Right.
And we tried a lot of different things at the start to ameliorate that, to stop that from being a case. I think there are still places that we can go as we learn more and more about the game. But as far as the general mission packs for the standard game experience, I don't know that we're there yet. We've explored other things with the new mission pack, the ability to swap the active objectives and things like that by drawing new cards. And of course we have the different abilities that come out with different cards, like the Shatterpoint. When you draw a Shatterpoint card, you can press your luck and do the chance things and all that from the different packs, all those different abilities. Will we see an interact with things? I don't know. In the standard mission, we haven't figured it out yet. It doesn't mean that we haven't stopped trying, but thus far our results have been that it really skews the game in a not fun way.
Yeah.
And that obviously is something that we're just not going to be happy with putting out into the world. So it's difficult to say. Did we write ourselves into a box based on how everything else in the game interacts in a way that we really enjoy, and we missed out on this potential? And maybe that's just a fundamental reality of the situation. It might be. I'm usually pretty optimistic about being able to problem solve your way out of anything with some creativity and innovation. I don't know what that is yet because we haven't quite gotten there, but know that we're working on it.
Oh yeah, no, and I don't think that there's, me personally, especially because I played MCP since launch.
Yeah.
I personally don't think that the game needs to have some sort of extra component
Sure.
that you have to pick up, walk away with, and interact with. People that have not played the MCP and came in like Aubrey, who just came in to this game as their first miniatures game, feels like that would be a fun way to do it. But it's like at the same time, I'm kind of in the same boat as you, where I don't know if that's the right fit for this game. There are different dynamics here. Like in that game, the terrain is very different. Terrain is very impactful here. How is that going to interact? How is the interactions with the characters, with the terrain, going to impact how you move around and with this movable object in the game that someone is carrying? And I think that's going to be a bigger problem with it.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that we've actually explored a couple of ideas in our multiplayer. So another thing that we're working on is introducing a multiplayer experiences as well. Beyond just the Galactic Legends, the Galactic Legends 2v1, we've played and have been having some fun with the new free-for-all multiplayer variant where effectively everyone just takes primary characters and then it's just murder.
Nice.
It's like it's just PvP, murder ball, and it's zany but it's fun. Like maybe there's a world in which there's like one of those classic Overwatch missions where you have to like escort the train, right? And the train moves a certain amount, and that happens. Maybe that's the kind of interaction thing that could work in a standard game. I don't, it's possible. We haven't tried it. We've discussed a little bit about it, but like at the end of the day, we're always trying to figure out new and cool ways to approach gameplay, to bring new problems for players to solve, to bring new strategies to the game. Not just because they're fun for players, but also because the more kind of variables, the more kind of ways to interact with things that you have, the more diverse the character selection can be, because we do build characters that excel at certain aspects of the game. You can excel at murder, you can excel at ranged combat, you can excel at control, you might excel at support in various ways. If the mission can help, again, push those kinds of squad choices to be beneficial, to be optimal, that's great. The more options you have, the more variety in strike teams and character selection players have as well.
Okay, so you piqued my interest a little bit with this murder ball, with with the primaries. Can you share any more about this?
I mean, it kind of that is kind of all there is to say. Like it sells itself, really.
It does.
No, so we've been looking at. One of the things that players always enjoy is kind of like a side game, or you're with your friends and you don't want to play a normal game, and there's like 3 or 4 of you, and you're just like, man, I wish we could just all play together tonight, right? I wish we could just like do something a little off the wall. You can play multiplayer just in the standard game, right? You can split your squads between 2 players and play team battles and things like that. And I think that's great, and I've certainly done it. I've seen players do it. But, we wanted to really see if we could give some game modes that were like 4 people, right? That were more than 2, and what would that look like? Galactic Legends was 1, but we also wanted to look at like these more crazy free-for-alls. So the first idea was, well, what about a deathmatch arena, right? Like what if we just took like the famous Battlefront mode where everybody gets to be a Jedi or a character and you just run around and it's just murder all the time?
Sounds good.
What does that look like, and how does that work? And so we've worked on that one, and effectively, it's not particularly balanced, because once you add in more than 2 people, it's pretty hard to do it. So like, there's kill stealing, and there's like there's backstabbing, and there's alliances. There's a lot of table play, which I think is what makes those modes the most fun.
Oh, sounds like a fun.
So there's that one, and then we did something that was less focused on the zaniness, but more like everybody gets a squad, and so each person can play a squad, and you play a 4-player game. And there's some rules that try to smooth over the idea that like everyone can gang up on one player and things like that. The idea that like only the player to your left is your target, so like you only score points when something happens to the player to your left, and the player to your right is obviously going after you, and so you get these weird dynamics where like it's like, okay, I want to get them. You don't care about them, so you're probably going to ignore them, but they're trying to get you, so you might get them back. And it creates a pretty interesting, again, an above-the-table kind of game where you have a lot of diplomacy, and like the person like kitty corner to you is kind of your ally because you're not really engaging with each other, but they can both affect the person who's trying to chase you, and those kinds of things. And again, like just fun different modes that we can put in that have good rules that allow players and communities to come together and play the game in different ways.
Yeah, I mean, because a lot of people don't play this game in stores. Maybe there's buying it, playing it at home, and like now you have a way for the family to sit together and play a unique way to play Star Wars.
Well, and I mean, even within the game store environment, right? Like sometimes when you have a new player who's like, "Oh, what's this game about?" Just doing, primary murder ball is like a great way to introduce them to some of the core concepts in a really fun way.
Exactly.
Because in that mode you respawn, so like you're never dead. You go in, you die, you come back, just like a video game environment. So you can really get the sense of like, okay, this is how movement works, this is how force works, this is how attacks work, this is how the tree works, those kinds of things, in a less like full environment and a much more focused environment that also still doesn't like skimp on the fun.
Yeah, sounds great. So I am going to sit there and probably end this a little early because you are running around like crazy.
Oh, that's fair.
You are running around like crazy doing a lot of interviews. I think you deserve a little bit of a break. I think you do. You answered all the questions that I think I had. I appreciate you coming on very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. Thanks for everything you do. Thanks for streaming all the games this week. It's been wonderful to be able to catch some of them and see the action going on. So I appreciate it. Look forward to seeing you again.
Yeah, I look forward to being back, hanging out with you guys again, and seeing you in the future.
All right. Thanks so much, sir.
Thank you very much. I almost talked to Pagani.
There you go. Hey.
Will Schick, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everybody. Thanks again for tuning in. I think we're just going to end for the night. We will be back tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow morning around 9 o'clock. So thanks for watching, everyone. Y'all have a great, great evening, and I will see you back here tomorrow. Bye.